All right. Welcome to the November 2023 AMT. I'm Thrantar, and I'm joined here by Jai.
Hey, what's going on? All right. Wow. It has been a while since we did any commentary together, I think. Wait, have we ever done any commentary together?
I think we were together on one of the Continentals.
Continental. So that should probably have been EMEA. I think that was the only one I did.
Yeah, I think we're both there for some of EMEA. I did all three,
Okay.
so they kind of bled together a bit, to be honest.
Yeah. Shouldn't then it's not either of our first videos. So ideally we don't have any uh stream threatening mishaps today.
Hopefully
But
not.
in any case, it does look like we can just get right into it because we have 13, 13 tables, 26 players today. I have no idea where all of these came from. I thought I only saw like 19 on the ABR just a couple hours ago. But
Mm-hmm.
you know how Netrunner players are.
Mm-hmm. Once again, I'm trying to track down and see if we have a list. Uh,
Okay,
oh, where did
2 minutes before
the
the round
pairing service
starts.
move to?
Hmm.
Because I know it was cover.ai and then they changed it, right?
Uh, yeah, so it's tournaments.nullsignal.games. Uh, I think Cobra.nullsignal.games also works, but I just default to this tournaments.nullsignal.games. It's just easier to remember.
All right. Is there anything you're particularly interested in seeing today?
No, not really. I mean, we've had a whole bunch of Netrunner already going on this weekend with Sovereign of Subways,
Mm-hmm. At Singapore
as well
Nationals.
as Singapore Nationals, which I was fortunate enough to play yesterday.
And then the UK
So
National
I
was pretty recent, right?
was Yes, was last week.
It was
So
last
I
week.
would say let's try and find a table with some players that haven't played in either of those events, just so we can get some variety for those that have been following like the Netrunner streams more avidly.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, let's see. How about table 7, Man in the Moon?
Table 7? Sure. 1 second.
And I do believe Zoe also played Singapore Nationals, but not sure we saw any of him, so it should be fine. But definitely, Man in the Moon Abraham is someone we want to be following quite closely. I think he is Intercontinental's winner after all. All right, and it looks like we are in it with Man in the Moon on NBN Reality Plus.
Mm-hmm. Looks like game start is still about 3 minutes away.
Yeah,
So this is, you said, Reality Plus versus.
versus ESSA, and it looks like a 48 card ESSA, so a little bit more than recommended deck size minimum.
Still pretty
And
small,
does
though.
it?
Just a little bit of space to fit that one or two
Yeah,
extra
yeah,
10 card in, right?
yeah. And it looks like game has started. Man in the Moon Cat and Joe Mulligan. So uh, So R plus, of course, there are a bunch of different things you can do with this identity. Of course, one of the most popular things that we've seen is the variations of Canal Plus that we've seen most recently popularized at UK Nationals, where I think the process as well as some other groups both independently hit on this idea that the Carnel Plus that first was introduced by Pinsel at Worlds was a good archetype to iterate on. So yeah, we'll have to see if this is one of those or some other concoction that Man of the Moon is known for brewing. Meanwhile, Zhou, uh, definitely as a more of a known quantity. I'm not sure we've seen much deviation from like the standard uh, builds, and of course, like since Worlds, we saw the popularization of the Lamb Begamot rig,
Mhm.
which definitely is not out of the question. From what we've seen currently, I think there's plenty of space to fit in some Doctor Nukas, and indeed, it's a very popular splash card of choice in this asset build, which are extremely hungry for card draw.
Yeah, especially it's like very card dense card draw. Like it's 6 cards for one slot essentially, which is of course far beyond what Diesel can provide. And also, just due to the way ESA works with the core damage, the ability to offshore your draw provides a lot of
Oh
utility
yeah,
in controlling what in your hand is even available for
yeah,
discard in the first place, what you can lose to damage.
exactly. And then of course, that the ultimate payoff is if you can get your core damage to hit a strike fund or a steel skin count to get even more value off of your self damage. So not just the sabotage, not just the draw, but some extra draw credits on top of that. But here we see, whoa, that is an extremely early agenda push from Man in the Moon. Install advance behind the double ice remote on turn 2. But okay, and we see exactly this setup that you were talking about, where the marrow hits exactly the strike fund, another core damage, 2 credits, and another 2 sabotage from this R plus, and pretty well timed in terms of this marrow install, just because of the fact that if Man in the Moon is trying to push through an agenda and an extremely early agenda, for example, we call it maybe an artificial crypto crash, which is quite popular recently. That extra little bit of sabotage one does add up.
Mm-hmm.
So the earlier you get that merit on, the better.
Although if this is artificial crypto crash, Zhao's credit total is looking extremely unfortunate.
Yeah. So you see, trying to duck it a little bit, but only of course Banha's not a very expensive card. Going,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, there
Is the
go.
crypto crash?
Um, Sabotage 1 from HQ and losing 6 credits on SR.
But starting at 0, there's no Drippycon on the board. This is just, and there's already one strike fund buy, so the odds of click for credit, play a strike fund, those are lower too. Washing is really going to help,
Yeah,
especially when
and
washing
we
away a strike
see
fund.
that is a 5 credit motion. Not bad at all. Good way to bounce back from this crypto crash. And now with Man in the Moon, the R plus on very low credit totals, just 3 credits on hand. Centrals are kind of soft, although it has to be said, of course, R plus ice really nasty to face check,
Mm-hmm.
and pretty cheap as well between your pings, your virtual service assistants.
Exactly.
R plus can defend centrals on very low credit totals, and it's up to Zoe to see what his risk appetite is if you want to try and face check a ping at this stage of the game.
Though there's also 5 face down cards in archives already due
That's
to Ace of Pressure. So my question for you is, when do you go check archives? Because with run events, like Dirty Laundering archives with 5 face downs.
Yeah, so it's a very good, very valid point. We see a buyer bans for draw install, getting another Nuka down for free. That's some pretty good value, and of course the buyer bans also discounted by this ghost tile.
Mm-hmm.
Spin Doctor Trash of R&D is really nice. So
That really helps with Ace's pressure,
yeah,
denying the recursion,
uh,
forcing
yeah.
whatever's in the bin to
So
stay there.
exactly. So as to your question as to when you want to check archives, and I think the answer to that question is kind of contingent on like where the corp discarded the sabotage from, and we can see that the marrow sabotage was from hand, and the core damage from the marrow core, sorry, the sabotage from the marrow core damage was from hand as well. So 3 of HQ and only 2 from R&D of the ghost town from the start of the game. So only so less likely that the latter 3 cards were agendas. I don't imagine that
Mhm.
Man in the Moon would voluntarily discard agendas, but maybe running archives now is fundamentally speaking just uh, 2 R&D accesses.
Yes.
But okay.
I'm not sure there's any hurry to do it now. My question is sort of at what point do you decide it's worth it? Because the other thing, right, is the longer you wait, if the corp is bluffing, is discarding agendas from hand and going, well, you'd never believe I'd do that. It's giving them more time to draw into their spin doctors, to draw into whatever it is they have to fix their archives.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, and we see here Zoe overdrawing on third click with Dr. Nuka, and then spending a last click to go running hot. So another 2 sabotage, which hit 2 off the top already. So already looking a lot more attractive to check archives for 4 cards off the top. And Raindrops Cut Stone twice on HQ.
Oh, and seeing
And
sabotage off the top of archives, which is an indicator that there's something in HQ that needs protecting.
exactly, and we see 2 single accesses on predictive planogram and HQ, which is definitely a card you want to keep. Just being able to spend a click, draw 3 cards,
Mm-hmm.
just so the corp has more knowledge of uh, what you are able to sabotage, later on in the game, and it's just increasing your options for the installs and like the economic pressure that R Plus is so well known to be able to give. But I am kind of curious as to this no res on HQ with this raindrops capstone at all.
Mandamin was
Attitude
only
adjustment. Yeah,
Mandamin was
that
only
is not a
on
card
3 credits.
on 3 credits. Yeah, so maybe Zoe has this read now that HQ is uh, not a ping or a VSA. Uh, I would imagine if it was a VSA, you just snap rest, and I think it's okay that you give the runner a card off of this raindrops cut stone, just because of the extra value that you get off of the tag that you're giving.
Mm-hmm. As
Uh,
opposed, for instance,
so
a Funhouse. Like Funhouse is not resable on 3.
exactly. So there's a bunch of things you can't res on 3. Funhouse, the biggest thing. You can also imagine Starlit Night or Unsmiling Zarefna, all very common cards that you see in this R plus deck. But what that's not a common card in R plus is this attitude adjustment. So
Mm-hmm.
Bellona and Oracle Think Tank from archives.
And this is really the
So
punish
obviously,
of not checking archives.
yeah, exactly. So maybe Zoe could have had that read earlier on. That since he trashed Spin Doctor, maybe there wasn't another one in hand. But the punish, as you said, attitude adjustment, not a card you often see in R plus, but definitely coming extremely handy here, pulling 4 points out of archives. That would have been an extremely heavy blow
So, do you
if that
think
had gotten
the
installed.
presence of the attitude adjustment is indication that there are some number of gaslights in the list?
Gaslights. Oh, that's an interesting choice.
Because
I
attitude
mean,
adjustment is a method of fixing archives that, unlike Spin Doctor, is an operation, can be fetched with Gaslight.
yeah. So I mean, that is a possibility. Although I'm not sure that as that gaslight is a card that attitude adjustment is a card that you want to be fetching if you have a gaslight in the list. So I mean, traditionally, what we've seen, like, people use gaslight to fetch in this NBN decks this season, cards like End of the Line, Oppo Research, Mindscaping, things that maybe to try and set up the kill, right? If it's some kind of flatline deck.
Certainly, I think those are sort of the bulk of what you end up fetching, but I do think there
Yeah.
is space if you're worried about, like, especially Ace in particular, to have one tech slot that you can fetch with Gaslight if you're running the Gaslights already.
Oh, for sure, definitely, and uh, I think it's definitely a consideration, and it's something that is not a very big debt building cost to put in a list,
Mm-hmm.
right? To put it just slide an attitude adjustment in if you're already on some kind of gaslight plan. So definitely the possibility is there, and uh, I think the very fact that like this is an attitude adjustment, this attitude adjustment list is kind of maybe kind of indicative that there are agendas that Man on the Moon isn't really that interested in scoring, which is a bit curious to me because we do see this artificial crypto crash,
We've seen Crypto Crash, we've
which
seen Bologna, we've seen Oracle Think Tank.
yeah,
A full playset of each is 18, which is
yeah, exactly,
the
and I
requirement
think the
for.
traditional yeah. So Man on the Moon is playing the minimum deck size of 44. So it is actually just an 80-point deck, and because we have seen some oversized R plus in the past that go up to 49, right?
Mhm.
But this is just an 18-point list, and if we calculate three Bellona and three Crypto Crash, that's a total of 15, which leaves three remaining points, which could be the full set of Oracle Think Tanks. But I think it's more likely that
Oracle Think Tank and what tomorrow's headline?
exactly one of the best agendas in the game, and even more so in this identity where you get cards of credits rebated on score or steal,
Exactly.
and which can open up some very interesting lines if it's stolen late in the turn.
So we did see Zhao going for a Fidelity here, which I think is a great choice. We know that two agendas just got shuffled back into R&D, which is going to raise the agenda density. But unfortunately, all he appears to have found is this Oracle Think Tank.
Hmm. So a little bit unlucky, some would say, for Zoe just seeing this think tank, which we theorize that there's only one of the list that just shuffled in and got instantly restolen. Uh, and now Zoe has to think about whether he wants to clear this tag. I imagine he will, just because we've got this Banha and this Nuka lying around. And oh, we see a run on archives. So this is Zoe saying,
Fool me once, shame on
uh,
you. Fool me twice.
and that's another Oracle thing. So we're not just on one thing, Oracle. So that already changes, like raises some questions about like the agenda composition. Like, are we on no tomorrow's headline? Possibly. Maybe we're not on three crypto crashes.
Or
Something's
not on three
going on here.
Bolognas. This might. You came back to attitude adjustment earlier, suggesting that maybe some of these agendas aren't supposed to be scored,
Yeah,
and
very, very
five
possibly.
threes are hard to score if you're not running Shibboleth.
Exactly. And okay, so very wisely clearing out these tags. So is a little bit open to this Oppo research. And oh, tomorrow's headline.
Well, we can confirm tomorrow's headline is being run by Man in the Moon.
Okay, so wow, with every turn we are learning more and more about the agenda composition of this deck. Isn't it amazing? Yeah. So yeah, very very interesting. So yeah, so the options are narrowing. Are there less than three bananas or are there less than three crypto crashes? I am kind of inclined to say that only two crypto crashes, just because like the second and third think tank line up nicer with dropping a crypto.
Mm-hmm.
And because if you drop a Bellona, I don't know where that third point comes from, right?
I mean, it could be like post-truth
And
dividend, or is 15 minutes still in rotation?
uh, post-truth dividend is an option. 15 minutes has rotated. It was
Okay.
in Data and Destiny. But okay, so back with one tag on the board from this tomorrow's headline score. We have a land. Okay, the classic fractal install from ESA. Now we just need to pair it with a Begamot,
Mm-hmm.
and
And I mean, that'll
basically the
break
entire engine's good to go.
basically any ice for 3 credits.
Exactly. And coincidentally, Zoe is sitting on exactly 3 credits. So I think we may or may not be kind of close to seeing some kind of Chastushka play on HQ,
Well, that might
depending on the state
prove
of Zoe's
Megamod
finances.
does cost 5 to install.
That is correct. Right. Of course, that being said, with this Banha, you only ever need to break one ice. You can probably just use Banha to break the other ice with your face with net damage.
Mm-hmm.
And uh, I mean, that's not to say that, I mean, land is kind of expensive uh to break random like 3 strength non-barrier ice with, but it is functional, right? And you can just go through a ping for 2 credits, which is not ideal for 2 cost barrier, but it gets you there in the end. So Zoe with 3 credits and 4 cards in hand, contemplating his next move. Uh, so 6 credits. So 6 credits is a little bit more spooky for Zoe to contemplate running either of these, either HQ or server one with to challenge either one of these servers. That being said, the Banha goes a long way to alleviating that pressure. And we have established that the innermost ice on HQ is maybe not something that Man in the Moon could have rest on 3 credits. So the odds of a double ice rest on HQ on a 6 credit total are not that high actually. So maybe if Zoe is feeling frisky, he could try and land a Chastushka on this board.
So if the outer ice is a ping, ping is effectively free for R plus. So while the
Correct.
odds
But
aren't necessarily high, there's still several plausible setups where both ice could be rezzed even with a funhouse on the interior for HQ.
right. But we see here the Zoe is electing not to challenge any of these ice servers and instead go for another finality on 8 credits, which means that Ballonas are very stealable. And there it is. First card is a Ballona. And anything? No, just just 3 agenda points on this finality run, bringing up to 5. And narrow this guy at the end of turn. Another Rashida going, breaking this R&D lock. Up to 9 credits on Man in the Moon. Oppo research is live, and we are at that threat 3 level. So we could see Man in the Moon stick a ginormous number of tags on Zoe, who's definitely not a credit total to even contemplate clearing them. And let's see. What was the sabotage? It was sabotage 1 from HQ, 1 from R&D on the finality core damage.
Mm-hmm.
And was there anything? Yeah, there was no other recent. There was one. The sabotage of the tomorrow's headline was from HQ, so 1 additional R&D access.
Yeah, like this
And
already
there we
needs
go.
to be protected at this point.
Yeah, exactly. So okay, so Man and Moon going down to 3 credits.
Although at 3 credits, I'm not sure how much this is actually protecting R&D.
Mm, yeah, so I mean we can hypothesize the existence of at least one 2 cost ice on this server, but as we've established with Banha, that is not going to get very far. Even with like the discount or the rebate on ice from the R plus ability and
Mm-hmm.
giving a tag of a ping or a VSA, you are still getting through. You're still getting through this for at most 2 credits, 2 credits and 1 net damage. Let's say.
Mm-hmm.
We have some comments on stream. Tamijo, can Thrata's volume be turned up if possible? That's a great volume, but the other person's very quiet. Let's see.
Yeah, I can
Can we do something about that? Okay. And okay, there we go. Here's the Chastushka. Click 1 credit, click 2 Chastushka. So playing around, let's say uh, playing around double ping or VSA into ping or something like that.
All right, we'll see if this is any better.
All right. Yes. Okay. Hello, God Gang. congratulations on the result yesterday, of course. Once again, glad to have you here with us. And yes, for anyone that's just arrived, we are in round one of the November AMT with 26 players today, which is a pretty respectable number. And the authenticator.
Authenticator.
Ooh, okay. We have not seen this very commonly in R plus this, although I think it's one of those eyes that definitely gets bandied around as, you could definitely put this in R plus and not feel stupid about it, right? And I think Zoe right now is contemplating whether to take the bypass or to take 2 net damage of this Banha. So if you do bypass this, you stop the sorry, if you do take the net damage, you stop the tag from going off, which
You also stop the
deprives.
gain 2 from going off, which is
Correct, which is potentially the more important thing. And Zoe here asking about a judge, about Banha and bypass. I do think this Banha. Sorry, I do think the authenticator trigger will eat the Banha bypassed. Sorry, will eat the Banha trigger even if it's bypassed. But definitely do consult the judge about this. And this is, of course, a public service announcement. If you're concerned about anything, if any rules questions, do not be afraid. I should say to call a judge. The judges are here to help. They are not your enemies; they're your friends, and uh, they are always more than happy to answer any rules questions that you might have. But yes, as far as I know, it's up to you. But pretty sure Banha trigger is used up. Yes, that sounds about right from my rules understanding, but of course we shall wait for Judge Craw, whoever I do believe it is Judge Craw, uh, to check in and double confirm that ruling. But yeah, I think in either scenario, we will probably see uh, this uh, Chachusa go off. I'm like with this 2 credits, uh, even if there's a ping behind this authenticator and Zhou does take this tag, uh, I don't see a way that Man in the Moon can rest anything uh, that stops this Justice from going off, unless of course Man in the Moon has a cheeky white space or something we can rest on 2 credits. Uh, anything that's 3 credits or less, uh, that ends the run that isn't a barrier. Like I mean, hell, even something like a Enigma,
Mhm.
sometimes they always are best.
So I do
But
think Zhao has 4 tags here. He's not clearing out, which means that if he's not winning odd this turn, those Oracle think tanks are heading off on vacation again.
oh yeah, that's true. I mean, it's kind of a double-edged sword. Uh, you are putting yourself further away from victory, like just by letting this Oracle think tank shuffle back. On the other hand, uh, Man and Moon is kind of like doing your job for you by clearing those tags. And if he clears enough of them for you, and let's say if like there's a B1001 like that gets installed somewhere and just starts removing tags to end runs, uh so I mean might not be happy about getting some event run ended, but
And Zhao does elect
um,
to take the tag,
yeah,
bypass the
yes,
authenticator,
right,
which means that
authenticator.
Man in the Moon
So
has two
Manamune
credits
does
now.
have exactly. So the R plus trigger has been used. Manamune now has 3 credits, and now we'll see if there's a cheeky Enigma rest here, which would end the run and
Mhm.
eat a click to boot. but for some reason, in R plus with authenticator with VSAs already, and maybe with other eyes like Funhouse Messengers, well, I somehow doubt that Man in the Moon has found space for an Enigma, but we'll see. Okay, Man in the Moon thinking about this rest, I think.
Now, Trishka
Uh,
does obviously apply a lot of pressure to the corp's hand, but the one thing that it will never manage to do is steal an agenda.
exactly, exactly. And I do find it curious that Man and Moon is thinking about this rest, considering that we've had this scenario a couple times already before in the game.
With the
Uh,
Rayquaza.
ooh, that's not an R plus ice. Excuse me.
Well, that is an ice that does explain why it wasn't. Uh,
Why it wasn't rest with those raindrops cut stone runs earlier in
yes.
the game, actually. Yeah, and yeah, it looks like this Justice is going to fizzle. We are not going to get the sabotage for this turn. Yeah, Gatekeep is going to resolve, and that is massive news for Man in the Moon. Given that, uh, I mean, with all this sabotage, I mean, Gatekeeper lets you shuffle back agendas from archives back into R&D, which is getting perilously thin at this point.
Mhm. The
Only
concern
down
here,
to 12
though,
cards.
is if Zhao has a third finality.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, R&D is wide open. Uh, And there we go. Gatekeeper drawing two cards, and you'll see how many shuffles get shuffled back, and if any from archives. No agenda shuffle from archives. All right. So I mean, while it's by no means or HQ, I should say, no agenda shuffle from HQ either. Tamido says that's basically a purple enigma. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Uh Basically purple enigma. You don't give a click loss, but draw three cards is a pretty good subroutine. So Zoe just drawing. Looks like we don't have another finality. Yeah, there we go. Just discarding a card. Yeah, so yeah, two Bologna's crypto think tank. Uh I mean there was some consideration as opposed to just checking R&D, trying to top deck the last crypto crash. And of course, uh we are assuming that there is it is the two crypto crash version, and that
Yes.
Man and Moon hasn't done something completely insane and dropped the balloon off or something. And there we go. We see shuffling two Oracle things, and ooh, self growth from that is gotta sting. Bouncing Lamp and Ghost Hunt. That's 6 credits worth of bounce
I mean,
for the pleasure of being tagged.
honestly, I think I would have bounced the Marrow. Can self growth hit hardware?
Self can hit any installable card.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So yes,
Is
that is an option.
I think the Marrow losing the hand size
Oh yeah, and
with
you
five
would
core
go down
damage
to,
on
yeah,
Zhao
exactly
already
zero. Yeah, that is absolutely brutal.
would be. I'm not sure it's right, but it's
Um,
certainly a very awkward position to be in.
yeah, and I mean it is definitely an option, considering the fact that if you bounce this Marrow, Zoe goes to zero hand size, and it kind of forces the reinstall. Whereas with this Ghost Tongue, you can possibly just get away with not installing it if you don't feel like you have like ways to get value. But any Zoe will reinstall. Okay, so Sabotage 2,
Sabotage
Management
2 in the
still R&D
draws.
wide open.
Yeah, everyone is
Uh,
very pinched for resources. 0 credits all around.
Yeah, and we do see two Raindrops Cutstone used, a Dirty Laundry, two Sure Gambles. So getting a little bit thin on Operation Econ. But okay, Labor Rights. Strike Fund gains 2 credits. That's a good start. And we'll see what the shuffle is. Maybe we'll see finalities. There we go. Uh, And importantly, there is a chance we will that so top decks one of these two finalists that's getting shuffled back in. So finality, labor rights, and draw a card. So 2 clicks remaining. We'll see what the choice is.
So if this is a triple
But
Bolota list, Zhao does not have the credits to steal Bolotas.
exactly. But I think there is the option at this point of just straight up sabotaging the corp to death. Considering that there are just 11, 11 cards in R&D, total of 14 between R&D and HQ, and Man on the Moon on 0 credits unless he's on the shipment from Velizibusк, which notably we do not see anywhere in this list yet.
And there are actually two Spin Doctors face up in archives.
Yes, so
and we don't know if the third one is, in hiding face down, or is still at R&D or HQ somewhere. But Two God already is.
yeah, exactly. And yeah, so yeah, you're pretty likely to steal something, says Tamijo. Absolutely. And we do see just a single access run on R&D. We probably won't see any reses here. And anything? Nothing. All right. And credit of a zone. So we have seen just the one tech punishment card in this self-growth program, and I guess the question on Zoe's mind has to be: does Man in the Moon play Shipment from Velizibusк? And if so, has it already been sabotaged? Because in the event that Shipment from Velizibusk and the Bellona remain in hand and haven't been sabotaged out by something or other, I mean, Man in the Moon on this 3 credit token can just straight up win the game next turn with a fast advance play. Okay, Zoe, still skin scarring.
The thing to shout out is if Zoe can find a way to steal another Bellona, it means that the Oracle think tanks are once again life steals. The Corp does not have time to shuffle them back if stealing it.
That's exactly right. Okay, so click 1, Steel Skin, draw 3, Labor Rights, trashing Banha, Gamble, Finality. You would have liked to see those latter 2 cards, I think. But Zoe shuffling back some. He's having a legwork. Okay, interesting include. So you would have to find some way to get past this gatekeeper. And we do see already 2 lamps discarded or trashed in the heap. Okay. Looks like we do see logic just for credits on our archives, and another think tank squad. That's the third one this game. So of course, gaining 2 credits on Man and Moon up to 5 now. But most critically, the Shimmer from Blizzard was in the bin. Right.
Mm-hmm. It's
So
also good to check the third Spin Doctor is still somewhere in the world.
Yes. So third Spin Doctor is live somewhere. Yes, but critically, unless Man in the Moon is running 2 Shimmer from Blades, it's unlikely, shall we say, that we see a fast advance win in the immediate future.
Mm-hmm.
So Zoe is kind of just safe for now, and can take the foot off the gas a bit and install this buzzsaw, threatening, of course, to go into HQ. So now Chastushka is live once again.
As is the legwork.
As is that notebook, exactly. So Man in the Moon, Southern draw, 5 cards, 5 credits. All the tech punishment is still live, in theory, but we already see, as we've discussed, 2 pieces of it in the bin from random sabotage. So Man will now has to evaluate how are you going to score these last 3 points. Of course, think tank. This third think tank is once again shuffleable back into R&D, which is kind of a nice way to pad R&D to stop yourself from getting decked out, if you think about it.
And the other thing is Man of the Moon on 4 agenda points. there's a potential world where he slowly installs and advances Oracle think tanks in server 1 until he's installed and advanced 3 Oracle think tanks.
Oh, that is that would be pretty funny for sure. Mm, yeah, and of course, that would involve shuffling back the think tank and slow rolling another, cooking it in server
Mm-hmm.
one. Zoe can contest, of course, but it just gets reshuffled. I mean,
Exactly.
it would be a pretty funny Benny Hill sequence if that ended up being the case. But
Like, Zoe can't
uh,
meaningfully contest until he finds another Bologna to actually make them do something.
and Spin Doctor. Okay, this is definitely
So I'm going to
an
once again
important
shout out
find.
recurring the self growth program.
Oh yeah, for sure. But that being said, there's no guarantee of any tech punishment being able to re-resolve once it's been shuffled back. Random sabotage could hit it, and definitely imagine that with only 8 points,
Mm-hmm.
8 points out so far, R&D density is got to be pretty high by now. Okay, so R&D density just increased by a little bit again, and looks like we're going shuffle. Click 2 shuffle think tank. Click 3 Oppo research. Tag number only increasing up to 5 credits now on
Mm-hmm.
Man in the Moon off of that Oppo Research rebate. And importantly, 5 credits, Starlit Night is live.
As is Funhouse.
As is Funhouse, exactly. But Starlit Night, I think at this threat 4 threshold, uh, very important credit threshold to meet because Banha is on R&D and Starlit
Mm-hmm.
Night with these 5 tags is total 7 subroutines. So
Although
Zoe risks.
if Zoe can find a way to get down the Begamon Lamb combo, if I recall correctly, Begabons break any number.
Oh yes, that is definitely correct. And I can't I can't remember. Lamb also breaks any number for
2,
two-credits.
I believe,
So
yes.
yeah, so 2 to paint this Starlit Night, this hypothetical Starlit Night, I should say.
And 2 to break any number,
Uh,
that's 4.
exactly. So 4 credits plus 4 for the lab install, 8 credits to go through a Starlit Night, which is not that hot, but if you want to resolve if you want to resolve a finality, sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
Mm-hmm. So in the one sense, it
This
is 8 to go through. It's also like the actual break cost is only 4, which is actually pretty reasonable for a Starlit Knight. It's just the fact that this lamb is currently in hand owing to the self growth program that makes it.
mm, exactly. And Tamijo saying this has to be a kill deck. The shipment says it isn't, but I don't understand what happened if it isn't. I mean, there is every possibility that this could still be some kind of like end of the line kill deck. And if so, like Zoe is like in mortal peril as we speak,
And I mean, that's
considering
still very
that.
plausible. Like looking at the archives, looking at the influence, there's one virus.
Yes, and we have seen this gatekeeper already, so there's another 12 influences lying around somewhere. So it could very well be some kind of triple end of the line deck, uh, which would which would indicate that uh, sorry, which does, I should say, speak for the presence of uh, the attitude adjustment, because of course it's Man in the Moon would be less interested in scoring agendas if he just wants to kill you, right?
Mm-hmm.
But okay, so drawing two, taking attack on authenticator, drawing 2 cards off of
At
the R plus trigger.
at 5 tags, the R plus trigger is annoying, but there's nothing you're going to die to for five
Like, oh,
tags that you're not
that
going to die
is
to.
7 points. Wait, 6 points in a single legwork. God damn, he's
It's
good.
value legwork. Just wait for
That
it to
was
get
a
built up in hand.
sick legwork. So draw two off of the R plus trigger just to dilute HQ. But I
Mm-hmm.
mean, you have to imagine at this point there were just so many agendas in the game. 8 cards left in R&D. Yeah,
Exactly, like server
legwork.
one.
What a hell of a card. And it was credit perfect for Zoe to steal one Bellona. And then once you steal one Bellona, you only need to steal one think tank. And as we discussed, the think tanks can't get shuffled back in if the cop doesn't get another turn.
Exactly.
So great play by Zoe. Of course, well done to Man and the Moon for sticking out as long against that sustained R&D and HQ pressure.
And so I was going to say something. I forgot what I was going to say. 1 second. Oh, and I was going to say, with Man of the Moon so brick for so long, we only ever saw the 2 ice res on HQ for Man of the Moon. There was no chance to jam things
Yes.
in the remote.
And
To
we
get
never
these
saw
guys
any
out.
other influence other than that Gatekeeper and Mavirus. All right. I guess we can go into game 2 now.
Yep. That was table 7, correct? Yes.
Correct. And we see an ID that is kind of near to my heart, and it's something that we haven't seen in definitely quite a while. Tao Salonga from Man in the Moon running back against Zoe's Op Super Heavy Logistics.
And we did
Now,
see
of course, Op
Sorry, go ahead.
the Op, of course, I was just going to say one of the most flexible cop IDs in the current meta. You could literally be anything. We've seen the Rush Op decks be extremely popular recently, doing very well, putting up pretty decent results. And of course, we see some mutually assured destruction combo ops. We see the flatline ops with Reaper function and urban renewal and so on and so forth. The possibilities are pretty much endless. But yes, back to you.
I was going to say, while Tau's sort of faded out of the meta a little bit, we did see a lot of Tau background Continentals with the Hermes, with the Conduit, setting up these really aggressive pressure,
Ooh.
especially on R&D.
Speaking of aggressive pressure, that's a turn 1 Baya Band's pentagram above the Lost Steel. That is pure value.
And Mayfly coming down.
Right. Okay. So, of course, as many of our viewers would know, Tau, the Tau deck first caught everyone's eye was the one that I played at Apex Continentals way back when. But that deck, of course, was on Hermes as its console choice, and already we see it like a major deviation. Man and Moon is definitely not on that plan. We see a pantograph come down. I mean, it's a Shaper console. Definitely, we've seen more a bit more recently, more commonly in recent weeks, I should say, with all these deep dive combination decks showing up.
So the other thing I'm going to mention is Tau is a pretty good idea at creating like a single week server. And one idea I've heard floated around is the combination of Conduit with Pantograph and Pichashao, or however you pronounce it. I can't quite remember. I need to go check the pronunciation guide. But the
I think
remake
that was not bad. Yeah, yeah. Pisha Shaw.
So you put that down, and then you get Conduit in, you conduit in, you conduit in, you bounce it back, you've still sold something, you reinstall it off the pantograph, you
Yeah.
run
So
through again.
exactly. So your conduit run becomes clickless essentially, and all you need to do is break some amount of ice some number of times, and Sable.
Sable. So it might
That's
be
not
seeing
a
a deep dive plan,
traditional DJ target. Yeah, exactly.
because that's the one thing that immediately comes to mind for Sable is
Yes. So if you're running all three centrals, you're definitely getting a mark value, and that sets up for your additional deep dive.
so in this case maybe the plan is to just shuffle all of the ice to the remote.
I mean,
Because
that's entirely possible. It looks like a deep dive. Yeah, Zoe knows the drill. Definitely Zoe knows the script. Smiley face. Yeah, no Hermes out of 10 from Lolivox in the chat. But yeah, well, definitely I rate this Tau deck a solid pantograph out of 10, I'd say.
honestly, I think Pantograph is like it's not a very flashy console, but it is. It comes down cheap. It's going to give you credits. It's going to give you clicks, which are credits. Like,
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, we didn't really talk about it because it was like very literally the first thing that happened this game. But Zoe did score out a hostile takeover as the very first agenda, right? Which did give that bad publicity value of that buyer bans, which I
mhm.
thought was a very nice touch, getting that pantograph installed for free. But it does kind of feel like Zoe is on some kind of rush op strategy, given that this hostile table came down so early, perhaps. And of course, the existence of a 3-2 in the list kind of lends support to the idea, although, of course, like above the law goes into basically almost every Wayland deck, and you shouldn't be surprised to see it in whatever.
I think basically all of Limit 1 decks, except maybe Longevity Serum. You just start your agenda suite by including a copy of them.
Yeah, that's very fair. I mean, HB, I think probably never leaves home without their luminal
Liminal
transubstantiation.
Transubstantiation.
Yeah. Maybe you see some kind of Glacier Asmari drop the Tomorrow's Headline, but I think in almost every other NBN
Mhm.
deck that cares about tags, you definitely want a Tomorrow's Headline.
Yeah, if you with the like 6x 3-pointer setups, then it sort of gets left on the cutting room floor just because there's not the space to run it.
Yeah. And you the reverse is true. I think a certain very famous netrunner player recently won a world championship with a Wayland deck which specifically went over the minimum deck size just so that he could play above the law in an otherwise big agenda deck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that just speaks to the power of these one per deck agendas.
Yep. Especially above the law can generate some of the most absurd blowouts when it lines up
Oh
right.
yeah, exactly. Trashing a big twinning, for
Or
example,
like liberating their accounts again.
a liberated account, exactly, a DJ Fenris, so on and so forth. But okay, Man on the Moon, running R&D, cost-based R&D, looks like the border control. Of course, we could go with a Mayfly, but no, looks like that's not the option.
I think
This is not a high
popping
enough
the
value run to
Mayfly and
consider.
just having even potentially the border control popped or the second ice
Yeah,
just stop it just doesn't
definitely feels
seem.
bad. Yeah. And we do see from Man and Moon a Hannah Wheels Pelintro install. Of course, a 2 influence Anak card. We have been seeing a lot more of this card in Shaper decks recently, just because of the ability to contest remotes in this in some kind of possibly go white asset decks.
Build
And
script.
even ooh, okay. What is Man in the Moon cooking, huh? Yeah, so it looks like he's extremely all in on this deep dive play, and of course, and I was mentioning that wheels, even if without utility, in the even without any utility against non-asset matchups, you can still crack it to just gain a click. Remove an X sometimes is relevant, but even if it isn't, that does give you a fifth click to fire off the second half of a deep dive. And Man on the Moon on 18 credits, still of course has to deal with this border control somehow. But
Mm-hmm. Well, it's
and we
move
see,
it elsewhere.
yeah, yeah, we see how he deals with the border control. He says, get on the remote.
Mm-hmm.
You can't border control me if I never run the remote. And there is every chance that we can see a deep dive go off in the next turn or two.
So I mean, coming back to Hannah for a second, I think it's like Trash Game 2 Clicks has a well-established competitive pedigree, but I'm just going to say it, her hat is not nearly as good.
Uh, well, I see a dog in the art. Dogs are pretty nice, but yeah, yeah. No, nobody told him to wear that hat. Where is Base Bongo when you need him? Okay, bravado. Okay, so we are seeing more and more of this kind of interesting influence spend come out from Man in the Moon. Bravado. I mean, we
I
have
think a
seen this card
thimble
splash
rig.
before in some kind of in like notably this kind of like value red Anak decks out of Hoshiko.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think we've seen it out of any shaper
Tau.
recently. Have we?
Yeah,
Maybe some kind of Arisana
I
that
certainly
plays
have
for the
not.
run
I was
value.
not expecting the Tau Bravado. But
Oh
interestingly, we
yeah,
are seeing a thimble rig here, which can completely undo, given enough time, any of the
exactly.
ice fussing about that Tau wants to do.
Exactly. This was a massive rest for Zone, even if it doesn't look like it. I mean, definitely, Man of the Moon could have gotten past this Mayfly with this Timber with the Mayfly, I should say, two score this slash and burn agriculture. But evaluating that, this Mayfly is much more important on any potential deep dive turn,
Mm-hmm. It's also a great
and then
way,
and
with the Bad Felicity credits, of just checking all of these servers. Like, check the server, force the res, burn some credits from the corp.
oh, and definitely for sure. So Lonely Velp saying, the runner could thimble swap with border control post passing and trash the end run before breach. That's absolutely correct, and that's like a very sneaky thing that you can do with Thimblerick. And I'm sure that Zol will be thinking about any of these kinds of combinations after uh, like on his next few start of turns when this Thimblerick trigger gets to shuffle things around, and it's as I said an excellent counter to like Tao's like strategy, this deep dive towels strategy of trying to put all the annoying ice somewhere you don't need to care about it. And now Man and Moon has his work cut out for him uh, if he wants to resolve a deep dive against this border control. So Zol, of course, with this Spin Doctor Res, slash and burn is definitely no longer something to be that worried about getting stolen. But with 7 cards in hand and only 5 credits, he has to kind of plan out what's going to be happening with the rest of his turn.
I'm sure he'd love to be like a hedge fund here, but for the fact that we haven't seen one, I'm guessing there probably isn't one available.
Yeah, I mean that's very astute, and I will note that uh, the round will end in 11 minutes according to our Discord timer. So,
Man in the Moon just called 13 minutes in the game chat.
30, okay, sure, fair enough. Okay, so just going to be an install click regolith license. Fairly respectable turn, all things considered. It's not quite a hedge fund, but plus 4 credits, and now Man and Wood has to think if he wants to contest this. Drawing 2 off Stone Chip Chart Room. Of course, you can get in with this Mayfly, barring any swap into border control shenanigans. But I mean, you have to evaluate if it's worth it. If you
Mhm.
want to save your breaking potential for this deep dive, and you have to find a way to force through. Uh,
Although, if you can force out border control activations on non-deep dive turns, that's
yeah, of course, that's an amazing plus. Okay, Sandstone is the res on HQ, and once again, Man in the Moon thinking about this Mayfly. So it would cost 4 to pub and 1 to pick. So 5 credits, 4 of which are real credits. After the bad publicity, you will get your clickback and an access on HQ. And I mean, we have seen like 3 agendas in the game already. 4 if you include this. If you include this slash and burn agriculture that just got shuffled back.
that just got shuffled. Yeah. I was
So
gonna say I don't see
evaluating, okay,
the
yeah. So
urgency to break through here.
exactly. I should say, it was worth an additional click from the HQ mark.
Mm-hmm.
So there was maybe a consideration, but Man and Moon says no, not worth my
I think
time.
Man in the Moon's just trying to find out
Just
what the ice is, So he knows what breakers
Yeah,
he needs.
exactly. Just scouting. And if you can get all your breakers down with this Pishashaw as well as DJ Sable, it's entirely possible that just one border control is not going to be enough to stop you from getting your 3 central runs that you're required. So Cyberchip, pretty good install here. Uh, you can get back a used Mayfly, so you have basically two centrals worth of runs covered.
Mm-hmm.
And we will have to see a discard, and we see a pinhole threading discard. All right, fair enough. That this Regolith mining license probably not worth the time to go after.
So we haven't, like, the only real breaker we've seen is what, this Ica? We haven't seen any other permanent breakers so far.
That's very true.
And Tao's only has 14 cards left in the stack.
Oh yeah. I mean that's the power of like the 40 card shaper identity, right? Between we've seen build script, we've seen buyer bands, we've seen all 3 storage chat rooms and a nuker as well. That's a lot of draw. And I mean, haven't even seen any diesels yet, which I assume that you have to be on if you're on a shaper. But here we go, another fast advanced play. And looks like no access to clock available for Man in the Moon, if it's even in the deck. And Azef protocols, of course, with that trash on the ice wall, you have to imagine that it's Azef protocols. The only
Getting
agenda that
2
does
deep
that. Yeah,
dives.
2 deep dives. That's crazy, and that's not what you want to see if you're a Man in the Moon fan.
Definitely not.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, two deep dives gone, and I mean, I surely. Sorry again from Zoe. Yeah, both players definitely know what an amazing hit that was. So Zoe, of course, having to discard from end of turn, but definitely looking a lot more comfortable. He can definitely sit a bit easier, knowing that firstly he's up 5 points to second, hitting those 2 deep dives,
Mm-hmm.
putting Man that much further away, that much more draw needed to find what we can only assume the third deep dive, as well as all his breaker solutions. And 3, something we didn't even mention exactly. Fun says the Thimblerick doing the Thimblerick thing again, and that Pisha Shaw swapping that sandstone off
Yes.
centrals and saying, you can come into this remote all you want. It doesn't matter. Come and trash this. Come and trash
Regolith.
this Regolith mining license. I'm just one deep dive. I'm sorry, one audacity away from victory. I don't need credits anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, so the mind games and the war of swaps continue. The Tau trigger swapping the sensor back onto HQ. So Petrograph no install, and I'm sure that like Man in the Moon has been kicking himself for that deep dive, uh, that double deep dive meat damage because of this swap. I mean, there was every possibility that he could have gotten a deep dive off this time, even through this border control, just
Mm-hmm.
because of the Tau trigger and the swap back, and you're getting so many clicks.
Potentially 2 deep
Sables,
dives
of
even.
course, on archives. Sorry.
Potentially 2 deep dives even with the Peach Delve
Yeah,
reinstall off
yeah, of
the.
course. Yeah, with Sable and with Wheels and with Pizza Shaw, that's so many extra clicks. You could even have gotten 2 deep dives off that. Okay, Cyber Chip is the install. Extract is the access. Extremely irrelevant at this point. But your click back, still 4 clicks. So 15 cards between grip and stack. Does Man in the Moon have the ability uh to get this deep dive? Third deep dive. Click 2 is Diesel. Okay. Not a great signifier. Uh and I'm not sure if you can still do it. With Cyber Chip. With Cyber Chip, you can get past border control. Hell, you even can get past border control twice, I suspect. Uh, with like double cyber chip just for Mayfly.
Mhm.
But of course, you will have to deal with R&D ice on 4 credits. Maybe it's not that. Maybe it's not reservable, especially not if Zoe wants to preserve the chance to Audacity fast advance next turn. But maybe Man in the Moon can. All right, installs Gauss and Bravado on archives. So this will get a clickback from Sable. So we will see if Zoe wants to pull the trigger on this end the run, because with the clickback on with the clickback on the wheel, on Sable, you can still pop wheels and get a double deep dive off. And okay, so we'll be ending the run as Zoe, putting this sandstone on archives. Definitely can still go through with the Gauss and your clickback, but you would have to commit your wheels. I'm sorry. So yeah, you can run. Yes, you can run archives again, pop wheels, run R&D, and no matter what the R&D ice is, you can still break it with a simul-chip Mayfly and get a single access deep dive off. And with the nature of these rush objects, I think you are like fairly likely to be able to see at least one agenda in these 8 cards, right? The only question is, does Zoe have the Audacity combination in hand already?
I'm not sure what agenda is good enough.
All right. So Manu running archives using this simul chip. What is in the heap? I mean, we see looks like just the Mayfly. Yeah, looks
Well, there
like
is a
just the
slash and burn
Mayfly.
in the heap that we know about.
That is true. Of course, this Spin Doctor coming off of the op trigger of the Azaf protocol. And oh, this is really nice actually. So installing this Mayfly off of the simul chip, and normally you wouldn't be able to trash a program off simul chip because a program has already been trashed this turn. But then using the install itself to say, I'm installing a program, therefore I want to uninstall something else. And then using the second simul chip to reinstall Pisha Shaw on this R&D ice. So getting a click back, so you don't even have to use wheels this turn if you don't want to. And this way, you even play around R&D being a second border control because you have another, like a bonus extra click to pop wheels if you need to. So 2 clicks remaining for Man and Moon, and definitely he's thinking about. We have to assume that there's going to be a deep dive play now, considering like the lengths it's going to, burning not just 1 but 2 simul chips and adding the Pisha Shaw back to hand.
Exactly. So do you think this obelisk has any 3-pointers? Because we're getting very close to time here.
I mean, surely not with Rush Up. I think you're just on like 11 agendas and
I'm not expecting any 3-pointers, but without
a Project Alice. And so wait, what does this do anything for the board state? I mean, Zoe is on 0 points now. And you could install back this Pisha Shaw.
Yeah, you install back the Pisha Shaw.
Although so that happens. Of course, it may just get swapped off next turn. Oh wait. Ooh, this is really nice actually. So now he just wheels. He's using wheels for clickless remote run to gain another bonus click off this Pisha Shaw repass.
Really
this is some extremely heads-up play. What an absolute play. So Man just mines an extra bonus click, and now somehow, some way he's got a deep dive, and that's it. It's 2 agendas in the top 8 from nothing. Man in the Moon has made the magic happen, and in one extremely long, convoluted series of events, has made like four extra clicks in a
Hmm.
in a in a 3-click turn, and it's won the game on the spot. Wow,
That was a really slick play.
incredible! What a sick line! Holy damn! That was a hell of a banger of a game. And and I mean, you would think, with that border control, with the Thimblerick tricks, that Zoe, had
Hmm.
a reasonable grip on the game, going to five points, threatening or destiny scoring the turn after, and Manamon just finds the line, does the swapperoo with the pantograph and all, and just finds so many extra clicks and just pulls them out of thin air. I think uh the Pisha Shaw triggered 3 times that turn off of like, and that's just like just incredible stuff. Just incredible. And that was after, let us not forget, this was after a turn where 2 deep dives got meat damage out of hand from an SF protocol.
Hmm.
That's like quite possibly the most amazing thing. So Manimon had to diesel into the third deep dive, and then you know pull a rabbit out of the hat. And by God, what a rabbit that was! Wow, you know that was just round one.
Yeah, that's round one. We've got, I believe, 3 more to go before we cut to the top. What was our top cut? 1 second.
Top cut. I think it's a top three top cut. Although I could be wrong about this. I unfortunately was a little bit late for the player meeting. For top three single elimination, which means that with our 26 player field, there will be uh, 2 CBI invites up for grabs today.
Hmm. We've got more than 20, so there are 2 invites up for grabs.
Yep. So that means that with a top three cut single link, that means the second and third place runners, players, I should say, will play the round, and I do believe the second seed gets their pick of side, and after that single sided game, in theory, the second seed, or the winner of the game, I should say, plays against the first seed to determine the actual winner of the AMT. Although I think at both players' discretion, because both players would have qualified for the invitation, the CBI invite at that point, there is a possibility that time and schedule and time zones permitting, that there may not need to be a final, and the first seed could just walk away
Hmm.
with uh, the AMT winner, shall we say, title. But that's 3 rounds away, and we've got another round going to be paired very shortly, I would say.
So, are there any
And there we
particular
go.
matches you're interested in spectating for this one?
Oh yeah, that's an excellent point.
I
So
was kind of looking at like maybe table 4. It's got a Earth Station C headquarters in it.
oh oh my, and yeah, sure. Why the hell not? And it does look like that is, I can't see, that is Wild Sand on Earth Station. Yeah, why not? Yeah, definitely interested in seeing what an Earth Station deck looks like. All right.
Waiting for permission to stream.
Right. I mean, so we did see like a whole bunch of we did see like a runner split in that last game. Uh and looks like the whole bunch of splits actually. So 8 splits and only 5 sweeps in the first round,
Hmm.
and looks like the majority of the splits were runner splits, which is I think a little bit of a surprise. Would you say this meta? I would think that uh, the majority of people would consider this to be a corp favor meta.
Yeah, I thought
So
this was
like
considered to be
five
slightly
runner
corp favored,
splits.
so runner splits are definitely a little.
Hmm. Uh, Still recovering from that last time. Yeah, I mean that last time, man, and would really pull out all the stops on that one. That was so sick. Actually, I want to go back to that replay. Crazy. UK
We're
Nets
also
incredibly
seeing
caught favor. Yeah, less into the Singapore Nets.
we're also seeing
Quite
some
possibly.
419 here, who obviously was a really dominant ID in previous metas, but hasn't been seeded the past year or so as like a top tier ID.
Mhm.
It's sort of migrated
Sure.
over to Hoshiko.
Toshiko, even his Crim compatriot Sable, and we see, of course, like Shapers making a comeback in recent weeks
Mhm.
with Lad, with very notably Cable Carnage playing Kit at UK Nationals to great effect.
Yep, there is actually one kit player in the tournament. I was considering expecting them this round, but they were playing against Zhao, who we'd seen just last round. So
Mm. All right. And so we see the classic precision design against 419. I think in past metas, this matchup was incredibly common, but as you say, 419 a little bit out of favor now, but we still, of course, see some the 419 diehards of the identity and some extremely good players like have had 419 as their calling card, right? From old metas into recent metas and even into current meta. Uh, I mean, notably among them, of course, players like Rongi Doge, who played Mining Accident 419 at Worlds. CTZ, of course, very uh, very well known for his CTZ The Worm, which is one of the, I think, highest rated NRDB decklists of the year, of 2023, I should say. And we'll see what Wildside has in store for us.
exactly.
But I mean, pretty reasonable start, I'd say, with a double gamble into class act
Class act to
opening.
refill sounds good. Just you know, do your best class act impression. Pretend you're Andromeda.
Of course. And we go, oh,
Boomerang Doof.
yes,
This is like really classic Crim. Crim hasn't been
oh
playing
yeah.
this way as much recently, but the diversion of funds can be such a backbreaking card if it lands.
Speaking of backbreaking, we see this MIC res. So looks like
Which can be boomeranged
Fnatic will
down
going down to
to
0 credits.
yeah, it can be boomeranged to get through, get the access.
Yeah, so you will lose a click on this on this run. So
So
yeah,
what if
so
the loose
lose
clicks
click
will
on the
fire?
run. Yes, so lose a click will fire. Of course, Wildside has no incentive to let this diversion go off. You just take this access now.
Yep.
Uh, of course, the alternative was to just not fire the boomerang and save it for a future turn.
Mm-hmm.
Just let the sub resolve. You've only got one click to lose anyway, but
But
pays off.
I mean, touch
Lumino
agendas.
transfer
That's all you need. But this
gets started
Rashida to
again.
bounce back is really strong.
Yes, exactly. So the third and I think possibly most unintuitive play that Wildside could have made was to use the boomerang to break both loose click subroutines let the end run fire, and because you keep your click,
Right, and then
you
go
get to
to
run server 2,
server 2.
yeah, with PDs on 0 credits and trash this Rashida, which you suspect is a Rashida, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have to suspect it's a Rashida. So of course, uh, that has the of course the drawback of stranding your boomerang in the heap because you didn't make a successful run. But I think
Exactly.
yeah, it's a price you may be willing to pay if you see the line. Of course, Watson didn't go for that, but doesn't matter. Still gets rewarded with a luminous steal, which you know what they say: whoever scores the lumina wins the game.
We were talking last game. All of the one per deck agendas, really good. And
Oh yeah.
as a runner, I am happy that my opponent will never score that thing and get 3 clicks for free.
That's absolutely correct. 2 points closer to winning the game is one less agenda they need to fight through the kind of like hell remotes that PD is so notorious for setting up
Mm-hmm.
with the skunk void and maybe the branch and the border controls and all kinds of nasty HB ice that you can chuck in there. And okay, so fanatical installing a reglyph, clicking once, and icing R&D. So 4 credits available. Uh, so it was an expose in server 2. So of course, you imagine that was always a plan. Now Bravado and R&D. So of course, definitely an interesting decision to go Bravado R&D instead of contesting this
So I think Bravadoing
this
R&D
regolith.
actually does a really good job of contesting server 2, because if like the R&D ice is rezzed, then there's probably not enough money to rest the ice on server 2, and Wild Sam will have the money with the Bravado credits that he probably feels comfortable going over and trashing the Regolith.
Right, of course, exactly. And okay, so Fanatico says, I will take this this drafter fire and add this Rashida to HQ. So like Fanatico basically saying, okay, this I accept that this regolith is going to get trashed, but
But
it's
I'll
a
just
price I'm willing to pay
jam a
because
Rashida
maybe I
in
can
its place
go,
instead, and
yeah, we can
you'll
go
have to come
like
back.
install Rashida, cred next turn. And we see like a new card, a card in a new server, I should say. And maybe the Rashida may not, forcing Wildsam to check. And
Mm-hmm.
I think Wildsam will be contesting at least one of these remotes. There we go, 0 credits. Probably no rest on this server 2. And there we go, trashing this 12 credit regolith.
I mean, are there any 0 pop-up window? Pop-up window.
Pop-up window, yeah, it's a thing. Rhyme as well. And okay, so
Mm-hmm.
Rashida was the install from HQ.
But it still like taxes
So
out of clicks, taxes out of credit, and it was mostly free.
yeah, so it did cost you like uh it did cost you like a bunch of trashes on the board, and of
Mm-hmm.
course, but the advantage is you get this drafter rest, and I mean, who knows? Perhaps Fanatical was even bluffing that the server 2 ice was reservoir on 4 credits, in which case resing drafter was the only option.
Exactly. And the other thing is, Wild Sam's put a lot of pressure in, but at the end of the day, Fanakido has 2 ice rezzed, has a full hand of cards, like Archive's not, really full of stuff, and puts down a
And
Regolith, clicks it twice,
yeah,
and
second
says, I've got
regolith,
money.
definitely don't mind that. And now, pretty much every ice in the deck is reservoir now, right? As a PD player. So your MIC is your MIC is live. Ooh, inside job.
Inside
All right.
job.
Well, so much for rising ice. So much for having money. So Watson, that was a 5 credit uh challenge on this server 2 second regolith.
Mm-hmm.
And back up to clicking for credits. Of course, with this daily card taking Fanatical with a hedge fund. Very nice find on the hedge fund. Probably maybe had that for 1 or 2 turns before trying to click up and finally getting the money off of that
Mm-hmm.
regolith double click.
Well,
but back in the business on PD. Yep.
coming back to what I was saying about Wild Sam, we've seen a lot of pressure on the corp, but Wild Sam hasn't really developed his board state. He's got a class act.
Yeah, exactly. And no breakers whatsoever to speak of. You're very used to seeing Omakua in this 419 list to put additional pressure on the ID ability.
Or maybe like a Paragon to help, go through the cards, find the right
Exactly.
cards, make a little bit
But
of
here we
money.
go. Yeah. More, more of this, criminal aggression coming out. We see another bravado come out. And 8 credits. We've already seen one drafter, so no odds of there being another drafter lower. And I think you're not that unhappy to see any res here if you're Wild Sam. I think any ice that Fenakito will rest, is a significant chunk of their. And okay, second drafter. That is definitely not good.
I was gonna say you might be really unhappy to see a Ansel here if that's a gank lying in the root, but that would be a bit out there, I'll admit.
A little bit out there, and even like a bot clear at this stage of the game, it's okay. You kind of
Mm-hmm.
you kind of bump to lose a daily cast with 4 credits on it. But it's fine, right?
Right.
But okay, drafters, getting a hedge fund, getting another regolith,
Mm-hmm.
with the
This could potentially
expos,
be a
sure
Managarm
you
coming
got
down.
yes. And of course, you wouldn't be able to trash this regolith anyway because Wild Sam is only on 1 credit and the bravado credits only get added after the run's over.
Okay.
So just a
Tranquility.
Tranquil.
Okay.
Okay.
And a
Regolith. So losing 1 credit of value off of this Tranquility not being rest on the regolith, but I think Fenakito is
well,
definitely not unhappy about
that
this
was
situation.
assuming that it was if there was a regolith in there and then the Tranquid got installed on top.
Yes. Oh no, it was the regolith install from the expos you can see, but I think not. Yeah, I don't think it's the biggest of deals from
Mm-hmm.
Fenakito. Uh, like with this regolith ticking, 2 drafter fives, you're definitely happy to just pump the brakes a bit. Wild Sam doesn't look like applying any. Oh, another install in server 2. Surely this is a okay. Still no res on this Tranquil. Not sure what's up with that. But either way, still and clicking this regolith one time. Okay, yeah, sure.
Time.
So this will be the third regolith that we see, and I think we won't be seeing a contest on this one for the third time, just because
I
of
don't
the
think
econ
so.
situation. Yeah,
I sort of think
and
Wilson
like I
wants to
mean,
just potentially slam archives here, stack up the turtle counters.
exactly, and like one drafter face check in a game
Oh
is
no,
bad
we are
enough,
seeing
and
the test on the regolith.
so many regoliths died in vain this game.
I mean, this is
So
just
much
like
hate. It's just Moon Rock, guys. You don't have to fight over it. There's plenty for everyone. But yeah, we've seen. I think one regolith was trashed off an inside job. One was just trashed off a run when the cop was on 0 credits and couldn't
yep.
defend it.
What was
And
pinhold?
the third was pinhole. Pinhole, showing more respect for the regolith than whatever other defensive upgrade, which we assume is in server 2.
I mean, it is a lot of money. Like
Yeah, for sure.
if the corp gets to just sit around all day, collect the regoliths, uh, money woes are a thing of the past.
And we see here that Fat is still pretty healthy on the econ. Found I wouldn't say another hedge fund. It's the same hedge fund from the drafter file before. So back up to 9 credits, which is fine.
Yeah,
And
I
that
want to see a nice archives here. Shut the turtle out.
yeah, there we go. So this Tranquility Home Grid has started to chug along, which is very nice. Although the credit gain is a little bit offset by the fact that you're going to have to start paying into this 419 ability just to
Mhm.
make sure this turtle isn't getting free value. But WhatsApp, just drawing a card, gamble, and oh, okay. So it wasn't another defensive upgrade, it was an offload. It's an offload office. All right. So back up to 13 credits
PD
with a
scores off
seamless launch back
off.
to hand.
Return seamless launch. It's just
Classic
like
precision design.
the bread and butter PD.
Yeah. I mean, you've seen it in 2021, you see it now, nothing has changed. God bless System Gateway.
Mhm.
Espequia asking how to get all us to JNet. I do believe what you have to do is if you donate to JNet, if you become a JNet contributor, you get to select which kind of alt arts you want to use when you're playing your games. So of course these are available these are visible not just to yourself but your opponents as well, which is why we're able to see this very nice this is a Worlds 2020 hedge fund alt art. Very cool. I myself am partial to the NASX ones, the FFG era NASX ones, but that's personal taste, and there are plenty of hedge fund alts out there. I'm sure there's one for everyone.
Mhm. And we're just seeing server 2 being built up. This is probably another agenda and potentially a Managarm.
Oh yeah, so uh, you can safely assume maybe that Skunk Void is set up on the remote, and at this point, 18 credits, 2 defensive upgrades, and 2 ice. Uh, the drafter is still not breakable by anything that Warsam has access to.
Although Drafter, it's great, it's amazing. You can walk through it if you really want to.
You really want to, but you can, but you really don't. And ooh, fifth card in this reward. Okay, so if Skunk Void wasn't up before, it almost certainly is now, and maybe this server two, the third defensive upgrade is maybe a virus or something of the effect.
A
So,
virus or a
um,
tracker.
ooh, spicy.
Um, is Price X still in rotation? I don't think Price X is in
Pricing
rotation.
is out of rotation. Maybe it's it could be
Hendrick?
other things.
Could be
Maybe it's a
Hendrick.
Volvo already.
Vovo, Hendrick.
Yeah.
There's what's it? Tempest.
Tempest. Wow, that's a card I haven't heard in a long time. I mean, there's all kinds of weird defensive upgrades. Maybe not even defensive, just upgrades in general in
Mhm.
HB. There's stuff like defense construct. Shout out to Monday.
I mean, we haven't
There's a
seen.
Helheim servers,
Oh, Helheim's
something like that.
Helheim's really funny. I was experimenting the other day. I was trying to make a deck with like Helheim servers and way too many subliminal messagings.
That'll do it. Yeah, just get them all back to hand and hold them.
It
Plugable
was
says could still be ganked. Yeah, it could still be another ganked. And of course, ganked with a drafter. Definitely not as devastating as ganked Ansel.
but it's
But if you
still
can't break it,
like
gank drafter, yes, it will add all of archives back to HQ, which is a hell of a combo.
yeah. Add
But
archives to HQ. Install. Okay, so that's a Rashida. So there's no agenda there, which means that these are all defensive upgrades.
yeah, and I mean Fanakito, you have to imagine, is definitely desperately searching for like anything to this gem in this remote right now. 19 credits, extremely healthy total. Uh, like even discarding down to 6 cards at end of turn. Uh, Extremely good to go for Skunk Void, and 17 credits with this HQ install. Uh, uh, you are fairly you're fairly safe against any kind of doof play.
Hmm.
But okay, another card going in server 2, second eyes of HQ. So of course, Wild Sam with this echelon install does have some kind of way to break this drafter. So server 2 and R&D a little bit more contestable now, but still no Still no way to break any barriers. So even like an ablative barrier keeps you out. Let's not even talk about the good stuff like Brand 1.0.
Well, Braun 1.0 is clickable if you've got the clicks.
That is true. That is true. And okay, we see an archives run here. With double duty. Ooh, a Brand
Speaking
on
of
archives.
Braun
That is
1.0, we are seeing a Braun 1.0 here.
Yep. Brand 1.0 in the chat. And I think Wildtab will just let this fire. It looks like I don't think it's worth clicking the first subroutine. Yeah, looks like just gonna be a fire all. You can have an eyes on archives. Happy to commit a brand that you've committed a brand there already. If a brand is on archives, means it's not on the remote. And Earthrise Hotel. So down to 4 credits on Wild 10, but still daily cast still ticking for a little bit. Plus 8 credits on this liberated account. So still able to bounce back. Not to mention, of course, a no free lunch, 3 credits on tap on demand.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say I really want to see Fanakito score something here before all this drip economy finishes. Before Wild Sam finishes clicking the liberated.
Yeah, so we see a Seabush launch coming down. That'll be on server 2. And advance is another off. So back up to 19 credits on Fanakito.
So we are seeing a bounce from Hermes here.
Oh, that is very true. So eyes on
And that's the
R&D.
ice on R&D.
So we're going to discard 2 cards on 2 cards on the side of precision design.
Mhm.
And yeah, so R&D is wide open with this echelon on 3. And Walt said, not the healthiest credit situation, but he's got that drip if he wants it.
Got 2
Otherwise, he's
drip, and then
ticking.
there's another 8 credits on the liberated.
Yeah, and if we see some kind of like R&B multi-access come down, maybe like in the CTZ variation, sometimes you see Maker's Eye, if that's a thing, and this could kind of just snowball into creating bigger holes on HQ, which you can drive
Yeah.
try and resolve some kind of HQ run event like another diversion or a legwork.
For us, it's just gonna be a single access on R&D, trying to get
Yeah.
some
Yeah,
information.
Thunderbird says, yeah, you really want to see a bravado or laundry or something on R&D liberated. Nothing here. So of course it was 2 credits for an access, but you get a total counter and a leash counter, so not the worst thing in the world.
Mm-hmm. So one of the defensive upgrades in server 2 is a virus. It could be a little awkward if you're really counting on the turtle or on the leech for a critical run and it gets denied.
Sure, no doubt. And I wonder if Walter is thinking about this server too, because I think if Fenakito has an Ichor project or some other 5/3 in hand, you assume it's an Ichor.
Boomerang
There
targeting
is a
the.
there is a world where you just install advanced and Ichor project with a seamless launch in hand, to score it out next turn, which forced Wild Sam to make some kind of big play happen in order to either contest the remote or get a Hermes bounce.
Yeah, like install advance and put an ice down
Yeah,
is.
maybe you ice R&D again or something to that effect.
We do see Boomerang being lined up on HQ.
Yeah. Definitely something for Fenakito to think about. So Unity would break MIC for 4 credits after the pump and break 3 subs.
Yeah, Unity's a really interesting icebreaker. I like it a lot. I kept building Baba Yaga rigs with Unity. It's the best strength boost in the game, eventually.
Okay, so we do see another install server 2. Tranquil will draw a card. All right. Okay, that's a spin doctor. So total another counter. So maybe not the most important thing in the world. if there's a Mavarius in the remote. But if no other card goes down this turn, we will know for sure that Wild Sam will know for sure, I should say, that uh, there's no game-ending pressure this turn. But okay, greasing the palm into the remote. No messing around for Fenakito.
Yeah, I like using the palm, especially with PD, which can run a little bit larger than hand size with like free recursion. It can
Yeah,
just be nice to get multiple cards out of your hand at once for a little bit of extra value.
that's absolutely correct. And so yeah, so we do see the play server 2 install and icing R&D. Of course, given the choice, you would want to ice the remote where, sorry, the central where the agendas are in. So maybe that's an indication that there isn't anything in HQ. And leg work. That's what Sam saying, I'm going to call this bluff.
Mm-hmm.
If there's an agenda in HQ, I'm going to find it. 50% chance if there's one agenda in HQ off of this run with this triple access. And so, as we discussed, 4 credits for this MIC, getting some amount of value. You get a leech, you get possibly a turtle, even if you don't score any agendas. And if you do score,
Mm-hmm.
you bounce server 2. And I mean, let's not forget, if there is an agenda and you access an agenda on the first hit, you get 2 more accesses to bounce this alleged Echo project in server 2 with, and just win the game
Yes.
instantly on a single legwork. And if that's the case, it wouldn't be the first. It wouldn't even be the first time today we've seen the game won off a single legwork.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So border
Perfect
control system.
seamless
Okay,
tranquility.
so no dice,
Yeah, they're all
nothing in
cards.
R&D.
If I access my opponent's hand and I find any it, I'm so confused.
They're all cards, no dice here. All right. So Walton probably has to go R&D now. Uh, so there is a world where you run here and it's like it's a barrier and the virus gets rest and you just completely get locked out, which would be
Mm-hmm.
extremely unfortunate.
So the other
But
thing,
we'll
right,
see.
is that Robson has to play like this is the last turn of the. Yep, there's a barrier.
There's a barrier.
You don't even need to
And
have a virus.
yeah, exactly. It's like virus counter perfect. Do not need a virus. And I think the border control access from HU is a little bit indicative that definitely there was a barrier installed last time, because surely you install a barrier
Mm-hmm.
if you have one, right? And the fact that a border control is in HQ means that there's a better barrier that you would rather install on R&D.
Yes.
So
And
far
once
is
again, we
all.
see an indicator that the Fnatic is going. The only way I lose is on this R&D access through not accessing.
Yeah,
And like, if this
and
is double seamless onto Ikawa, that's game.
that's absolutely game. So I'm not sure if you can get any more accesses this game if you're Wild Sam, because brand on R&D archives, and
Mm-hmm.
uh we assume Skunk Void on server 2, so no way of getting in with one click.
Yeah, and
And
you can still ship it at home.
HQ is a mix. So even if there are agendas in HQ, you can just burn the mix and say end the run unless you spend your pick, of which you have none of. Right.
Seamless.
And there we go. Seamless number 1,
Seamless
seamless
number
number
two.
2, and looks like an
Advance.
Echo project.
Nope, Architect
And
Employment Test.
excuse me, this isn't part of the script.
So what's the flashiest thing you can hit off Architect Employment Test? Tier?
Here, I mean, fair enough.
Fairchild? Is
But
Fairchild still
on
in rotation? Or did Fairchild rotate out with the other Fairchilds?
Fairchild rotated, unfortunately. I think the biggest HBIs in rotation is Tier. But honestly, if I'm Fenakito, the thing I want to get most
Is an agenda in
from
server
this
2?
arc it's just jam another agenda in server 2. Like
Yeah.
it actually doesn't matter.
So actually, if there's like a project for Vitruvius, you can just seamless it with the seamless that got returned by scoring.
Yes, exactly. And wait, hold up. Fenakito declines to use arcade deployment test to install R&D, which is wow, what is extremely curious. And uh, I mean, of course, you imagine that if any agenda gets installed, and I didn't think of this earlier, right? You just had gotten instantly bounced from Hermes, which means
Mhm.
that Walton gets more chances to wreck HQ. But Fenakito has one click remaining, so maybe you can still jam. But now with IRD, so with your scoring remote only having a single drafter on it, Walton can, in theory, just challenge it and make you spend a bunch of your creds on uh and your cards on void triggers. And it was installed outside the remote. Okay. Now do you pay for this? Exposure spin doctor. Alright, sure. I mean, but this has got to be a breath of life for Wild Sam.
Mhm.
I think I think everybody would called it dead to rights. Like once the double seamless came down, but turns out no install
Yeah.
on that architect deployment test, and it wasn't even a 5-3 that a game ending 5-3 in the first place.
I sort of want to
Uh,
see another ice go down on server 2, and then even like a manual purge if there's none of the virus.
Quite possibly, yes. So Doof, another Doof. And now this one will hurt a bit. This one hurts a bit more because Fanakito is definitely not in like in a situation where you can just shrug off this kind of 5 credit loss. Okay, drafter is the rest. Just to burn this boomerang. And 4 credits. 4 credits uh for this unity, you assume.
No, it's 3 credits on the turtle.
Oh, that's absolutely right. Yeah, there's a total on 4. So yeah, it will be 3 credits if there isn't a purge of some kind. And maybe we see like a bunch of like reses on server 2 just so you don't get to steal money. Is there a way? No, just do for 5. And now Wildsen has the ability to go into server 2 and clean it out actually.
Well, it's still really
Oh, and the
expensive. Okay, with this
bones.
bones, that makes it much more affordable.
Yeah. So now you can just walk in and bravado into server 2.
Well, I mean, if you
This is
get buffed
perfectly
with
fine.
anoetic, like you can still be anoetic here.
Sure. Yeah, so you have to, yeah, it would have well, in theory, just a Managam would do it without him having to discard off Animatic.
Okay, yeah, the Madagarm can do it in this particular
Yeah,
situation also.
there we go. So ends the run. But I think Watson, I mean, you're a little bit bummed about it, uh, but still, you've Fenakito don't think is in any position to contest, or sorry, to try and get another score this turn. And let's say even with a biotic labor, you would still need 5 credits. 5 credits plus the tranquility homebrew trigger. So it's just gonna be credit, 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 and yeah, and even then, still 1 credit off being able to biotic score Project Vitruvius next turn for the win, which
Mm-hmm.
means that Wild Sam can continue just you know running at this
Disassemble server 2.
server to yeah, and
So do you ever check
forcing
server 4 here?
resource
Okay,
commitment.
while save Alexa check server 4. Is a spin doctor. Last spin doctor of the game.
Last bit doctor of the game. I'm not sure. Uh, I'm not sure what happened to our in-game clock, but this game definitely has not been going on for 63 minutes and 38 seconds. A little bit odd. But yes, so don't worry, dear viewers. There's still plenty of time left in the round. And by my clock, looks like there's still about half an hour left in the round. So void is the rest. So we see 5 credits or 2 clicks spent by Wild Sam is the question. spending 2 clicks. All right. So now Fanakito has to spend 2 credits and discard 2 cards, which
Or
we'll be
accept
doing
that the server's
momentarily.
just like not worth so much effort of protecting. Okay, just like to protect
Okay,
it.
so yeah, so yeah, this is like the point in the game where it just becomes all about the remote, right?
Mm-hmm.
Uh like with 6 credits, it's not the most number of credits in the world, but definitely definitely WhatsApp has still enough gas left in the tank to make like at least one more challenge on this
Mm-hmm.
remote, and then it's like force Fanakito to commit more resources into this Animatic Void. And I mean, even if let's say you click for credits 3 times, you up to 5, you discard a card. Uh, you force another void, you're down to 3 credits, and like it's impossible to force through another a biotic labor for Vitruvius off.
Mm-hmm. But like, if Wild Sam is spending all of his turn challenging the remote because he's spending 2 credits, he has to break the drafter, right? And then 1 click starting the run, and then another 2 clicks breaking. Like, that's basically all of his turn. He's got 1 click left over.
Sure. Yeah, I mean that's a very very fair point. And okay, so we see install server 2 and install in server 2, and this one is gonna hurt. The third diversion comes up for Wild Sam, and now uh it's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is
It's
actually
5 to get
credit
in.
perfect. Yeah, it's actually credit perfect for Wild Sam to run HQ and steal the rest of Fanakito's money. Of course, uh, yeah, we see a virus rest and purge on this run.
Yep, absolutely, because this means that Wild Sam's now 1 credit short.
Yes, so
So what if the
encountering
loose click subs on MIC is resolving, which doesn't
correct. But I
quite do
think
anything?
Walton, sorry, Fanakito may have pulled the trigger a little bit too early, because now Walton has the opportunity to jack out on this, like after breaking this drafter.
Wild Sam still gets in here.
You could get in, but I mean, I think there's an evaluation. There's an evaluation that you can just click, just spend the 2 to break drafter, and then just run server 2 and clear it out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so while Sam is thinking, so Echelon breaking this drafter, thinking about this second subroutine, maybe you're okay to let the return to hand fire, possibly, if you are going to be able to get into server 2, which now that I say that, it's actually not possible.
Yeah, like the Managarm's too expensive.
Yeah, the Madagascar says that you don't have the clicks to do it. All right. I mean, this is extremely tight econ situation for both players involved.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so breaking the end the run, letting this fire. And so yeah, so fire all unbroken. Lose a click, whatever. You get 1 excess serious. Yeah. So both players flat broke. There will be no scoring happening anytime soon.
Mm-hmm.
But
I also just like
Fenakito,
credit here.
yeah, sure. I mean, credit. Yeah, so three credits. You don't even need to discard because of PD. And maybe, just maybe, if you have a biotic label, uh, you can try and set something up in 2 turns. But WhatsApp drawing 3 cards, classic criminal click to draw, up to 2 credits now. I will say there is a whoa. Excuse me, there was another agenda in there. And that's the third off voice. Wow, okay.
And off to fix Fanakito's remaining economy problems. Back up to a healthy credit total. Ready
Oh,
for
that's a.
overtime.
I was not expecting the third agenda to be the remote, actually. Yeah, so WhatsApp with some pretty good pressure on centrals, dealing like pretty decently with the after the after all the doofs and everything. But Skunk Void just too strong, in the end, as it turns out.
Yeah, Skunk Void's just really expensive to attack head on. If you can sort of disassemble it with Pinhole, maybe, uh, it can look a lot more interactable.
Hmm. Yeah, exactly.
And of course, if you go
All
back
right.
you know, rotation, if you can just blow it up with Apocalypse by hitting centrals, then certainly it's a lot easier to deal with. But
All right. Yeah, definitely. And right, looks like the game two is being set up.
mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, it is a little bit of a miscue on the table number, but I don't think it should be a problem.
Yeah,
It
as long as they
is, yeah,
report
it
it
is table.
for table 4, I can't get anything going.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's all good. And we get to see Earth Station, can't complain.
yep.
All right. So Earth Station, one of the few remaining flip IDs left in the game, the other being the I want to say ubiquitous Hoshiko Shiro.
I was gonna say the other being
Uh,
Hoshiko, like it's not like there's a lack of flip ID representation here. One of them's only the most played ID in the game.
only the most played ID, yeah. But I mean, Earth Station, to be fair, much less common ID.
These days, my
Some
understanding is that in the past it used to be very strong.
ah, I I can't speak for that. I don't think I played during that particular era, but okay.
I think that was like Terabyte
Uh,
Grid, mass commercialization, and then you'd RPC government takeover.
fair enough. Okay, so pretty decent start. We see also another turn one class act from the criminal
Mm-hmm.
Fenakito with the bankroll as well and the
Bankroll.
single show gamble. Uh, I do think Fenakito might have missed a credit on that bankroll. I think it could have read archives, which was the mark last time, but oh well, it's too late for that. And we'll see how much that matters in the long run. WhatsApp already with the Earth Station flip, so installing a card in server one, it's going to cost you 6 credits for the privilege of running a remote now, unless you run HQ first. Will we see?
Grids.
Will we see any face checks? Is the question.
Sort of like a free ice on
It's
server 1.
kind of a free ice, but I mean, especially if the runner has a like decent econ start, I think you shouldn't expect the ID to protect you forever. Like runners can and will just pay the 6 credits
Mm-hmm.
to walk in and trash or steal whatever you're trying to cook in there. If you are a bit too cavalier about not having to
Mm-hmm.
ice your remote.
So now the signature thing about Earth Station, of course, is that they only get this one remote, and I think that creates some really interesting uh, deck building pressures on Earth Station decks and as an ID that other corps don't really suffer to the same degree. Because if you think about like staple, corp power cards that you start by just like you put in your 3 Rashidas, you put in your 3 spins. Well, those are still good. Like, don't get me wrong, Rashida's a good card, Spin Doctor's a good card, but when you only have one remote and you can't ever just like,
Like install Spin Doctor, new remote, draw 2 cards.
yeah, it
Uh
gets a lot more awkward. I'm gonna say.
sure, yeah, that's definitely true. And I think Earth Station players over the years have kind of adapted to that. Different solutions to fix agenda flood. I think you see some of them playing sprint, for example.
Some a little bit of sprint. Occasionally, I see like one drudge work, because while it still clogs up your remote, it'll actually solve 3 agendas for you
Yeah,
and pay you in
and
the
in
process.
pay you a little bit for the trouble, and also rhyme on R&D. Okay, that's not a card you often see in Wayland decks or otherwise. Although I will add again with one notable exception, if it's good enough for the double world champion, it's good enough for me.
Mm-hmm. One thing that the REM is making me wonder is if we're going to see like maybe a Thimble rig and then go build an absolutely giant glacier in server 1 with like a rhyme and 2 surveyors
Oh, that would be
or something.
pretty spicy. Yeah. Face check. Whoa, 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 whoa! That
What?
is a nice.
That
Excuse me.
okay? I was not expecting
This
the
this is a
Earth Station
four influence
Nancy.
card.
What?
Ex Hello there.
Okay, so obviously a Nancy, really strong ice, painful face check, uh, and it's like really hard to score points immediately because of the free rearrange of R&D. But
Yeah,
on the other hand, Watsam is now down at 1 credit, which is kind of low, honestly.
yeah, I went down to 1 credit. Uh and sure, you're taking 4 net damage on Fanakito, but I mean that's by no means lethal with
Mm-hmm.
that 7 card group
Yeah,
after the
Fanakito has
nuka
7 cards. He can take 4, move on with his life.
Yeah, I mean it's gonna hurt like a bitch. Don't get me wrong about that, but uh, okay, Waltep drawing a card, and I mean definitely it's gonna suck for Nakito if he loses breakers off of this net damage, but we see a wheels networking and miss bones. Miss bones, little bit of a bummer to lose, considering you want to go in and clear out server one.
It does find it still hostile takeover, which is,
Yeah,
I mean, cards are
and
points are
it's a
points.
bounce. Ooh, all right. So this is absolutely free for the taking now.
Yeah, especially with the like flip on HQ from HQ being accessed.
Exactly. So this was really nice timing for Fanatico to clear out this remote. Second hostile takeover. Okay.
Third
Oh,
hostile takeover.
oh,
Wait,
that's a
what?
little bit. That's a little bit of a bummer because now you can't. Because Hermes isn't as a
Uh huh.
mandatory trigger, so you have to bounce something in else in remote. So you can't trash the whole thing,
Yes, exactly.
and yeah. So you will access this by vote, and I think you will trash it if you're Fanatico. But I think you would have liked to see what that last upgrade was.
I think you trash the Viavod. Like if Earth Station gets to amass like a 3 high remote with a Biovault
Yeah,
chilling at the root of it, this is like you're not.
yeah, there's no way you have to like pay 6 credits for the privilege of running, and then you get
get three
bio
three
vaulted.
ice,
You're
which
gonna
is
go
going
in
to cost you
again.
like another 10, and then you get Biovaulted out, it's going to cost you another 16 credits. Like it's just
It's just there's that I don't know if there's a word in the English language that describes it more than the onomatopoeia.
so. I'm actually sort of coming around more on this Anansi the more I think about it, because the thing about Anansi's trigger, like the 3 net damage, that thing is basically impossible to get around. Like
Sure,
bypassing Anansi
sure.
doesn't work. Um, like really the only thing that works is if you de-res it mid-encounter and then finish going through, which is like
Yeah, so you need some real whack stuff like a Buckland Botchkin, etc., etc.,
Capybara,
Capybara.
flashbang. You can flashbang Anansi. It's
Yeah, it is a thing you can do. Okay, Afenakito, pretty good econ recovery after that, and whilst I'm still, not the not the most rich of
yep.
corps,
But my point is right. Is
and this spin after okay,
anytime Fanakito wants to unflip Earth Station, take Earth Station back down to Earth, it's going to cost 3 net. Like there's no way around it. You're just taking the 3 net from Anansi on HQ.
Yes. So of course the alternative is you have to oh sweet Fenakito with the sick rips today off HQ. Off HQ with the hostile and then off the remote, and then now a second rip on R&D with this SDS drone deployment. Of course, you do lose your freshly installed Amakua, but I think definitely a well worth it trade.
Mm-hmm. And this
And
bankroll is starting to get some appreciable credits.
yeah, we see another Archives mark, which means that's another just basically Sable conjuring credits out of nowhere
Mm-hmm.
with this bankroll. And I think it was worth consideration. I do think Fenakito put some thought into it, whether he wanted to get whether he wanted to get this Omakua or bankroll trash off his SDS steel. And of course, he ended up deciding to choose the money. So, but Ryan not really doing anything with that.
Yeah, run Rhyme at 0 credits, totally free
Yeah,
ice.
only free ice.
And then get paid afterwards.
Yeah, and there we go. So up to 5 credits with a chest V and a bankroll. So Fenakito definitely, on the econ side looking pretty healthy.
On a
And
point side,
Wild's
also looking pretty healthy.
extremely healthy, excuse me. But yeah, Sam still trying to get something set up. I mean, HQ is reasonably secure, especially with the Omoka being trashed out in SDS.
Mm-hmm.
But you're still going to have to, find some econ solution and, present some actual credible scoring threat if that is what he's going for.
Yeah, I'm certainly not interested in taking singles on HQ as a runner. Like going through
Oh,
Nancy
yeah,
for
definitely
singles
not
is
with
like
Nancy in the way.
not
Excuse me.
not where I'm at.
Yeah, so HQ is the mark this turn. I assume Fenakito is not really that interested in doing anything with the mark this turn. So, we can do a little bit more setup, draw more cards, put that class act to work.
Yep.
Uh,
Like to see at
Try
least
and
one roll
find
here, get
the rest
the
of the
class
game
act
as well.
value.
Mhm.
Help turn through the deck, find the right cards. So what are the right cards?
So firstly, I think Carmen is really good here. Breaking Anansi pretty cleanly for five credits,
Mm-hmm.
all told. Not to mention with this chest V, it's only really going to be 3 credits.
Yeah.
3 credits per run. With a bankroll is basically 2 credits per access. Imagine, you can pay 2 credits to turn off
And
Earth
there's the
Station's
Carmen.
ID ability. That's pretty. Oh, there is a Carmen. Are we going in? We could get that. Get that mark value. Your click back.
Mm-hmm.
We've already talked about the cost.
Yeah, I thought we might see the Carmen coming down once we saw the dirty laundry shipped on
Yeah, and
Archives
of course, let us not forget
to get
any
a good
single
run.
access could be the game here.
Yes.
So bankroll up to 8. Mavias is the access. That's a
That's a good access. Like it's just a free trash.
Yeah.
Thin out their hand.
Okay, and your click back and going back into RD, another single. So again, this is a credit neutral access because of this bankroll, and nothing. All right.
It is
Yeah.
credit
So
neutral, but it does tie up like liquidity, right? Is that credit
sure.
is not going to come back
But okay.
hostile?
So hostile takeover and Tucana. Okay, that's a pretty decent upgrade to get WhatsApp back in the game, shore up HQ against this Carmen. And I think you have to imagine that's the missing second upgrade that got bounced from the Hermes on that
Potentially, yeah.
very unfortunate run.
So
Yeah.
I do
So
think this bad publicity is really impactful here, just because the operating costs are already so low for Sable.
yes. Yeah. So it's gonna be actually even a net zero. Sorry, a net 1 credit run on HQ, which is, I mean, pretty good for pretty good for flipping the ID. Not that the ID needs to be flipped even, right?
Right.
I think
So actually, until
Fennekido
the ID
can
is flipped,
literally
actually running
just
HQ costs an extra credit. So
yes.
it's
But that being said, Mark is archived, so you can just take another free credit there from the bankroll. And
yep.
Tucana with this bad publicity dies for free actually now, which I think you're quite happy with if you're Fennekido to go and trash this Tucana.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, eventually you need to pop this bankroll because Fennekido is getting a little bit low on liquidity, actual like credits on hand. But I think you can definitely squeeze at least one more turn of value out of bankroll before you have to pop it. And
Mm-hmm.
like 9, 10, 11 credits, you've got pretty good value out of it already.
I like.
Did the killer get trashed? No. So the trash was just a common. Sorry, the trash was just an Omakua of the SDS steel, and there was a chance. I think Walter definitely was hoping for the Anansi rest uh to hit some breakers, but that was not the case. Okay, and Fenekito going for that, just firing that bankroll straight away. Losing a little bit of value, but maybe he doesn't intend to run this Tucana. And it's just a diversion. All right, let's just straight away go for it. Why not? Mark is archived, of course. So no extra value for this. But of course, this would be between the chest V and the bad publicity. That was just the two credit Nazi break. So pretty good, and you get to steal 5. Shibboleth comes down. Little bit sad to see this Horton, and this
Mm-hmm.
is gonna be a nasty pump. For the pump, 2 to break, 6 credits for
6,
this.
yeah.
Six credits for this Horton, 1 for the ramp, 7 credits for a single on early. That is not fun. Okay. Um, okay, Horton is broken. Rhyme doesn't need to be broken. Just take the 1 and 1 access on R&D. Anyone could be in the game. Okay, no
But it is
action.
not that one. That one is not the game. This kind of did survive, so Wildstep could potentially try and build up the remote.
Looks like we have about 10 minutes left in a round. So, is this a stand? Excuse me, 0 cost agendas.
Standoff. I was not expecting standoff.
I mean, okay, so this card has been errata, which yeah, so you can only trash, of course, your own cards, right? So you can't literally blow up the
Mm-hmm.
entire board with this. Uh, but okay, Fed actually trashes the chest V, the chest V, not wanting to give. Oh, we are actually getting the battle of.
Okay, we're now having a standoff.
We are actually. Yo, what is going on here?
So I think the stripe can go, the shibboleth can go.
The classic can go. Yo. Okay, I've never seen this. What is happening? I have never seen 4 cards trashed off a single standoff before. Wait. So trashes chest V, trashes Tucana, trashes Hermes, trashes Rhyme. Okay, are we gonna see this classic trash? Is that okay? Fanatic declines the trash. Okay, so Wild Sam won that stare down, gets that
One more
5 credits.
standoff. Yeah, I guess 5 credits in the card. But then has to discard a card due to hand size, so
Oh my gosh, what just happened?
So the chest was gone.
Oh yeah,
The bankroll's
you're
gone.
right. They forgot. Wait, hold on. Yeah, Tommy Joe's actually right. They forgot to Tucana. They should have Tucana. They took the standoff first before the Tucana, and
Yeah,
then the
they should have
Tucana
taken
got
this card
trashed
first.
for the standoff, and then because the Tucana's dead,
Mm-hmm.
because the Tucana's dead, you don't get the trigger.
Yeah.
Oh no. Okay, anyway, boomerang. All right. We're going for a single R&D single access here. Very nice. Looks like credit perfect to get your 7 credits off its bravado and your clickback off Sable. Misread Judge answer about this interaction. I think Wild Sam right now is just understanding the like how the uh isn't it persistent? Is it just for runs? So Tucana so Tucana is persistent, but persistent I believe says if this card is trashed during a run, it still applies for that run, not for a score. Which generally you wouldn't expect to have to make an exception for scoring because you don't expect to have to trash something during a score.
I mean, there's
But
still
I
stuff
think
like
standoff
as if
is the
protocol.
one exception, right? Sorry.
There's stuff like as if, right?
Yes. So ASAP is like the one exception, but how ASAP works is that because ASAP is an additional cost to score, you actually have to trash the card before you're scoring. So, uh, if you were to trash your Tucana, you wouldn't, the Tucana wouldn't see the ASAP in the first place. That being said, if you're playing Op and you use ASAP to score and you trash a 3-cost card off the ASAP and use Op to summon Tucana will see the ASAP, which is a very cool interaction. WhatsApp did catch that the Tucana misfire, shall we say? But yes, the order of triggers was wrong, which is very unfortunate. But a bit too late to roll that back. But okay, so we go IceRD, IceHQ, and extract.
Decline to trash on the extract, just takes the 3 credits.
So draws and buyer bans. So okay, so what was I was going to say something? Yeah, yes. So the fact that the standoff in this deck is kind of leads me to believe that maybe one of these cards is going to be we may see an archer res possibly.
Let's see an archer. We are seeing the ban flows value with the Bahia bans run on archives.
Yes.
One in, one off. So the coup pair essentially came down for 1 credit. Great value.
Yeah. And so paying off the debt publicity always good. So Earth Station back on the flip and with another thing in server 4. So I'm not sure. I mean, now we've seen a little bit more of the agenda suite. Now you know that there's hostiles, standoffs, a lot of small agendas, and the SDS drone deployment, right? So, not I'm not sure if I expect to see many like 3 advanced agendas, other than of course the above the law we've talked about previously. So I don't know that you are necessarily needing to contest this if you're for Nakito.
Unlike past iterations of Earth Station, this is highly unlikely to be government takeover.
Exceedingly unlikely to be a government takeover. I suspect if a government takeover gets scored or stolen, we may need to call a judge.
But this does mean that Wild Sam is at least 2 scores away from winning.
Yes, that is correct. So like in theory, it's like I mean you can go like SDS drone deployment behind the Earth Station ID and your eyes, and it's good enough to go. Okay. Another boomerang coming down on the bottom. Tree line is 3 to pump, 1 to break, so not the best, not the worst, but at least you get some Kurupira value. Boomerang, of course, dealing with this Horton very cleanly, and single access, nothing.
Yeah, Funicator I think is just fishing for singles right now, probably potentially reading that any single could be the game.
And
there's 2 hostiles out already.
Although,
there's actually all 3 hostiles out already.
Suck. Yeah, it would really suck if you score another agenda, it turns out to be another standoff.
Yeah, single standoff would be.
It'd be like, you know, why did I waste my time going through this bloody R&D? Okay, another install in server 4. Wild Sam back up to 7 credits. Definitely not the healthiest of places to be, but better than languishing in like the 2 credit, 3 credit
Mm-hmm.
thresholds that it was right after that doof.
And I think there's enough ice res, right? R&D, for the kid to get into it, but it's not cheap. HQ, of course, still has the Sedancy. That's 5 to go through with Carbon. That's still, like, expensive.
Yeah. And yeah, and the fact that that chest feed got trashed during that standoff makes all these like single pokes a lot more expensive over time.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and yeah, so the calculation. What's the calculation for this R&D run? It's 6 credits for Autumn and 4 for Tree Line. So a total of 10 credits, 9 if you count the bad part, 8 if you choose not to break the Autumn credits up. Blah blah blah. So technically Fenekito can get into R&D this turn, if you're so inclined. Uh for another single access, but I'm not sure. Oh, pinhole thread. Okay, that's interesting. On archives. Now you have to kind of pick which thing that you're accessing. Spin is the rest. Okay, which means Wild only has one target now. And of course you would access that. Shovel Ram and extract. What will be it's a Tucana. Okay, that's a free trap. There we go. That probably coming in handy again. And just drawing. All right. All right, time in the round has been called, which means it's Wild Sam's turn, and Fanakito gets one last turn. But
But
I
Wild Sam
think,
can't score 4 points this turn, so I hope he's on a kill plan. I don't know how he kills either, but
yeah. So I mean, there's no punitive threat. I don't know, like, there's an off-down renovation. Yeah, but that's it. There's no way Fanakito can just click for credits and end the turn and take a time win 5-1. But maybe if he's feeling frisky, you can try and go for the win instantly. I think Inside Job
so
would just about do it.
so while there's no route for Wildstead to win here, there is a route for Fedakito to lose. There is this Anansi, and Fedakito could just slam his face into HQ enough times to flatline.
That is true. Two runs on HQ would do it. Simple enough.
I don't think it's the angle.
Nah, no, I suspect that won't be the play. But yes, there is a route for this flatline plan. So boomerang and leg work. Okay. So okay, boomerang breaks this tree line and Carmen dealing with this Anansi. So we will see if Fenakito can win the game traditionally instead of on time. So
Fuji acid retrieval, double
so
Fuji.
yes, yeah. Chat is calling snare. Is there a snare?
Snare, snare.
No snare. Okay, yeah. Snare would have ended the game. Although I think uh, quite possibly you could have just boomeranged server 4. You could have just boomeranged the scoring remote and ran,
One on it, yeah.
and you just pay the 6 credits and it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yet another it's fine, Watson. I mean, everybody appreciates a good out of faction Anansi. Don't worry about it.
I mean, honestly, I thought the Anansi was sweet. It just
Yeah,
makes
I
it
mean, hell
so
is hella
hard
spicy.
to unflip Earth Station because
Yeah,
it's like
yeah,
pay 6 to go
exactly,
into the
exactly.
remote, or like pay at least 5 credits or 3 net damage to go into HQ.
Yeah,
What breaks
yeah. So,
Anansi for cheaper than 5? I mean, Varg Mickel here, which
uh,
is like Chesva, accumulated BP,
exactly. And then you would need some kind of like Mavaris on credits to even bring it to like just brick levels, like
Yeah, like
subroutine tier levels. And
like
then
if you
there's
get
this must this Mavaris, right?
yeah, like if you get your Avakuda to 5, I guess you could go through Anansi for 3, but that's like getting a 5 counter turtle's not free either.
That's true. All right. I think that's all for this game, and
Mm-hmm.
that's all for the round. Also, let's not forget. Although, yeah, so this looks like the last game in the round. Uh, and we should be
So we're
proceeding
ready
to
for
round three
pairings for
very
round 3.
shortly after this has been paired. Yeah, right. Excellent. So proceeding quite quite speedily through the rounds. It's just been just under 2.5 hours, and we're 2 rounds in.
Mm-hmm. I believe the rounds are 65 minutes, so
Yeah, and yeah, so going quite speedily. No untoward delays, etc. etc. So uh, yeah, we will be looking at round three very shortly. I would assume once this game gets reported,
yep,
and
round 3 pairings are up.
there we go. And it looks like so of course all the best to all our prospective watchers. Please proceed to your tables now. Of course, do keep the two of us on stream on in the background. We're always happy to have you and tab across tab across to watch some stream content. But what would you like to see now? Actually, looking at all these tables, looks like we've had a couple of drops, so we're on only 12
Yeah,
tables
we're
now.
down
But that
to
shouldn't
12
be an
tables. It looks
issue.
like we've lost 1 table.
Uh, so we've seen some Wayland, we've seen some Crim, NBN. Uh, yeah, I think we have seen all the shaper, all the sorry runner factions. Oh, how about table 10? Table 10 with Tiranda against Sima 2.
Yeah,
At least I hope
West.
that's a yeah. Let's take a look. Table 10. Okay, let's see. Just waiting on the confirmation. Uh, all right. Looks like we're good to go. Table 10 is go. And we are in with Epiphany Analytica, which is not an NBN ID we see usually, versus Zaya, which is also one of the more niche crim identities, I should say. But I think uh, with with our own fair share of fans.
So I think
So
Zaya
some
has sort of seen episodes of prominence. Like Tag Me Zaya was a prominent deck maybe a rotation ago, but a lot of the support pieces for that deck have rotated.
yeah, sure. That's very fair enough. And I mean, conversely, on the other side of the table, right? Epiphany Analytica,
Very new
new,
identity. One of the newest identities, obviously.
yeah. Released in the Automata Initiative, and I mean, I want to say been a little bit in the shadow of of its fellow NBN identities, Reality Plus, which of course has been like bringing in like really good results in the tournament scene uh, recently, as well as Near Hub, which is like the classic quintessential ambient asset identity. So uh,
Mhm.
I would describe Epiphany as being a little bit like the red-headed stepchild of like ambient asset decks. But I mean, that being said, the ID ability is still not something to scoff at, especially if you're in the business of trashing problem cards, as we see these wage workers come down, right?
So I've sort
And
of heard Epiphany Analytica described as sort of the inverse of CTM, of course, where it punishes the runner for trashing your cards, uh, but instead of CTM, which just really slowed down the runner, it just brought everything they were trying to do to a crawl, as they had to do with the tags, had to do with the trace. Epiphany Analytica instead accelerates you, and
sure,
it's
fair enough.
a tricky
Okay,
balance to find enough pressure that the runner has to come and trash your stuff so you can get that acceleration and so that you have the things to accelerate into. Compared to something
yeah.
like NEH, where all
Oh,
NEH
and
asks is that you just put assets in your deck that want to go in new servers, which is
yeah. Speaking of assets, come and have a gander at what we just accessed from HQ. I see a moon pool.
Moonpool.
Hello, that is a spicy include. Okay, so I mean that was off a bravado run and a Rashida trash, and yeah, so I mean this is kind of how you play against Epiphany, right? You like try to limit the value of the ID ability just so you can't get because you can't get more than one power counter per turn, so you just trash multiple things in a
Yeah,
turn and
that's sort of what I think you would have set up to do. Is you would go in with let some assets build up, then put down Miss Bones, go in, just clear the board.
yeah. And you see Tiranda getting that wage workers value. So drawing 3 cards and getting an extra click with an install. Pretty decent. Saving that Epiphany counter, which is it's pretty cool thing to do if you manage to get stack up to 3 counters. If the wage workers installed, you can actually
Epiphany, Epiphany,
click your
Epiphany.
ID 3 times and get a click back.
Okay, that's pretty cool. If you stack up 4 counters that have wage workers, it's Epiphany, 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 Epiphany.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. Okay. Bankroll
Bankroll,
and Omokwa
Amakua,
install.
we've got the Zaya, so we've just got a lot of run-based value
Oh,
here.
excuse me. This is a card, a Behold, and a Moonpool in the same deck. Oh, sign me up. This is a
I was wondering
move.
if there was a chance we are going to see Behold when we saw the Moonpool, because what if the things you could do with uh, Snare, of course, in Jinteki, right, is you just hold
Sure,
2
sure.
snares and you wait
Oh
for
wait, wait, wait. Hold on. Wait. Are we getting a turn 3 flatline? Excuse me.
there's no money.
End of the line.
There's no
Are
money.
we? Are
Where's the
we?
money?
Are we?
Where's the
Oh,
money?
you're right. YDL. Okay, okay. A good start. Cred YDL. Or we can cred YDL actually with we might as well with these wage workers. Yeah, there we go. Okay.
Mhm.
So game is not over. And it occurs to me about this tag punishment that we didn't see like a gaslight into cred end of the line, which means it probably indicates that there's no end of the line in the deck.
Yeah,
Am I wrong to say that?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
correct.
So I mean,
Credit, 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 credit.
wage workers,
That's the
three
line.
creds end of the line was like I think a
Mm-hmm.
reasonable play to make, which probably indicates that
This is a fairly
Tiranda
vegetarian.
isn't on the kill plan.
Although I'm sure she has to live the kill plan anyways, just because wage workers. I mean, I guess it's pretty influence efficient, but we also have the moon pools. Moon pools are 3 each.
Oh yeah, Mopo is a 3. That's correct. So yeah, unlikely. But we see here Tiranda, back in the black with the after that YDL taking a triple insult
Yep.
upgrade on R&D.
So if this is
Interesting.
triple wage worker, triple moon pool, that's all 15 influence. right there.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, you don't need to pay for spin doctors. Yeah. So I mean you may have maybe a read that there's on that he's on at least two wage workers and maybe at least two moon pool setters, like 10 influence accounted for, if even if you're being conservative. Right? But that's, I mean, this is an interesting R&D upgrade install.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what it could
Uh,
be.
yeah, nothing springs to mind instantly from NBN that you want to install on the central. Like Amaze
Yeah, like
Amusements is a
it's
card
not Sansan.
that is true. Uh, Sense City Grid is not a card you should be installing on your centrals. I think in any given game. In fact, Sunset City Grid, I don't even think it says remote only. And oh, okay, things are happening. Amani Sanai, if AR and
AR
hard security. All
enhanced.
right, that is how you lock a game up. Well, I say that, but
So coming back to what I was saying about CTM earlier, and
yeah, we are just straight up CTM now. And I mean, similar to definitely not out of it yet. Of course, you pay the trace because you don't want like this to lose this Omicron value with
and
the
then
virus
also
counter
lose the
already
quick
on it.
reinstalling it.
Exactly. Yeah, but yeah. So Amani Sanai, this thing probably has to go, but then you take a tag and it's just really annoying, and your econ is not amazing, and maybe you get Oppo researched. But I will say that the one thing that this upgrade already does is if Zaya gets a breach on R&D, you access two cards and you get actually this upgrade. If this upgrade isn't doing anything, you actually get one additional credit of your ID off of Zaya.
True, unless it's Christium Grid.
Uh
Oh no,
no, I
Zaya
think
doesn't care
yeah,
about Christium. Yeah, yeah.
even with Christian, yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean,
Yeah,
it
it
could be a
does
Christian grid,
upgrade, carrot,
if you
Christium.
are
Okay, Christium shuts down the bankroll value, but the rest of the value still there.
yeah, sure, fair enough. Yeah,
Asmund
you still get the armor
Pudland.
core.
So we're seeing some searches for some weapons, for some viruses. Conduit.
Second armor core, just a
And
backup.
just a
You
backup
just
turtle, like, just in case. We've seen the
uh
Manis and I.
yeah, so you just install two turtles. You can only bounce one at a time.
They're not even
And
unique.
what is the collective noun for turtle? Is it like a pod of turtles? I think.
Okay, hear me out. A breaker suite that consists of, like, 3 turtles and a Yusef.
I'm listening. All right, I'm listening.
I know, like, I was just trying to find a use for having multiple turtles installed.
Uh, Sure. I mean, like I think the most important, the most relevant thing you can do with multiple turtles is slow down the game a lot when you're clicking through multiple armor cores confirmation to put virus counters on them. Although I don't think that's the case. I think the JNet just gives you all the virus counters automatically.
Like,
So
you install your
what do I know?
Valkyrie, you install your 3 turtles, you install your Yusuf, and you install your Musasi. And you go, this is my breaker suite now.
Just all the virus breakers. Let's do it.
But
Okay.
hey, Audrey, like, we've got lots of virus days.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Also, not enough MU in the world to do with it, if I do say so myself. Okay, so similar to just checking these. Okay, that's
Fight
a
Sparrow Headline makes the call out. Gets a bunch of tags. Gets a bunch of tags.
uh okay. It's one tag to start off, and then we're taking a trace. Just the trace tree. Okay. Yeah, I mean it would be
Yeah.
kind of devastating if this Asman Potlat got bounced. You lose your turtle and your conduit.
Mm-hmm.
But down to only 2 credits. So and with a tag, so probably you'd want to get on that.
Yeah, let's just
There we
clear the
go.
tag, I
Yeah.
think.
So Tiranda still chugging along, getting pretty decent value out of this wage workers, and there's Amani Sanai, of course.
Mm-hmm. No, the wage workers will be down in turn 1, and being activated basically every turn is just
Yeah, Exactly.
A lot of
I
accumulated
mean,
value.
yeah, and oh my gosh, it's another naked agenda. It's a second artist. Good grief! If as if it wasn't misery and suffering enough for Zaya. And there we go. Can't pay for this trade, so there goes Aspen Potlat in all likelihood. And
Hmm.
oops,
And there goes husband.
there goes Conduit. There goes turtle number 2. And with your last click, of course, you click Epiphany, get that value, look at the top 3, get your information, which means that you get balance coverage next turn. Hell yeah. Yeah, so
Let's throw an
balance
orange
coverage,
such
of
a really
course.
aggressive line to trash stuff from the top of R&D. But I'm not. Pop bankroll, play by any means, and run R&D. Multiple lines.
Not the junk break. Okay, pretty decent start. Uh, that lets you see 2 cards plus the upgrade, and it's a
Yep,
maze amusement.
amazing
Okay,
amusements.
that is some real nasty stuff by Tyrande. Which means that because Tyrande does know the top 2 cards are R&D, so this rest means something because Tyrande has definitely information on the top 2 cards, right?
Yes.
So
But it could still be a bluff. This is that runner. There's a bunch of hidden information on the runner side, potentially on the corp side too.
sure, and okay, Oracle Tic Tac. Okay, so it looks like it was not a bluff. So Oracle Tic Tac gives a tag.
Amazing
Armani goes
amusements would
off.
give
Amazing Lunacy goes
2 more
off, and
tags.
a whole bunch of very nasty things are about to happen. To similar to I suspect. And yep, there goes that bankroll of the trace. 3 credits.
Zaya for 3 credits is better than nothing.
Is yeah better than nothing. But credit and is this a Bologna steal? Excuse me, credit for Bologna.
Yeah.
Ooh, all right. We have a game. I mean, Simba has like literally no cards installed and no credits and 3 tags, so it's not all sunshine and roses for sure. But 6 points. That is, I mean,
Just
it's
touch agendas.
something. It is
And
definitely something.
like this is looking to be like pretty NEH, like really asset heavy. I'm not sure how many ice are even. And then we see it there. Zaya is supposed to go tag me, right?
The classic, yeah, tag me Zaya.
Just drop the counter
Definitely one of
surveillance
the
and
yeah counter surveillance. Just fire it off an R&D, get a big old access, make your money back.
mm-hmm.
That's just Zaya for you.
So the thing is, I'm not sure how much ice this F50 deck even has.
Yo, 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 yo! Look at what console does not do. Just discarded. We were talking about the virus rig, right?
Ah, yeah, yeah.
Yo, this is lit. Contaminate? Excuse me?
So I mean, there's been a bit of like chatter going around about conduit contaminate because getting like the 3 counters to get you started gets you so much deeper.
Oh yeah, and with Zaya is additional value
Mm-hmm.
just because you make all your money back. Oh, credit
Shipment,
shipment advance
Bologna.
another Bologna. Okay. So
But
that
that
Bologna was off the table. Actually, it was a credit.
but that does mean that this Oracle think tank wasn't shuffled back, which means that literally anything.
Yeah, and and because the top of RD is unknown because Tiranda didn't use the Epiphany ability, so Simba could win the game in a single access. Actually, this game is definitely not over. And I mean, I feel like there's no reason not to go and check R&D now. It's like 2 credits.
It's 2
Is
credits.
it's clicking for 2
If
credits
you
and nothing
find an
else.
agenda, you get more tagged, but I'm not sure that's a concern. If you find an
It's not a
agenda, you
concern
also
because
win
you
the
win the
game.
game if you score another agenda.
Unless it's a standoff.
Unless it's a standoff, in which case you call a judge because, excuse me, why is there a Wayland agenda?
And we
And
got the AO
I'm
on the
hey,
board.
excuse me. Whoa. All right. Tag me Zaya takes it, I guess.
Yeah, Tag Me Zaya is still a good deck.
Yeah.
2023. Heard it here first.
Excuse me. That was a that was an excess. Wow. Right. Oh, that was. Oh, it must have been such a roller coaster of emotions for both players. I have to say,
Mhm.
like with the amaze and then the epiphany triggers and the two agendas on top of the deck
Yeah,
and
and like we also
how
see
many.
sort of some of the value of Zaya in this when R&D is free. The payout, like a credit, is worse than the click that Sable gives you. Sable gives you a click a third of the time. Like sometimes Sable wants you to go archives, and you're like, there's nothing there. Once you go HQ, and there's ice there. Zaya just, if there's nothing, check R&D, R&D lock them, steal some agendas in the process, get paid for it.
And yeah, get paid. That's right. Ah, wow. I mean, Tirana was kind of agenda flooded, I want to say, just because of the number of naked agendas installed. I mean, we didn't even see a single ice rest this
So I
entire
was gonna
game,
say,
right? HQ.
I don't think there could be non-naked agendas installed almost. We just haven't seen the ice for it.
That's, I mean, absolutely right. And uh, I mean, the thing about Epiphany, right? It lets you see the top three cards. It doesn't let you, shuffle or whatsoever.
Mhm.
You need a spin doctor or some kind of that. And we haven't seen any spins this game whatsoever. So, I mean, damn. I mean, if it wasn't a heads up play by Suma
Mhm.
to check that last remote, find that
Find the
last
win.
1 point.
Find the last point.
Yeah, and whew, what a game! What a game!
I
OMG
believe
Jaya
they're going to
relation
be
there was
Arden too.
amazing. I, I mean, it's our job as commentators, to react to things. And uh, what can I say? What can I say? Except just rip them agendas. It's counting you thinking, no way, they just installed three naked agendas like that. Yeah, I mean, like who would do that, right? Who absolutely would do? What an absolute mad lads, both of these players. All right, looks like on to game two. Okay, and time left in the round. Let's see. We've got looks like plenty of time left in the round. Right, 47 minutes. Yeah, so I think it wasn't too long. And it looks like we will have a meal break after this
Mhm.
round for those people with uh, who actually need to sleep and eat and so on and so forth. Which, I mean, couldn't be me.
And for this matchup, we've got Mercury versus Restore Humanity, actually.
All right, yeah, restoring humanity. I mean, we have seen like a little bit of this identity over the past few weeks. I think the last AMT actually was won by Restoring Humanity, which was like just like a little bit under a month ago. I want to say I can't remember exactly how long.
I think it was a little bit
Um,
over a month ago. I think it was just before Worlds.
no, 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 it was the one right afterwards
Oh, was it
actually.
right afterwards?
Let me,
That's like a
yeah,
month.
yeah, yes, correct. So there was one right before, which was officially in October, depending on your time zone, but it was labeled as September AMT, and then the October
Oh,
AMT
okay,
was
yeah,
like I
yeah.
think like 2 weeks afterwards at the end of the month.
Okay.
Okay, so we will see Restoring Humanity. I think most known for I think in the modern meta for its uh, the name escapes me momentarily. Punitive Counter Strike.
Punitive,
Yeah,
yes.
it's
They've got
punitive
punitive
Counter Strike
options.
plays. Yeah, yeah, dumping agendas in archives, getting paid for it, and when they run archives to check, you dump a bacterial, you
Hmm.
draw a bunch of cards. you play a massive Your Digital Life and then
Yep,
punitive and to death.
it's you bacterial, then another bacterial, then they steal 6 points. You put the rest of your cards into your hand, play your digital life, and then punitive them twice.
It's simple as. All right. We'll see if that's the line that Silver takes this game, or if there's something different in mind. Tyrande on Mercury.
Mm-hmm.
That's, I believe, the fourth different Crim ID we've seen today, actually, and it's only been
We've
3 rounds.
seen
We've seen actually Zaya, Mercury,
Zaya,
just in this
Mercury,
game itself,
Sable, and we saw
and
419.
419.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know if we'll be seeing like any other Crim IDs today. Like maybe loss is going to be a thing, but who
Let
knows?
me
I
go
don't think
check
there's any loss.
the tournament and see. These are the only 4 Crim
Uh
IDs in the tournament.
no, unfortunately. Yo, yeah, there are only 4 Crims in this
Actually, there's
tournament, and
only
we
four
managed to
Crims
run
in
it
the
all.
tournament. Not even the only 4 Crim IDs. There's only 4
Yo,
Crims. We've just seen all of them.
what are the odds? What are the odds? And four
Ooh, there's
different Crim
also a
IDs, and
Nat.
we managed to run into all of them.
Someone brought out Nat.
Yeah, lucky charm. Excuse me.
But I will say there's 11 people on Hoshiko. There's like 16 players on non-Hoshiko. Like the field is still Hoshiko and other stuff. It's not uh, the 70-80% Hoshiko that we've seen in the past. But Hoshiko
Yeah,
is
sure.
still the most played runner,
The queen of the
and
meta, I would
it's
say
not
right now.
close.
Yeah. I think it kind of speaks for like the versatility of the Hoshiko ID, that there's so many things that you can do with it. Like I think
So,
most notably like the Mulch archetype
mhm,
that QTM pioneered at Worlds, and we've seen like multiple different variants of it, both in Hoshiko and in different identities like Freedom, like Lu.
yeah.
Uh, and that's just like the tip of the iceberg, right? That identity is so flexible, you can play basically whatever influence you want, just because
So
the base Arnett card pool is so good.
if you put good cards in your deck, you'll draw a good card every turn. If you put a mixture of like combo pieces in your deck, it'll draw you past the bad cards to get to the combo pieces that you need now. Like whatever you're trying to do, you put the cards
Uh,
in your deck for a reason. Draw them.
Wait, are you telling me that drawing cards is good? Surely that can't be the case. Like, having an identity that says draw a card seems just a little bit nuts.
So I'm gonna say the second most played runner is Lat.
Hey, what a coincidence! It also says draw a card. What do you know? But okay. Back to the game. We do see like a Hanse review dumping the first face down card in archives, and Zimmertun up to 18 credits now.
Mm-hmm.
But Tyrande no slouch himself up to 17 after that successful falsified credentials. Two successful falsified credentials. Wait, when did that happen? Huh. Yeah, when did that happen? Oh, it's a second. Oh, it's a second falsified for a second Rashida. Okay, I thought I was seeing double.
Yep.
Okay.
Kind of Rashida, right? Yeah. Here, look, I've
Yep.
used it. You've got a Rashida, right?
What do you know? Okay, so up to 9 cards in hand for Simatu. So generally, like the plan for like traditional these traditional flatline threat restoring humanity decks is to try and like put a 3 pointer in archives, and if the runner runs it and steals it, you kill them with punitive. If they don't, you just advance a what's it called, a regenesis, right?
Genesis.
And take that 3 pointer out of archives if the runner wasn't going to take it. Easy 4 points.
Yep. 3-4 genders are good. Killing your opponent, also good. Forking between the two, that still sounds pretty good, honestly.
Yeah. Won't complain about that. And we see, I mean, Duranda is still just in the setup phase. Not really putting too much like Central's pressure that we are used to see of like out of Criminal and Mercury specifically. Oh, we are looking at a run on archives. Okay, is this Could this possibly be death? We will see. We will have to see what is going on. Someone maybe a spin doctor to rescue any kind of agenda that Sima 2 doesn't feel ready to do. But no, okay. What was the? It was just an enigmatic void and the third Rashida that got Hansei. Okay, so we know for sure that someone isn't the Rashida Jahime anymore.
Okay.
Very interesting. So running HQ, second Vampiro Nasa is the rest. Okay.
Vampire Squid. So, Vampire Squid doesn't actually stop the run.
That's right. And it
And this is a
and
Mercury, so this is going to be.
yeah, and you couldn't break any subroutines even if you wanted to, so you are getting double access here.
Well, Mercury is optional.
Oh, excuse me, we have a bacterial. Okay, this is not how I was anticipating this how this bacterial will get stolen, but it is what it is now. So looking at top 7 cards, and let us not forget we have one more access to go for Tyranda's ID ability. So Simmer has to be a little bit careful about what cards he chooses to put in his hand with this bacterial programming, just in case. Right.
And I mean, Jiteki has always been the corp that multi-access has been kind of awkward against.
Yeah. Awkward is one word. I think I would use the word spooky. Snare is a card. Even I think the other 5-3 which you play in the deck, Fuji Asset Retrieval is a card. You take you steal 6 points, and then if you can't find the 7th, yeah, you maybe just get punitive to the face for 6, and that's the game.
I mean, well, it's not like really a major archetype right now. Like PE traps is a classic. You put in your 3 stings, you put in your snares, and you go, "Come over here, I dare you." Touch 2
Yeah,
cards.
touch 2 cards, and I think even in the looks like not that many cards were added actually. Interesting. So I can't remember what the order of the bacterial programming was. So add to HQ, trash in the arrange the rest. So yeah, so I think Sima is arranging R&D now with the remainder. And
Yeah, I
second
see.
access punitive contract.
Punitive.
Well, if the jig wasn't up then, it is up now. Definitely. All right, draw.
And honestly, stealing
And draw
exactly
number.
3 points, exactly where you want to be.
Exactly. Yeah.
Um,
So I'm not sure that Simmer has the credits to pull off 2 successful punitives on the 17 to 21 credit
17 to
total, which
21,
is a little,
no way.
yeah,
If you've
definitely
got
going to
3
be a bit
punitives,
tricky.
I still think you're short, although it's closer.
Sure, yeah. But okay, Spin Doctor. I think he should have known what these cards were of the bacteria. So YDL, first YDL going up to punitive construct.
Punitive.
Uh, yeah, so this is definitely not going to kill.
No. It's
I think you're a little bit short. I think you're like maybe 3 or 4
yeah,
credits
yeah.
short.
You're short. You're short.
Yeah. So trade strength to 18. So Tiranda has to take this.
Now, if there's a mindscaping, no, that's still only 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see
Right.
what's coming up here.
So the trades can only go to a maximum of 15 now. And even if let's say you have a subliminal messaging, it's only up to 16, so you can definitely pay through if you're Tiranda. And so I think this is probably just a
This is just everyone's
punitive
broke now.
for
Let's all be broke
everyone's
together.
broke now. Exactly. And I think it's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine by the court. Yeah, math is hard. True story. Yeah, so definitely still 100% alive on Mercury's side, but of course the option is up to the corp to see how much you want to bankrupt both players by. But okay, looks like the Just gonna pay 5 and down to 10 credits on Corp, 12 on Runner, and Simmer will have to discard. So that's 2 punitive counter strikes and 1 YDL out of the way already for the Corp. So the next flatline attempt will be a little bit harder, I think.
Though there is this Spin Doctor available.
Sure, you can spin back like a couple of these combo pieces, which I expect you will have to at some point. Tiranda back up to fairly healthy card totals after this Earthrise Hotel. Prepaid voice pack. Okay, that's interesting. And a twinning.
And a twinning.
Okay, so now we are starting to see the multi-access plan.
Okay, all in a multi-access against Jackie. Honestly, once you're at 3 points, I think that looks a lot better.
Yeah, sure. Because now like the window is like quite quickly closing for Simmer to actually present any punitive threat. I mean, he actually only has exactly one more opportunity because once the second 3-pointer gets stolen, that's basically it.
Yeah, and we're
And
still just game.
exactly, and then possibly even if you use if let's say a Regenesis gets stolen, and that's basically it because there's no way you get another punitive window without losing the game straight up, right? Okay, so back to business. Back with the credit lead, up to 16. After the Restoring Humanity prop, as well as that hedge fund. So Blueberry Diesel and a Elfres Hotel to just drawing towards his.
Yeah. The event come down for the prepaid voice pad credit. I get the twinning counter and just kind of amass resources. I don't think Tyrande has to be in any sort of hurry here.
Yeah, so I mean there is the option to just do the criminal thing and camp the remote. Ooh, logic bomb. Okay, that's not something we see every day, but
I know something that
definitely
Mercury
makes sense.
experimenting with because it bypasses anything.
Yeah, so bypass, you don't break up routines, you just go past, you get the extra access, and maybe you can combine with this twinning, this prepaid voice pad, and this wake implant to get you can get like a pretty big dig down, right? Of course, the concern I would say is that you're down only to 5 credits, which means that
Mm-hmm.
Simmer is like closer to assembling a second.
Yeah, I think
Uh,
Tyrande probably wants to eke up some. Let this daily cast tick. Maybe play some sure gambles off the prepaid. And just
yeah,
money up some.
definitely.
So I was actually just double checking the wording on Mercury because this twinning reminded me of something. There's a
All right.
very fun combo with twinning. Are you familiar with Divide and Conquer?
Ooh, I hear you. I hear you. When you so if you run R&D and you don't break any subs on R&D, you get free accesses of Divide and Conquer. That's very interesting.
So Mercury says when you breach HQ or R&D during your run, if you did not break any subs. So Divide and Conquer says run archives, and then breach HQ and breach R&D. So you run archives, and then you can just cash out with Mercury and the twinning for 4 HQ accesses
Of an archives run.
off an
Even.
archives run,
That's pretty hot.
and also get 3 R&D accesses if you've got your full 4 twinning counters backed up.
Oh, ooh, we have an Esther brother coming in.
Okay,
That's
okay.
hot. Are we going HQ or R&D?
Or archives. There's
HQ. All
3
right.
face downs in archives, but I agree it's.
So we are seeing 3 cards here of twinning Mercury. Is that the play?
If the twinning is used, I think there's a case for not using the twinning and getting.
Next, we have a bacteria on the board. Second 3-pointer steal. And I think
Depending on what's in
this
the top
might
7, this could be game.
no, but no. The problem is punitive. There's only one punitive left in the deck. and I don't think there's any way, unless this server one is another spin doctor,
Oh yeah, that's the just
unless
traveled
it's,
back. Okay.
yeah, there's only one punitive left, and at most one punitive, which means that there's no way for, I don't think there's a way for Simmer to actually score, threaten the flat line of this 3 point steal with only one punitive, unless Simmer exactly another spin doctor. And yeah, you have to spin draw and then shuffle back another two primitives. But no, this it's not a spin.
Genesis gonna
It's just
get
Regenesis
points.
Fuji. So it looks like it has to be just pure scoring plan now, which to be fair is entirely possible with Tiranda on this credit total.
Mm. And I mean, there's still plenty of Fujis left. There's still Regenesis.
Yeah, so one Regenesis would do it. And Hermes, okay, a little bit late, but yeah. You know what? I'm not even sure that this Hermes can do anything except give MU, because I think any agenda score at this point or steal is game ending.
Uh,
Funnily enough,
Regenesis with no agendas and archives from the
that is
warp.
fair enough. Regenesis and nothing in archives will do it.
Because maybe the
We'll get a
Regenesis being
Hermes box.
pressured in some fashion, it just needs to be scored.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. And I think everything everything considered, right? There is this one very random clause on Regenesis that says if no corp cards have been added to archive system, then you can add a face down corp
Yes.
card of a face down agenda. So, like, I mean, I have made this exact play myself where I I just click a subliminal because it's free. Then score the Regenesis. And oh wait, yeah, that's not something you can do, right? This Fuji is staying in archives. I messed up.
So like this is one of the reasons why you see the moonpools, because they're a form of fast advance that actually works with Regenesis.
Exactly, because they remove from game, right?
Right. The moonpool gets removed from game, and the cards, while they were in archives, that's not the direction they're headed. They're headed back elsewhere.
And I think there's a couple of other fast advanced tools that don't involve trashing. So Biotic notably does trash itself because it's an
Yep.
operation, right?
It's an operation.
Uh,
But like you could San a Genesis.
yeah, Sunset. You could big deal every time. It's just a little bit overkill, but it is what it is. And okay, size and time is the rest of R&D.
I mean, a
We
4 point
won't
agenda
be
still sounds pretty
seeing.
good.
So are we logic bombing this? You think?
Just size and doing again. Oh, that.
It does. Yeah, it does a bunch of damage. Kind
Yeah.
of, kind of not what you want. But okay, so bypass, we are going to see 1, 2, 3 cards, I think. 4 cards with the Wicked Plan. All
Wait,
right, we
wait.
are cooking. One, two,
Just
three,
ship it.
four. Oh, that's
Find the
the
Fuji.
last Fuji. There we go. Oof, that was tight. It was that fourth access that got it, actually. So all of the multi-access coming in clutch, Mercury, Twinning, and that Wicked Plant for that last clutch steal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think not uh, a little bit unfortunate on the bacterial accesses for
Yes.
Simmer. I think both of them were from HQ, which is not really where you want them to be at when they're being stolen.
Mm-hmm. So I think it's more about sort of Jiteki versus Mercury, with the general like traits of Jiteki, where sort of multi-access is bad, but the other or like not strictly good, right? Is sometimes you want the multi-access, sometimes you're worried about dying. But
Yeah,
Jiteki Ice is to some extent somewhat notorious for like not actually stopping runs. It does lots of things, but they're often not actually end the run.
yeah, yeah.
Which means that if Mercury wants the accesses, like Mercury can light the hand on
Yeah,
fire.
Yeah, it's true. And I think notably, and something we didn't really come up this game, but it could have, is that Logic Bomb is kind of bad against a Nazi, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can you can't just bypass it, but you still take the three because you didn't break subroutines, and
Mhm.
you're like you get your access, but at what cost?
That was game 2. How much time is left in this round?
That's an excellent question. We have looks like about half an hour ish left in the round, so we can definitely check in with someone else. Uh, so I want to take a look at some more. I think we've gone through all the factions already, so let's just jump into one that is more recently started. So I'm going to check in with, let's see, table 6. All right, looks like table 6 is a go, and we can go into the real nap on Hoshikoshiro versus SBK on ASA Group. Excellent. And oh my, what have we here? It looks like we have ourselves a Formicary Stegodon ASA. We've got some
Mm-hmm.
jiggly joogly jumping around of the servers going on here.
There are
And
dinosaurs in my ants. There are ants in my dinosaurs. I'm not.
hmm, uh, yeah, it's a regular old animal kingdom here, and I'm not sure what's going on, and I'm pretty certain, uh, pretty sure for certain the real kind of doesn't know what's going on either. Especially if this, it's let's not forget, it's not only the former crews that are jumping around, it's also the Volvo Ozedi that's following them around, trying to give them free reses and such.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the board states ever. So thankfully, the rule depth has like an echelon down to kind of like break through these formicaries, but it's just a hell of a nuisance having to deal with it. Plus this
Yes.
Manningham skunk works. Not to mention with the dereses going on, blah blah blah. The ice strength or the icebreaker strength is going to be pretty low, which means that echelon is currently on a formicary run. Sorry, on a stegodon run, this is going to be a -1 strength uh, echelon. So in the absence of any other uh, icebreakers to pump its strength, it's gonna be an absolute balls. Gonna be absolute balls to break through even a single formicary, let
Although
alone.
Banhar doesn't care about
Yeah,
strength. I only care about the number of
that's a
subs.
terrible.
And for carry, like those are one sub. They're not.
Yeah, fair enough. And okay, so install with the Acer trigger. Up to 15 credits with this Rashido and Nico fire. And okay, just a bunch of
Softening on top
installs,
of Manigarm. So that could be an
discarding a
agenda.
card. Yep. So either one of these server one or three could be another agenda. Uh, I don't think.
Could
Okay,
be
so
server 3
Volvo
with
is
Boba
moving.
moving, but
Yeah. So it is worth noting that there is already a Manigam skunk on the board, and it is a
it
unit
is.
card. So yeah, so Funhouse X. What is going on here? What is this influence spell?
So do you think we'll see
It's,
B1001 also?
I mean, I think it's possible, entirely possible, and I mean, hell if it isn't like a lot of moving parts, for a deck to be on.
Actually, let's check our influence fund for a second, because we're assuming there's probably 3 former carries, so that's 6. There's some number of front houses. There are 2 each. And we're presuming there's, a full set of spins. There's
Yeah,
not that much space for other things.
it's true. And I think it looks like uh, looks like a second skunk works is getting rest. And okay, so okay, skunk just ends the run. Yeah, real life doesn't want to do anything with it. And now you go back to the support because you know the fabric is here, and Stegono has been used this turn, so there's no risk of any shenanigans. So you can't just breach this and get some misbones value. So Formicry gets rest, fine, whatever. You get to break this with Echelon.
Mhm.
And this is the last click of the turn. So we will see a Merity campaign. So do you trash this or do you take a draw? Okay, looks like it's going to be a trash. All right. So when Hoshigo does flip, so getting that excess value from it, and looks like a triple. Is it okay? It is a
Luminal.
luminal. Okay, so I'm not honestly if I'm the real deck, I'm not sure if I would rather see Escopar score another luminal or a luminal or the third Stegodon. I think that's the third Stegodon would be absolutely terrifying to play into. As much as luminal is the best agenda in the game.
It just because
Okay,
you spend so much
so
time thinking. Is it too good? I'm not sure. Does it cause you to spend way too much time thinking about sequencing and your turn? Yes.
definitely yes. Yeah, one of the board states of all time, indeed. So it's going to be triple install technically with the Acer trigger and take a credit. So 5 credits left. Volvo moving to what on earth is going on? Why is Volvo? Excuse me, is what? Should Volvo be there?
Um,
Okay, yeah. Volvo is meant to be two. Escapade meant to be in two. Might replace it. Uh Replace? I'm not sure. Oh, okay. So I think
that's what it's
oh
be.
meant to be in 3, I think. So take a credit and okay, Volvo. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Yeah. So that should be paired. Uh yeah, looks like no harm, no foul. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, meant to be in server 3.
Coming
So
down.
oh, interesting. Uh Twinning is installed, running R&D. Thinking about this Stegodon bounce. Okay, is this gonna be a bounce is the question.
No, there's a Banhar here.
There is a banner. Okay, so we take attack and take a net damage. Buzzsaw is the trash, doesn't really matter on this board.
I mean, Buzzsaw gets you
And
through
use
Funhouse for.
yeah, and it is oh my god, it is a
Called it.
B1001. Okay, so uh okay, so as if there wasn't enough things to think about already. Now the real lab has to think about trashing this B1001 that's protected by this Manigam Skunk Watch, which is in turn protected by this former crew that's just chilling on the empty server 1 right now. So I
This
mean,
is the most annoying.
like ugh, is the it comes up on the run, and then
Annoying
honestly,
board to
I do not
deconstruct.
blame him one bit. This is one absolute board of bullshit to go into. Pardon my French.
Uh, okay, so what I want here are give me my chisels. I'm just gonna chisel out all of the Formicaries.
Oh yeah, like get that out of here.
Labor rights back the chisels. Chisel out.
Okay, wait. Okay, so wave is a free rest because of this Volvo.
Svovo, yep.
Wave is summoning a gatekeeper from R&D. Okay, fair enough. Gaining credit positive on this because of Volvo. Get 2 credits back. Going next is another 5. Oh my god.
All right. Well,
Yeah,
I think you
well,
just have to
this
bounce
is
here because
definitely going to be an end run.
yeah, this is like 100% bounce. 100% you bounce here. You just stall the
Oh,
B1001 plenty of
this,
rounds.
this is an absolute nightmare. An absolute nightmare to go through if you're the runner. Oh. Okay, so the last server we can realistically check. And continuing, approaching. All right.
Behold.
No, no, don't do this. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me,
Oh, I don't think
Tongkang.
it. I think
Okay,
it's just gonna hit me or
okay.
something.
It's
Yeah.
just a Merlin. Okay, we can thank our lucky stars. Yeah. If it was just if there was one more layer on this board on this board of
There's not the influence for
absolute
it.
nonsense. Oh, I don't think I could. I don't think I could take it. I don't think. More to the point, I don't think our dear watchers could take it. My heart rate is already spiking just looking at this combination of nonsense.
Yeah, I especially got a little bit ago with the like Funhouse B1001 Oscillus, but I hadn't tried combining it with Stegadon former carry, which
Yeah.
seems to really be making it.
Okay. This is, I think, a very OP, fully operational, and
Yeah, yeah,
just just a cool one credit,
fully off
one credit
with
to gain 10.
with
Yeah,
fully iced remotes is.
yes, this fully was definitely very OP. And Volvo moving to server 6, so not sure what's in server 3, but it's definitely not as important now. Uh,
Well, the ice there's rest. You don't need to Vova there.
yeah. So okay, so for those that just got in, keeping track at home, there is one Formicary on HQ. We see it, right? Uh, so the wave that was rest last turn, installed, sorry,
Sorry, fetch
summoned
a
Gatekeeper.
gatekeeper.
It fetched yeah, which we surmise is on server 7, but you cannot be sure, of course. There is a B1001 on server 5, which is guarding R&D and server 3 against any access whatsoever because of these two fund houses. Right? And the B1001 itself is being protected by this Manigam Skunkworks, which you can't really get in because there's a Formicary on server 1, right? Which is going to rent itself uh, on approach to this skunkwork server, and we all know like this, the nonsense that gets on with Formicary skunkworks. You got to pay the tax twice at least, right? Uh, so yes, that is currently where we are. I mean, possibly there is a third Formicary somewhere on the board, maybe server 6. I mean, who knows what's the second card in server 6, honestly, right?
Yeah, it looks like they're
But
rebooting real
okay,
quick because the banner was on the wrong server.
okay, sure, fair enough. So yeah, so no information was gained, right? And
But the
oh
surf
my
house was a
god,
fun
it's
house.
another fun house. I mean, if I if I'm the real net, I'm pulling my hair out right about now. And okay, honestly, I mean, I hope you join me, chat. If you just join me in pulling your hair out of my scalp, because that's exactly what I'm doing right now, like in solidarity with the real net. Because like, good God, what is this board? This is some absolute maze of nonsense that
Just
we're
needs
gonna have to deal
hippos.
with.
Like, the real left needs hippos. Just a bunch of hippos. 5 of them, 8 of them, I don't know.
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah. So let it be known, Pinhole Threading is a really good card. And speaking of good cards, we see another one credit to gain 10 and double advance in server 6. Yeah, it's basically impenetrable. Yeah, pinhole or die.
I just minded a couple of card
Yeah,
draws on the
pinhole.
fully operational. but I don't think it's.
I mean, sure, but so Volvo moving back into server 5, joining the rest of his buddies, the
Yeah,
Manigam
just
and
to
the
wait for the
B.
cheap res. But I think we're going to see potentially Banhard server 5 try and get in there, trash
Yeah.
the B1001.
So I think the absolute best card for the real lab to have at this point would be a single copy of Light the Fire. We've got all of our eggs in this server 5 basket. And our objective right now is just to blow up the basket. Okay, looks like no no
Actually,
Light the
there's
Fire, but we
two
do have
T-res form
double
carries. Yeah,
Formicries
no,
going down.
actually, there's no way to get it here.
Yeah, so we're gonna have at least two Formicries, at least one Formicary trigger, maybe off of HQ, maybe server 1, it doesn't really matter. But yes, so Manigam was gonna fire, and then we will see the first round of
Like it's
the
Farmer carry Banagar, right?
yeah, so you will have to pay for Manigam 3 times, I think, which makes this
Yeah,
absolutely
there's no
untenable.
way.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way. Yeah, so I think Espequire is currently just only contemplating like which manner of in which order this bullshit is going to resolve in. Yeah, exactly. Having fun. Two Formula Crane makes this basket unblowable. You would need to absolutely light this basket on fire. All right. So, but the upside is of course that the duress has been triggered off the Stegodon, so you could go to some other server now that's not Stegodon and that is not Funhouse, right? So, wave gain 2 credits doesn't matter. What is this access on HQ? Breach HQ, and it's just an ability barrier. And honestly, I think the Willet might be breathing a sigh of relief that uh, that ablative barrier went down, because I think having that ablative, be able to summon whatever manner of upgrade, like you can put an amalgam wherever you want, right? And it goes to the score. Ikawa project up to 6 points. Uh, yeah, I think the lock has been, it's not necessarily a 100% foolproof lock, but the lock is like 90% setup,
Mm-hmm.
and all SPQI wants is to just draw them agendas and dump them into
I was gonna say I wouldn't mind to put out
server
Server 7
6.
here and get the mall value. Just maul the card out of hand.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, possibly the greatest response to people are cutting pinholes. And there we go, spin fires, and I think the roll up is gonna run R&D. It's gonna run HQ now for sure. So approach server 7. Yeah, nothing doing it here. So yeah, just run 3 chisels. Just let's kill all the damn Formicries. And I mean, I completely don't blame anyone in chat if you're kind of rooting for what was the Funhouse is the rest. Okay, that probably means we're going to see some Formicary reses just to tax out this echelon, probably. Yeah, so yeah, there we go. So Formicary hard res on server, on HQ, I should say. So it's going to be 4 credits for this. 4 credits or 2 damage on this run. Alternatively, okay, yeah. So just 2 net damage. We'll see if Aspikoi wants to commit a second Formicary here.
Doesn't like it.
Oh no, it's a Vitruvius. All right, so good stuff. And now the Rulem is on game point actually. So B1001 was the more trash, and yeah, the real lab knows Like this is like the one last chance because any agenda from here on out that SPK draws is going straight into server 3 and like you are not going to be able to get past the basket of bullshit on server 5 with the
And there's no way
B1001
to
in the
get
front house.
into R&D with the funhouse. Like you just get blocked out with B1001.
Yeah, exactly. So okay, so running HQ, just taking the 2 net, not even wanting to spend the credits. Jaggery, yeah, so nothing doing there. More means it's already in 70. Oh right. Oh, wait. Oh, that's an Equa project. Excuse me.
I don't see any way
Okay.
to get it.
So I don't see a way to get either. I mean, but maybe with a with another with another more hit, and there is one unknown card in HQ, so there is a chance for the real net to find some combination to get in.
Yeah, it has to be in like you have to try and find something in HQ because
Yeah.
there's no way to get into server 3.
Uh, I mean, so yeah, I mean it comes back down to maybe the real net has a light the fire, and if you light server 5 on fire, I think you are in like pretty decent in a pretty decent
Yes.
place to contest, but you would need to have exactly light the fire now because if you click one, you need to go click one, install light the fire, click two, light the fire, server 5, blow up the basket, then click 3, run server 3, and steal this Ecoa project because it's probably the only agenda that you would triple advance and not score, right?
I mean, there could be
I
like an
think.
off or something, but yeah, I'd expect Echoa.
Yeah.
Is
So
there?
running HQ. So this Banha is going to get eaten by Wave. Probably doesn't matter one way or another. And now Escobar is thinking about this DRS. But so no Stegodon on this run, fair enough. So just going to be 1 net damage and breaking Formicary for a credit, probably. And I think uh, the fact that Espequer isn't doing anything about this excess HQ run kind of indicates
There's no
that
agenda here, but like, what do you do
yeah,
instead?
yeah. I mean, there's no, you kind of don't have an alternative, right?
Like, you just have to
So
call it.
Jaggery is the excess, Jaggery is the more, and now you just run back because like what else you got to do, right?
Yeah.
Like every other server is kind of just locked out. Okay, so wave is just gonna fire probably, and
Mm-hmm.
yeah, fires gate 2, and then breaking this Formicary. Fire all, just take the net. My hand doesn't matter anymore. And Volvo. All right, just a Volvo. Yep. So I think that should be it. Like I don't see a way for the real get any more relevant accesses this game. R&D is locked out from Funhouse B. B is locked out from Skunk Formicary.
I mean, if you've got a pinhole, you could pinhole B1001 and run R&D, but
Yeah, sure. But yeah, there we go. Here we see the Formicary DRES, and here we go with the Skunk pay 5, and here comes the Formicary. Oh, it was on server 5 all along. So yeah, that would be the third Formicary. Now we know where they all are. Fat Lot of Good is gonna do, I suppose. And there we go, bounce, and that should be it.
click for credit, click
Last,
for card. Okay, then just try to go on server 3 because
yeah, it's like, yeah, maybe the opponent misclicks.
yeah,
Maybe
maybe they forget to press their
B1001.
buttons.
Yeah, maybe you forget about B1001. Uh, you know, play to your out. fair enough, fair play. And yeah, take a tag and fire all. You take another tag, doesn't really matter at this point of the game. And there we go. End the run, and that's it. And we'll see if this is an
Advance
agenda. It
score.
is
Yep.
score project. And I mean, yeah, yeah, that's it. And
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's an absolute nightmare of a board that Esprica managed to assemble. And I mean, fair play to the real lab. He gave it his best shot and tried to get the accesses where he could, but the fun houses were too much. The B skunk Volvo uh server of nightmare server was too much and didn't have or couldn't find the light the fire to blow up the basket.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, GG. Well played to both players. Not sure what the outcome of game one was. But yeah, game two goes to Espequel and Acer Group, and I think that should be it for the round. Yeah, round two just finished, and yeah, probably won't get to play. I won't get to spectate any more games. I don't think.
Yep.
Yeah, there are a couple of games still unreported, but those should be wrapping up shortly.
Yeah, should be 2 games in time right now.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna take us over to
Uh,
the break screen. We're gonna be back in 30 minutes. I'll put something up as soon as I find
uh,
out when
30
exactly.
minutes. Actually, it looks like the meal break has been extended to an hour. So yeah, people can have a longer break as a treat. So thanks, Crow, for extending the meal break. So people can get breakfast, lunch, dinner, wherever you are in the world. I know I haven't eaten anything since like 11 a.m. So I think I should probably be getting something myself. And of course, thanks everybody for watching. And we will be back very soon I want to say exactly 58 minutes, which is when the meal break ends, or maybe slightly earlier than that. And enjoy your meal break. And I mean, whether or not you're playing or just watching, see you soon.
And welcome back, everyone, to the 2023 September AMT, the Accelerated Beta Test.
Actually, I think it's November, but yeah, sounds
I
about
thought I
right.
said November. What should I say?
Yeah. How was your break? You got any breakfast, lunch, dinner?
Had a little bit to eat, but I got myself a glass of lemonade, and I've got that with me. It's
Okay.
important to stay
Yeah.
hydrated.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. In fact, it is very remiss of me not to constantly remind our audience and our players to please stay hydrated. It is good for the health and good for the net runner. And I myself am brewing a cup of coffee right now as we speak, which maybe is a little bit unwise at 10:30 p.m. at night, but that is a problem for future Jai to solve. Current Jai needs his coffee right now.
Fair enough, fair enough. That would not be a problem for me at about 9:30 in the morning, seeing as I'm on the other side of the globe from you. But I'm not really a coffee drinker, so I will skip the.
All right, all right, all right. And I see Aksu is on that energy drink hydration. I see you, Aksu. Don't think I won't have words with you at some point about your monster addiction.
Mm. And I
Okay,
think we're gonna wait for a second to see how the potentially shake out,
sure,
and
yeah,
the
yeah.
IDs,
There are
and
definitely
then.
some people going to be asking for 2 for 1s
Mhm.
at this stage. Of course, with the last round remaining.
It's the last round remaining. You can know your breakers for certain. You can do the math, make the decision that seems right to you.
Right. So it looks like some 2 for 1s, some ID. I think the only real ID request would be the top 2 or 3
Yep.
uh, seats currently. So we'll have at least 1 2 for 1, and we'll see how the rest goes. Um, so so bear in mind that of course this will be a top 3 cut, not like the top 4, top 8 that some people might be used to, as this is a AMT with slightly different top cut structure, seeing as that there are no physical prizes per se. So this will be a top 3 cut
Mhm.
single elimination, which means that the uh, second and third place will play for the right to play against the first seed, and the overall first and second place players at the end of the day get to walk away with a CBI invite. Of course, given that they don't already have one, in which case you'll get passed down. So there's a world where everybody wins. All right, all right.
All right. So I think I'm looking. If you were to go in and ask tables 2, 6, and 8, I think are all interesting. All of them are tables where we have not seen either of the players play yet.
Oh, sure. Okay, so why not let's go and take a look at uh table 8, Ruben Peters against Swipe. Let's jump in for a bit. All right. Looks like we've got the go ahead from table 8.
All right. Turning in on table 8.
There we go. So we have Ruben Peters on Asmari at Tech, the second ambient ID you've seen today. Play against Swipe on Real Kid Peddler, and I do certainly hope that we're going to be seeing the deck of the week in action, because I definitely haven't seen it myself, and
I haven't actually seen what the
um,
deck of the week is yet. but maybe this will be your chance to find out together.
Yeah, it's as in, I do believe, yeah, it is Cable Carnage's sixth place kit runner deck from the UK Nationals last weekend, the Grug Brain runner. And it's yeah. So and I think if anybody hasn't read the write up, do go and read it. It is extremely humorous, and I think we can all learn a thing or two from it. But okay, enough about that. Let's just dive into it. Time has started, and GLHF, and this isn't a 2-for-1, I do believe.
I
No,
don't
it is
believe this is
not a
two for
two
one.
for one. So this is just a regular two-sided game. Let's do it. Okay, so Room Peters with the classic opening of Hedge Fund and something
Install and place
behind
whatever you
ice.
install.
Yeah,
Ideally, of
and
course, you option want this install to be a Rashida, but there's
yeah,
a wide range of acceptable installs here. If you're confident in your ice, it could be like
uh,
an off-off, or you could go with a case
oh, and we see I can instant click one install propeller, click two challenge this remote, and it is a border control. Wow. Okay, so we can Swipe can actually just break this here, and
and
it's a
finds
spin
a
doctor.
spin doctor, which is going to be
Looks
res.
like no trash. Yeah, no trash on the spin doctor, very understandably with this credit total.
Yep.
And
Especially because trashing the spin doctor just opens you up so much to op research potentially.
exactly. Although, like, of course, it is a question whether like these Asmari decks are even on border control. Sorry, on Opera
On
research in the
opposition
first place
research to
with
begin
this
with,
border
yes.
control. Yeah, uh, we've seen like a bunch of what we call six Mari,
Mm-hmm.
over the months, like this classic, uh, just 6-5-3 agenda decks out of Asmari, which just play extremely glacier, try to like, slow roll the game, don't really care about text too much, right? But rather just like try and use the fact that it's a 40 card ID, which lets you play 6-5-3 agendas, and three of which are Bologna, which are incredibly difficult to steal, especially uh, in this kind of glacier deck. And like with like big taxing eyes, you expect to see maybe Tobulls, maybe Hydras, and so on and so forth. But okay. Yes, and yeah, again, we see a little bit more of like what we expect this deck to be. Daily quest coming down in server one, dripping for 3 credits a turn if the runner doesn't make a successful run on it. Yeah, and Ruben Peter's probably just going to take it nice and slow. Just grab as much like drip econ as he possibly can before trying to score out in a very well fortified and well funded remote server. So okay, we looks like we're seeing a remote challenge on this last click uh, from Swipe. Of course, Angolo coming down, and of course with Kit's ability, making sure everything is a code gate. So you could get through with this Angolo actually against Brun 1.0. You only need to pump it once, which is a you know good thing. But I think we are actually just straight up uh, 1 credit short of being able to contest this daily quest. Like you can get in, but you can't trash it, which is a bit of a bummer. Uh, yeah, and so we'll see just Swipe just check out or just break the installs up and get out of there, ending the turn 1 credit. So not the best use of overclock, but very good res by Ruben Peters. Ruben Peters just chilling, just installing ice, protecting centrals. Of course, you expect these kind of shaper decks to be on deep dive, and if it is like the deck of the week, it is definitely a deep dive deck. So icing central is always prudent, even more so your glacier deck, right? And
Mhm.
with that daily quest chugging away, you're not wanting for credits, at least not in the long term. So the onus really is on Swipe to like make something out of this situation, because if not, Room Beaters is just gonna just keep on doing what he's doing,
Have
icing.
quests, make money, make some more money, make some
Yeah,
more money. Build a
exactly.
glacier that can't actually be challenged, especially with this border control mix at the base. So you could potentially be running this server, like when Ruben Peters goes to score out, you could potentially be running this server 2, 3 times even if there's like a data vault,
Yeah,
bio vault,
Biovault.
bio vault. It's sort of the style of the what was the ID that made you consider to be have a tag while you're encountering the outer ice?
Acme,
Acme,
Acme
Acme.
Con. Yeah,
Obviously, the style of
that's
like the Acme
one of my
glaciers.
yeah, one of my favorite IDs back in the day. Unfortunately, still legal actually, but really limited viability now that all the
Missing
ice
data
that cares
ward
about being tagged.
is
Yeah,
certainly a lack.
yeah, exactly. And I think a bit more under the radar, but no less keenly felt is IP block
Mhm.
with the run if the runner is tagged sub
Yes,
18.
we still have Hydra, but Hydra is not quite as potent.
Yeah, yeah, and definitely not an ice which really cares that much about you being tagged on the way in. Like
Mhm.
the difference is 3 net damage, which to be sure is not nothing. Anansi is a good card, but like definitely not enough to make the deck on its own. But okay, Ruby's actually over installing this daily quest and so on. What's going on here actually? Could this be, maybe
Ready
this is like
to
another Rashida?
score out. Ready to. Except that's like a Regolith. Regolith generates money faster. Makes me wonder if there's a
Sure.
second daily quest in hand to sort of put back down once you've done whatever, like
Yeah,
whatever this
so
card
yeah,
is.
entirely possible that we see like a second daily quest go down just after like we interrupt this daily quest program to bring you this special Rashida Jahim report.
Right, right.
And yeah, maybe now we'll return you back to your regularly scheduled programming. But it is kind of curious, and that Ruben Peters would like voluntarily trash daily quests, like if like you imagine that maybe he had nothing better to do uh
Hmm.
with his hand. Like you imagine, I think he could have been quite happy just to keep on installing ice and clicking for credits while this daily
Yeah, like
quest ticks
even
up, and then
looking for
eventually,
credits. Like this is a three
yeah,
card
you can
discard
just
at end of
rest.
turn to hand size. So just take the 3 credits from daily quest instead. Maybe put an ice in
Yeah,
archives.
so yeah, exactly. So maybe you can make some kind of read on like what the contents of Ruben Peters' hand are. Maybe there's no installable ice. Maybe there's a bunch of agendas
Hmm.
without Spin Doctor to shuffle, and which is why he's making this push now on 10 credits, which is definitely not a lot. You can definitely secure the remote. You probably can't secure both centrals,
Hmm.
not against this Angolo. But okay,
Send a
send a
message.
message to Scott. And ooh,
Hydra.
okay, that's a
Okay,
high.
that is the type of giant ice that you really want as a message.
Oh yeah, message is definitely been sent. And importantly, and this is like very specific to the kit matchup, this Hydra is on the inside of the server, so
Hmm.
uh, it's protected from kit's ability by whatever's outside it, and you assume that Ruben Peters will be able to rest whatever it is on the outside.
Correct.
So
Although that's still like Kit code gates the outer ice, and Golo code gates the Hydra.
sure, sure. So that's but it's still like 2 credits to paint. Uh, so it's 2 to paint, 2 to pump. 3 to break, so that's a total of 7 credits for
Mhm.
Hydra, which is still a
Hydra's
respectable
certainly
amount.
still a very expensive ice to go through.
Sure, by all means,
For an
definitely.
ice that costs 0, I wouldn't expect anything less.
For sure. But you see an overclock on HQ, which is an interesting server to overclock, given that
There wasn't any rest ice in it, and
yeah,
uh, you could have potentially made it in paying 0 credits. Yes.
yeah, yeah, we see a Sadaka here. Sadaka, of course, a trapped ice with no subroutines normally would trash itself after the subroutines resolve, but keep making it a code gate, and Golo just breezes right past for 2 credits. And an F2P. So again, not the biggest of deals here. Uh, you can just pay 2 credits per sub to go through, and I expect that that's what Swap will do. You don't want a Golo bounce on this board, and you certainly don't want tag not with this many resources.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Yeah, see whether there's
okay,
ever a
there we
world where
go.
you let like the Sadaka's self-trashing subroutine fire, but I think there's just too many loaded resources. Like you don't want to trade a card in HQ for a fully loaded telework.
Yeah, exactly. And Ruben Peters now only on 3 credits. Maybe that makes you wonder if server 1 is an NGO front instead of a
Okay, so we have to be
instead of
seeing
some
deep
kind of
dive this turn, right? We've seen
yes.
HQ, we've seen archives.
Okay, but over here we see a toll booth. Now I think Swipe has to do some math here. So toll booth, you can pay, of course, through this toll booth with overclock credits, unlike some other similar effects like Mystic Chess Vote. And so do you break this? So you can just break this in Golo, and as we discussed, 7 credits to go through this Hydra. Expensive to be sure, down to 4 credits. And now I think we'll see Swipe pop this Hannah and try to get a deep dive off. So
No, just deep
and
dive.
that looks like a send a message. So 2 Ballonas which can't be stolen. Not on this credit total. So okay, there's a second brown 1.0. Ooh, grief. Okay. So Swap not actually popping the wheels there because he knows he can't actually
Afford to
steal.
steal a Bologna. They're expensive.
Yeah, so correct. So that means there were some odds of there being like the both sender messages being like the top 8, but those are like pretty low odds,
Mm-hmm.
right? And I think he was willing to just take that gamble uh that one of the 2 remaining sender messages in the game is
In the
in
top
like
eight.
the top 40% of the current R&D, which is fair assumption to make.
Telework,
And
telework.
so first deep dive done, and now we will see how Swap reloads for the second go on centrals, because I am not sure how breachable this particular remote is right now. Even without any defensive upgrades, a single Angolo probably not getting through a triple barrel remote, and propeller is fine and all. It's like
So if he has the
uh
full set of 3x turbine, propeller looks pretty good. Otherwise, it looks kind of hard.
uh hard. Yeah, that's the word I would use. But okay, so 16 credits, back up to a respectable total, still with a teleworker on the board,
Mm-hmm.
and probably trying to find that second deep dive now. But R&D is just getting harder and harder to crack all the time. Well, I say R&D, I mean centrals in general, right?
Right.
But I mean, with all this ice already rest, Swipe can make a good read on like what's the credit total required
Mm-hmm. To get through.
um, to go through. And oh, that's an over install double advance. This doesn't look like a NGO front to me. Not when, not with 6 credits still on that regolith. So Ruby is really trying to force the issue here.
Like honestly, I think Ruben has enough ice resed that there's not actually that much more demand for credits. More credits are good, obviously, but I think Ruben has all the credits that he needs if this is an NGO front, right? If that's install double
Yeah,
advance in NGO with the 8 credits of the NGO, Ruben is set. This ice is all res. It's all really big, really expensive ice, which means that
yeah,
he
fair
doesn't need
enough.
the 6 credits remaining on the regolith, which means that this can just be an NGO bluff.
Ooh, I mean, and NGO bluff. I mean, so I mean, quite possibly, but the whole point of a bluff, of course, is to try and force the runner
Mm-hmm.
to run that
Which is sort
server.
of problematic
And
here
I don't
because
think.
with the Brams, there's just no way in with the propeller.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can paint you paint the first brand, right?
Mm-hmm.
You so you kit the first brand, you engolo the second brand, you can propeller the border control, and then the border control gets popped, and then you have to deal with the two brands again. Yeah, that just seems untenable. But Ruben Peters, of course, scoring that Bologna and ooh, second toe move. Oh, sorry. Did we? Is there an issue here with
Oh,
this?
he
This
basically
leg?
activated kit. Oh, okay. Uh,
Ah, okay. You
yep, yep.
wanted to pop blues first. Okay, fair enough. So yeah, swipe asking if you wanted to after asking if you can pop wheels on this one,
Mm-hmm.
which is
Yeah, he's
fair
not going to
enough. And
Ngolo the Sadaka, just puts the Sadaka trash
yeah,
to itself.
exactly. Yeah, so
Um,
all right. All right. So of course you are of course, as we all know, you're not allowed to spend click abilities during a run, but of course we assume that swipe will have popped the wheels before.
mhm.
Uh, and going through this toll booth now, and I not okay. So just doing some quick math: 7 credits on Hydra. Uh, 6 credits on toll booth. So 766 is 20 credits. 20 credits, and you let Sadaka fire. That's fine. You trash his daily cast or whatever, and uh, you can probably just this break the second sub on sorry, yeah, the first sub on F2P and take a tag if you intend to win this turn. So it is entirely possible that you get that Swipe can try and pull off a deep dive if just it has enough raw credits, but I
Mm-hmm.
don't think that's happening here. This just looks like a value
Echo
legwork
chamber.
echo chamber. All right, it's pretty important trash, I would say. Yeah, there we go. Bellona as a steal. Very nice. So uh, only one steal left to win the game for Swipe. But I
So I
mean,
don't think
this
there's enough
Tollbooth
credits to get
Hydra.
in for a deep dive, but I think trashing the Echo Chamber and stealing the Bologna
Yeah, exactly. And
might
both in the
just give you
same run,
time
very
because there
good on
might
this
not be
network.
anything to jam.
Exactly. And this echo chamber was like extremely mission critical for Ruben Peters, right? To just to put in
Right,
server
put it in
one
server
and
one
say,
and just say go, and then if they don't come check it, you just use it. And if they do come
exactly.
check it, they spent 20 credits to get 0 points.
Yeah, and I mean, so Swipe, is kept himself in the game with that network, and definitely was a hell of a good network with a really important trash and a really important steal. But now only on 6 credits and a tag, it's got to think about like how how he reloads for the next like assault on centrals. Okay, so sure,
Draw
Gamble's a
cards,
good
make
start.
money.
Still have this tag, and maybe you think about clearing this tag just to keep your daily casts. Okay, double
Yeah,
gamble,
you get
very
the
nice. That's
two
into
credits
40.
back next turn, kind of.
Ooh, okay, that's just. gain 12 credits in 3 clicks. Sign me up.
Mhm. And Ruben, of course, has the option to trash the daily cast, guaranteed, if he wants to spend a click and 2 credits. I don't know if he has any stronger tag punishment available. I
Sure.
wouldn't necessarily expect any.
I would say like the strongest tech punishment available is the fact that now F2P can't be broken by its own
Mhm.
text.
And Hydra is a little bit more expensive because the first, like Hydra, not even more expensive, but Hydra's a little bit more
Well,
broken.
it's only a worse face check. It's not technically more expensive. You can uh,
Yeah.
I think Swipe would still be breaking those subroutines no matter what, right? Regardless of whether he was tagged or not.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe in like certain emergency scenarios, if you're really tight on credits,
It seemed like shave a credit off
uh,
Hydra sometimes, but
yeah. So you can probably just break 2 subroutines and take a tag
mm-hmm.
if you are like if you really need to be credit perfect.
Mm-hmm.
But that's of course not an option now.
Exactly.
Uh,
But I agree. The F2P is certainly the more impactful change.
yeah, and so but Swipe on 18 credits, still not really representing deep dive threat. Considering it's like 13 plus 6. Oh, and there's a
Mm-hmm.
triple install and one outside. Very interesting. Of course, you have to expect that Room Peters is running more than one echo chamber, right?
Why did I just give
And
game sound back? 1 second.
all right, we're good. And it looks like it's the second echo chamber sniped out of the server one with this pinhole threading. And I mean pinhole, not really a card you expect to see out of Kit, considering that Kit only has 10 influence, and we've already seen like wheels legwork, which is a 6. So with Pinhole, that's 7. DJ Fairness 8, and Baya bands, so 10, all 10 influence already accounted for.
Mm-hmm.
All 10 influence already accounted for in the kit list, so you're going to expect that the rest of them is just basically only going to be green cards. So Ruben Peters, apologies. Icing HQ again, and another card in server one. So I mean, unless this is the third echo chamber, which I'm not sure that the deck is on 3. I think it's only on 2. At least the stop lists are. This could very well just be the third Rashida, I want to say. No, there's only been one Rashida so far. It could very well be another Rashida. So click 1, clear tag. Click 2, run R&D. 7 credits. Room Peters under a little bit of rest pressure here. We know that these bottom 2 eyes cost 13 credits to break in total. Certainly not a little amount, but any single access could win the game at this point. There are 2 agendas left in the game, 10 cards in R&D, 4 in HQ. Room Peters evaluating the odds now. At most 20% to win the game right now. With border control. Oh, you do not want to see that if you're Swipe. Yes, of
Mm-hmm.
course, you break it for 2 credits with Propeller, well, or Angle. Either is fine. And Rhyme. Ooh, does this change the math? This does not change the math. I think on any of these eyes, it's just a 1 credit loss. Fair enough. So you go through. So 3 credits, and another 7 here on Swipe, and we see here Ruben Peters pulls the plug on this border control. So, all right. Spin, shuffling echo chamber. Fair enough. So 2 out of 12. No access. Okay. That's ice cold. That's an ice cold, no border control pop there. It was 1 in 6 to lose the game, assuming no agendas in HQ.
Mm-hmm. So the question is, do we now assume that there are 2 agendas in HQ?
Oh, that's a really good question, right? And the thing is, I don't know if SWAT can check now. Uh, with, with Tobov costing 6 and F2P costing 4.
Hmm.
I don't think Swap has the ability to get into HQ, at least not without letting F2P subfire, which is which could be like a last ditch, which looks like it might actually happen. It looks like we may be seeing a F2P fire.
And there's no money to steal Bologna, which means it has to be send a message. Has to find send a message.
There's the one center message left in the game. So okay, F2P fires, and this looks like gonna be Angolo bounce, most likely. There we go, and give a tag. And a magnet. Okay. Yeah, so that was a little bit of a Hail Mary from Swipe.
Hmm.
It's okay, okay, Rashida Jahib. So not the third echo chamber, but I suspect we already knew that from the fact that uh from the fact that the Spin Doctor shuffled the two echo
Yes.
chambers back.
It's certainly suggestive.
So install advance. Very stone cold from Ruben Peters. So again, oh, Swipe just concedes. No way to get back in.
No way in.
Um, yeah. So yeah, just very sensibly Swipe just conceding. No, don't think any real outs, not with a border control R&D and
Hmm.
like this toll booth on toll booth on both centrals really. And you think that Kit with a turbine with an Angolo with just being Kit good against cold gates, you expect, but then even Turbine and Golo will struggle to go through Tobo multiple times, 6 credits a pop. That definitely adds up. And while there is a lot of econ in the deck, so I finally just ran out.
Hmm.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to switch over to the wait screen for a second while I try and solve the uh, game sound issue.
Sure. Sure, of course. Let against PD. That should be fun. More deep dive action. All right.
All right,
Uh,
hopefully this has solved it. We are back on table 8.
right. And looks like a pretty standard start from Swipe on precision design. Ice 2 centrals, uh, new remote server 1. The fact that uh, this is unice makes it a little bit more work. Wait, hold up. Wait, no way. Excuse me. That is some illegal gameplay.
Cold as
If I do say so
ice.
myself, a naked architect deployment test score with a seamless on turn 2. Excuse me. That is stone cold from Swipe. God damn. Just just saying. You're a lad. I don't believe you're going to.
Mhm.
I don't believe you're gonna check a naked remote turn one. You're gonna be setting up. You're gonna be like getting your econ down for your like
Yeah.
setting up your deep dive, etc., etc. This is it's just gonna be a spin doctor. It's just gonna be tranquility home grade. You're not gonna
Mhm.
want to trash it anyway.
And I mean,
But
Drafter
no,
might not be the biggest hit, but it's still free card.
yeah, it's a free install. You know exactly what's coming out now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
See, there's the spin we're supposed to have on turn one. Just
yeah,
spread a card
yeah,
out, it's a spin. If they come and trash it, whatever.
yeah. I mean, I am not willing to like 100% discount the possibility, as some people are saying in chat. Axel, maybe you accidentally misclick agenda instead of your trend grade, and like what? I'm too cool for this undo click button.
Yeah,
We're
yeah,
just
yeah.
gonna brazen it up. Let's do it. But
Okay, is
okay,
this another agenda?
wheels.
No, that's
Yeah,
not another
wheels
agenda.
coming down for Ruben. Accessing a regolith. Can't trash that, of course. Maybe you click for credit and go back, since swipe looks to be a little bit poor on the credit side of things, but who knows? We'll
Although Ruben
see.
is also a little bit poor on the credit side of things, especially if he spends 3 trashing a Regolith.
Yeah, exactly. I,
Otherwise, I still think writers have like better bounce back tools with this daily cast ticking. I wouldn't mind the play.
sure, fair enough. And I mean, we've all seen like the amount of like uh resource econ that shapers can pack into these kind of like deep dive decks, with your teleworks and so on and so forth. But an
Mm-hmm.
overclock, okay, no, fair enough. Spend your operation money. Uh, Click for credit, get your let draw. Of course, uh, PD, one of the IDs uniquely positioned to
Yes,
deny let
you're just hanging
his
out 6 cards to get.
draw. Yeah, which of course used to be a big thing back in the day when let was the top dog ID, with endurance still being in the format and so on and so
Mm-hmm.
forth. Those days, a little bit long past. I think this deck, this lad is driving a motorcycle instead of a boat.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Speaking of
Uh,
consoles, we see Swift uh, definitely continuing to suggest this sort of deep dive plan um, as,
yeah,
as sort of the angle here.
yeah. We've already seen the overclock come out in terms of run events.
Mm-hmm.
So you of course expect to see your standard dirty laundries. Here we go, of course. Uh, Getting your click back and show
Maybe a Bahi
gamble, and you can.
Bands could be. There's a
Yeah,
bunch. That,
Maya Bands is a good shot. Of course, we saw that last game with the kid. If a 10 influence ID is willing to shell out for Maya Bands, definitely. I mean, what more? A 15 influence ID in the same faction, right?
for about some
Uh,
Doom remotes, there's Because I Can, of course. Very, very
hmm,
fun card. Not, I think, a
Overclock
very good
again.
card, but very fun.
Very fun for sure. So Magnet is the rest here by Swipe,
So we're
and
just gonna
we
see
probably
SMC
see some
for
kind of.
decoder, presumably.
Yeah, Unity comes down for 5 credits, and it will be 3 credits to break here, which probably will pay. There we go. And access. This looks like a. Ooh, Smartagams come first. Okay, so probably
It's probably spend
I
the
think you
2
pay
clicks,
clicks here.
honestly. Yeah.
Yeah. So you will pay 3 credits here. Of course, Parisha unable to pay for Managams Campus because it can only trash
Correct. Only assets, I believe.
assets. Yeah. So the distinction between these, like the tech anti-asset tech uh, that people are mostly playing these days coming into play. So Parisha only able to trash assets, but can trash them out of centrals. You can still
Mm-hmm.
use Parisha to trash assets out of centrals, whereas Miss Bones can trash anything as long as it's installed. So you can't trash upgrades out of HQ or so on and so
Now, if
forth.
I recall correctly, Scrubber can just trash anything.
That's right. And for some reason, uh,
Paying two, like you don't actually come in ahead the first turn, and you're not
yeah,
really
exactly,
ahead the second
exactly. Like
turn. It's
even
like
the
the
price of being unconditional is a little bit too much in this case, I would say.
yeah the third turn, different turn you spend trashing stuff. You're like definitely ahead on Scrubber, but that's
I mean, who knows? If like the asset meta gets severe enough, maybe Arnak's turn to playing Scrubber again. But somehow I doubt it in the faction with that already has imp in it.
so I think if you want to sort of go heavier on the twinning, it's interesting because it is a source of twinning credits. But
For sure. And Aksu says, taught Ruben everything I know about this matchup, so I'll take all the credit for it. Okay, yeah, sure. That just absolutely makes sense, Aksu. We'll just credit the 3 points from this win to you. I'll just make a note to Judge Kroll to chuck it in Cobra. I'll get right on it as soon as this game ends. But okay.
we're just kind of building up stuff on
Ruben
board.
Peters.
Another symbol ship, Nuka.
Yeah. So Swat, just trying to chuck things in this remote. Obviously can't really get let draw here as let, but
Mm-hmm.
and it is maybe getting a little bit expensive to check this remote every time. 3 credits for Unity on Magnet is not nothing. Especially, I mean, since the fact that you only have the one icebreaker, so you actually have to spend 2 credits to pump it.
Exactly. With only one breaker down, Unity into Magnet does not look especially appealing.
Hmm. Exactly. I see Crawl already in the chat adding 3 points to Aksu's score. Yeah, thanks for that. Save us all a little bit of trouble. Also saving us the trouble of having to report this blatant nepotism, shall we say? I don't even know if that's the right word, nepotism.
Are they related?
But yeah, we do have a self-report in the Twitch chat from Crow. But okay, I think this is the third dirty laundry on archives that we've seen in 3 consecutive turns. Just Ruby just getting that swift value, huh?
Yeah, the swift click definitely makes the um, sort of easy mark a bit more appealing. If like, everyone plays
Yeah, I
gamble,
mean,
not
if
everyone plays
yeah, if
easy
Easy
mark.
Mark gave you your clickback, that'd be pretty good.
Yeah. Well, I mean that it's like at worst gamble because you just click for credit, right?
Exactly. And here we go with another wheels run on this remote. Another 3 credits, and it's a virus. Okay, well, you just trash that, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So Swipe just chilling with the strategy of if I just dump a card in here every turn and make Ruben Peters spend
Mm-hmm.
3 credits every turn on this Unity. Eventually Ruben Peters will run out of credits. I mean, maybe not run out of credits per se, but definitely
It adds up.
be put in the yeah be put in a position where you can't realistically contest all 3 centrals for a deep dive.
Mm-hmm.
At least if you're spending all your early on going through Magnet multiple times.
So there is the backup of Hannah, but obviously part of what Swift is providing is the fifth click for deep dive. Is there any sort of worry about running out of run events?
Oh, that's an excellent question. And maybe it's time to take a little look at the run event count. We see 3 daily casts, 2 overclocks. We already hypothesized the existence of Via bands in the list. Oh, that's an off-road office on a single. Here we go again, I guess. And oh, excuse me, 2 agendas, two rips in 2 single
I mean,
accesses.
nothing's been scored. Like the only thing that's been scored is this one architect deployment test, and the corp is 20 cards deep.
Yeah, I
Like
mean, I
more than
mean,
that, 25 cards
excellent
deep.
read of Ruben Peters, but still, I mean, Wow, that is, I mean, that is a hashtag sick groups if I've ever seen one. And now with Swipe going for the double install in server 4, now Roomies may be able to finally, for the first time in 9 turns, maybe get a let draw.
Like
And so
crawl,
contemplating
install,
his next
install,
move
do a
now.
thing, or install, do three things.
Yeah, something like that, perhaps. Maybe we will. I mean, we probably will see like a some kind of program installed at this point. I think the Unity is really feeling a little bit lonely at this point. And you definitely want to get some kind of breaker solution for this drafter
Mm-hmm.
before you can start getting any dives off. So click one is going to be Diesel, up to 7 cards. So it's going to be play three things, or
Yes, play three
use your
things if
let
you want
draw.
the draw, unless we have something
Mm,
really odd.
yeah, and of course, Swipe has the option of before the let draw goes off,
Red spin.
Res a spin doctor, yeah, spin doctor server 4 says, I'm back at 6 cards.
Mm-hmm.
You thought you were getting a let draw, but it was me and you.
Or like if you set up for a late run and there's an ablative barrier, you might not be able to.
And whoa, okay, Repeat is not interested in
Okay.
let draw this turn. Definitely interested in drawing cards though. The
Yes, I
normal way with the
agree.
double diesel.
Diesel, diesel.
All right,
It's all
so
gas,
still
right? No, it's all
searching
diesel.
for it's all diesel gives you flames. Yeah, so I mean, what possibly could Ruben Peters be searching for? I mean, hypothetically, we talked about trying to find this echelon, but I mean, we already have this
There's already an
SMC in place, so
SMC.
that's
There's
yeah,
already a clot in the bin. There's two Sybil chips.
uh, yeah, for sure. And definitely, clock is not the biggest concern on this board, considering.
Yeah, and I don't think it's a
Yeah,
tremendously big concern against PD in general. PD tends to never advance.
yeah, you never advance with a seamless launch and so forth. But of course, there are variants that play biotic and like
Yeah, there are these
certain
variants that sometimes
more
run
three
one
twos with
biotic,
Vitruvius Luminol. Yeah,
because then you are just always have the fast advance threat, and if you need to, you can bring the biotic back with PD.
yeah, yeah. But yeah, of course, you're right. By no means is it a primary strategy. And we go overclock on this one. Ooh, okay. Of course, getting your click back
Mm-hmm.
uh, from Swift. And second, here comes the second drafter. Uh, time to put your money where your mouth is, maybe, Ruben Peters, if want to find a Sentry Breaker.
Although I will say it.
We get a fire all. That's not good. That's not gonna feel good
Mm-hmm.
with an echelon in play. Looks like I mean,
I was gonna say Echelon
Swipe
doesn't
has
line up
his
especially well on this board state.
sure, yeah, yeah, echelon. I mean, still like a awful 5 credits to break.
Mm-hmm.
Drafter definitely not. But yeah, drafter firing Rashida to HQ, Managam to install. So probably what this implies is that this is not there is an asset already in server 4 is what I mean to say, or some
Mm.
kind of thing.
It also might suggest that this is not an agenda,
Oh, but we
or
get Skunk
okay,
Void.
it
Okay,
with full skunk void, this probably is protecting an agenda. But like with
sure.
half, then there's actually a line. That doesn't work here. There's a line that comes up sometimes where you overinstall your agenda with Drafter to trash it.
Oh, that's very true. Yeah,
But in this
to
case, it's
save
just
it,
a run
so to
back on
speak.
archives. Um,
Yeah. And it's entirely possible that we are seeing a second Rashida in server 4, which is like the alternative reason why Swipe is willing to go down to such low credit totals to protect it with Skunk Void. So I would
mhm.
not be surprised to see a Rashida res at the end of this turn as opposed to like some kind of another offload office, for example. But there we go, Propeller and Creative
Yeah,
Commission
actually, there's not even
back up to nine
credits to
crits.
score an off here.
Yeah, off. I mean, you would need exactly to have like credit, seamless,
Yeah, you need credit
and we
seamless,
do know,
seamless.
yeah, and we do know of the existence of at least one seamless in hand. But no, it's not a Rashida. It's not a Rashida, which indicates that it very well could be some kind of 4-2 agenda with only a single seamless in hand. And here we go, legwork HQ.
Okay, I like the legwork,
Uh,
but I think if this
and
doesn't
oh,
work, okay, it's just another off.
and it's just another off, and that's it. I mean, yeah, swipe. I mean, looks like he was kind of flooded. I mean, that's a lot of it. If we assume if it's server 4, and there was a second seamless launch in hand, damn.
Mm.
So yeah,
So I think there's
what
also
was that
a line here
play?
instead of legwork HQ where you just camp server 4. Like if you're certain that's an agenda, you just go there and force
Sure,
the
yeah,
corp to keep
and of course,
automatic.
yeah, because your echelon, you discarded your echelon at that turn, which you assume that echelon was in hand because it wasn't installed off the SMC on the last run against
Mm-hmm.
drafted,
Yeah.
right? So you discard echelon, simul chip it back, trashing the SMC because you don't need it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Then you just brick drafted for 2, magnet for 2, so 4 credits to go through this remote, and then let's say 2 clicks for
Yeah, you spend two
two
clicks
clicks for
on
skunk.
the
Yeah,
skunk void.
yeah, and then just force swipe to pressure the void, pressure the PD's cards in hand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But yeah, okay.
All right, and that was game 2, correct?
And that was game 2, and it's over in, wow, 17 minutes. Pretty speedy timing, all things considered. Okay. Well played to both, and I guess we'll be going on to, let's see if there are any other games that are going on. Uh, let's see. I think there's only one game, or the most recent game that started is Slower McGee against Fifth. We just check in on them. All right, it looks like we got to go ahead
All right.
for this. What looks like game 2. Yeah, this is just the start of game 2. This is just turn 4 and it's fifth on Jinteki Restoring Humanity. We've seen this ID once already. This game, this tournament, I should say.
Mhm.
Just fired a Rashida and going for the install double advance. Ooh, that is spicy on this board. And Slower McGee on Hoshiko. Also, we've seen this ID before, but definitely a different build.
We've been seeing a little bit of
This
the
looks.
Takobi resurgence over the past couple months
Mm-hmm.
as people realize that you
Surely.
don't need +2 strength on all of the ice. You need +3 strength on some of the ice, and some of the ice your breakers like already break. That's fine.
Yeah. So, and I do think it's a little bit of a. It really kind of depends on what corps you intend to face. I think
Yes.
specifically HB and Wayland are like a little bit softer to Takobi in that HB has ice like Magnet, which Basol, which we see here, breaks for free already.
Also, Gatekeeper, right? Again, one
Yeah,
credit for
yeah, exactly. And oh, are you seeing what I'm seeing on this
bacterial
archives run?
bacterial steel. We've got a
That
bacterial.
is that is not one. I count myself 2 bacterials. I spy with my little eye.
Oh, that is 2 bacterials. Uh,
I Yeah, I spy my a lot of cards going to be added to
so
HQ. I suspect.
the thing is, if this is another agenda in server 1, run server 1, steal the agenda,
And just straight up win the game.
and it's game.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter that you're
simple
going to be
as.
punitive for 9.
Right. Uh, yeah, no, you can't get punitive for 9 if you win the game when you're on 7 points. But yeah, so install double advance. So I mean, there is a world where this server one is some kind of like bait, like an NGO front or a
NGO
bio
Front,
vault.
Biovault, Vladislavsk City Grid is advanceable.
Yeah,
I'm not expecting it,
maybe
but
it is a card which you can fast advance and regenesis with.
true, it does. It
Technically,
does fast advanced regenesis, which is something that's actually interesting.
yeah. But yeah, we see. I do believe. Uh, this is a draw 7 cards. Was it a draw 14 or was it draw 13? I'm not sure, but I think. Well, in any case, we know that there's 17 cards in HQ now, and I think Swift is hoping and like, oh well, Swift knows for sure what ice is protecting server one. But I
Yes.
think if you're Server McGee, I don't know if you have a chance in hell of being able to contest a YDL punitive. So your chances, your odds are probably to just run server one, for example, and hope there's no end the run on it, and just maybe steal a
So
Regenesis
so
and
Slumber
make
McGee
out
has
like a
2 clicks
bandit.
left. In an ideal world, you want to run server one, install the correct breaker, and then come back in. But that's 3 clicks. So
Sure.
I think the blind guess is a barrier because sentries
Yeah.
don't necessarily end the run.
Yeah. Exactly. So I mean, the cards we see, uh, the cards we see, the ice we see in Jinteki, Sentry specifically, Anansi doesn't end the run.
Okay, I can run
Sizen
back
Tan
on
doesn't
R
end
and
the
D.
run.
Actually, this is a run back on R
Yeah.
and D.
Okay. So not sure how many cards that Swift left on top of this R&D run. This ice this access may or may not be
The
known, and
second
this will
was a
definitely
draw
inform.
7.
Yeah, and nothing. Okay, so 1 click left for Slobber McGee. So you could run HQ for some X in 17 chance of winning the game, or you run server one and hope that ice is not a tattoo bola.
Mm-hmm.
All right, looks like the call is going to be run HQ. Vampire Nasa. Ooh, all right. So looks like fire all. I mean, you could break it, but like realistic. Oh, doubles this. Excuse me. Okay, well, now that I think about it, it probably doesn't make a difference.
Yeah, discard to hand
Uh,
size doesn't matter.
yeah, you discard the hand size. Yeah, and punitive will not. Will go through those both of these steel skins like
Yep.
butter just because you're doing 6 damage in one shot. But okay. Uh,
Yeah, this is just touch the
good luck,
agenda.
Swift.
Can you
Okay,
touch the agenda?
single access. Let's do it one time. Just touch the agendas. And
It's
Geofront.
edging your front.
Oh, that's definitely not it. That is the opposite. That's the literal opposite of
All
an
right. So,
agenda.
so, so the question here is, actually, you don't even need the your digital
Okay.
life. There's already
For
enough
18
credits.
credits. Okay, good grief.
Okay. Okay.
There we go. Punitive Counter-Strike.
This is like
There we
fully
go.
operational value.
All right, and that's it. 6 meat damage. Turn
All
5.
right. Well, that's
Yeah,
that's a game.
that is that is that was one of the games. And yeah, and I mean sometimes just punitive RH will do that to you. You run archives and oh god, oh shit,
Oh no, it's a
I
vectorial. Oh
access
no, it's
6
two
points.
vectorials.
Oh, oh no. I mean now I'm morbidly curious as to what was in so what. It could I mean, was it really just Tattoo Bola Regenesis? I mean I think that's possible, but I mean we see an NGO front in HQ. There could be another one right there cooking on server
Yep.
one.
All right. Well, that was game
There.
2. So let's go and see if we can find another one.
Let's see if
I
we can find
guess.
another one. All right. I guess we can check in on table 9, which is the last remaining table. All right.
All right. We're on table 9.
One moment. Let's see. Similar to on the Zaya. Okay, let's do it. And not Yeti on what looks like Rush Op. And I think this is an archetype definitely very popular and very well very successful archetype that we've seen over the past month plus, from Worlds and even earlier, I think during Continental season. And I think this might be the first time we see today at the tail end of round four, which is extremely
Mhm.
quite surprising actually. But yeah, not Yeti, definitely a very strong player. And we see the score is 4-4 with some Oaktown scored on either side with 3-2 agendas. And click one, Spin Doctor. This is don't look at my bin, says Smur2. And
Hmm.
I'm sorry to disappoint. I think we will be looking at the bin. Yeah. Okay. North Korea. Yeah, I think Acacia. Ooh, okay. This is like a straight up actual just
Virus Crib.
um virus crimp. I like it. I like it. Yeah, I mean we
And
did
actually, I believe
see.
we saw Summer earlier, and he was also
Yeah,
running the conduit.
yeah, conduit with against, I believe it was Tiranda on Epiphany Analytica, and pulled out another quite improbable win, accessing all the agendas off the board somehow.
Hmm.
And yeah, not yet. It says, don't look at me being a horrible lockout deck. Well, uh, not wrong. This is a little bit of a pickle with the only breaker being Turtle and the Marvirus just sitting there in server one. So I would say slightly problematic for Sumo.
So there is both a Stavka and a Heffron out on the board right now.
Uh, you are right, which would normally lead one to believe that there's a that there was some kind of rig shooting involved, but Hafrun has to be against
Yep.
rest on the same server. So
Yeah, what this mostly leads me to
okay.
believe is that I'm not sure how many obelisks are running two of both,
Yeah,
which
exactly.
means that
So
there's probably not any
normally
more.
you only so you normally only see the one half rune is two influence, and the two influence goes a long way in op decks, which want like to toolbox like a
Mhm.
one off a lot of different agendas. Sorry, a lot of different eyes. Sometimes you see two staff cards, definitely for sure. But yeah, so we do see this Acacia trash to gain 3 credits off the perch. So one influence for the privilege. Uh, Honestly, not that bad of an econ card,
Mhm.
uh, if you budget it well enough and you have enough viruses on the board.
Yeah,
But
I do think it suffers a little bit from being really high variance.
fair enough. Yeah, yeah.
Some like I had a game a couple months ago where my opponent had a like double Acacia and a full virus board of that had like 10, 15 virus counters on it. I was like, okay, well, sure, this
I
looks
mean,
really great if I purge, but
yeah. I mean, there is like the a little bit of a catch-22 in that if your deck is so heavy on viruses
mhm.
that you could get that you can get two like 10 or 15 virus counters,
Yep.
like how are you taking advantage of the econ boost that Acacia gives you, right? Because if you get purged, you're kind of like losing so much
Right,
value of your
right.
board.
So we actually saw an interesting line here with the Contaminate on the Amakua,
Oh yeah, for sure.
and then immediately
uh
it's a 3 strength AI breaker, just break anything. Bravado R&D,
yeah,
go get this single, get money.
so yeah, Typh going through Typh for 1 credit, letting the 1 credit fire, just breaking the net damage, breaking this half rune, and uh I think it's credit perfect actually. Very
Hmm.
nice calculation of Simmer. And the Spin Doctor virus shuffle. So rude. So rude. 13 cards left in R&D, of course. We've neglected to mention. Op
Hmm.
does tend to pull a bunch of cards out of the deck uh, for
It's something I'm
various
definitely
trash
keeping my
reasons.
eye on. I don't think Not Yeti's worried about
I,
running out of cards, but there definitely is. some pressure starting to
Yeah,
accumulate.
and speaking of pressure, we are now on game point for Sima 2 after ripping that hostile off the top.
Mhm.
5 agenda points. And I mean, I think these objects usually on 11 agendas, right? With the double hostile takeover. So with 5 out of the game, we there's 6 agendas left in the game between R&D, HQ, and possibly server
And
1.
possibly server 1.
Yeah. So one of those is another hostile, which not Yeti would definitely like to be able to score from hand. But the other 5 are 2-point agendas, which Simmer just wins the game instantly if he accesses.
I mean, okay, I just went and checked. There is currently a virus in archives, which means that there's no way to uh, easily farm a turtle.
Ah, right. Okay, so above the law, 6 agenda points on the board for not Yeti. 5 agendas left in the game. Above the law, trashing the class act. Kind of a bummer, but the deck is thin enough already. Maybe you just draw it normally and get what you need anyway. And speaking of which, yeah, Tucana. Damn, completely forgot about that, huh? You can search for something out of R&D and border control, right? That's a pretty good hit. So border control, of course, costing 3 less for a total of 1 credit plus the 2 credit install. So 3 credits and down to 7 credits on Not Yeti. Of course, he can pop this border control on an R&D run to end the run, and more importantly, search for a 3-cost card from the deck. And we all know the card that not really shuffled with Bespin Doctor. The second
Yes, the
virus
second
went back in the
virus.
deck. Yeah, so yes, the lockout has been well, not say re-established, because in theory, Simmer can run HQ, and I think we
I was
will
gonna say
see that
Dark,
right now.
like
Doctrine
get
Pass
Dark
comes
Lance
down.
Guard HQ. There's a leech to get
Extremely
through
heads
the
up.
Winchester.
Yeah, so
Ashtar
this leech
is
counter.
always annoying, but
Yeah, and it looks like yeah, you'll get in with 1 credit to spend. You'll see 2 cards from HQ, and this could be the game. There are, as you said, 5 agendas left in the game between HQ R&D, so odds are fairly decent for Simmer.
and I mean drawing 2 cards is nice. Sorry, not drawing 2 cards. Getting 2 credits off Zaya.
Yeah, two credits of Zion. Not insignificant, of course. And if you don't steal anything off this run, you will get back your Omnivore counter, so you can
Well, you'll get
try
your leech
again.
counter
Oh, and
back
that's it.
regardless. You always get
Project
the leech
Atlas.
back.
Yeah. And whew, wow. Virus Zaya pulls out 2 games in a row. Well, not in a row, but in the 2 games that we've seen it on stream. Simmer just playing to his outs. I mean, very well done. And not Yeti, of course, getting the want to say almost lockout.
Mm-hmm.
That was absolutely wild.
And we've been seeing sort of again this tournament sort of the comeback of that really crisply timed HQ multi access. We've seen a couple big legworks. We've
Oh
seen
yeah, for sure. We've
this
seen some of the
Docklands Pass
biggest
win
legworks
down.
today. Yeah,
We're just like apply the pressure, strand the agendas in hand, come in and just pick them all up.
yeah. I mean, and this is classic. This is classic Netrunner for you, right? Just trying to deduce where the agendas are, and then trying to getting your access down, maybe getting your multi access down if possible,
Mm-hmm.
and just touching the agendas and winning the game. Netrunner at its some would say at its purest form. It looks like a runner split, which means that Not Yeti also won the previous game between the two of them. And yeah, I think that should be the
And that
last
would have
game of
been
our
Tershika
of
versus
the Swiss rounds of
RH.
this
Yes.
AMT, and then we will very shortly be able to tell you what our top cut is.
Yes, we'll be back soon for the top cut.
Yes. Yeah, it looks like it does look like it will be a photo finish in terms of the standings. And yeah, oh, is this after 4 rounds? I think we can check the Cobra standings right now. And I think it looks like an extremely clean top cut with no tiebreakers of any kind. Uh,
We've got our top
yeah, and
three.
yeah, top three. In first place, Augustus Caesar, with a pretty sick score. I want to say 22 out of a possible 24 points. So that's like a 7-1-0, 7-1-0
And I believe
at
that's just an
like
ID on the last round.
no, he actually swept Ziak on round four, which is very impressive. So it's 7 wins and one time draw. Okay, okay. And of course, in Hot Pursuit, when I say Hot Pursuit, they actually made it in Chris Drivers and Yang Tuno, both on 18 points. And it looks like it looks like we will shortly be going to the top cut.
And in terms of IDs, we have three different corporations represented. We have Ag Infusion, Asta Group, and Asmari EdTech for
Yeah,
Corps. In terms of runners, we have Hoshiko, and Arasada.
I'm just glad it's not a triple Hoshiko top cut. That would have been really awful to see. But yeah, I pretty decent uh, split of IDs overall, and I think this means that Chris Dravers will get their choice of matchup into Yang Tuno. So we'll see what the decision is. And it looks like Augustus and Tuno both already have CBAT invites, which means that regardless of the result uh, of this game, that Chris Dravers will be awarded the CBI invite due to being the top placing player without one, and the second one from being more than 20 players will cascade down to the fourth place, which is Spiff, uh, which we just saw flatline with the 6 point punitive counter strike in that last round. All right.
All right, looks like we're taking a couple minutes for right now, and should be back soon.
So, yeah, and yeah, we will see you very soon.
All right, and we're back in. We've got Chris Rivas corping as Asa Group against Jan Tuno, who's playing Arasana.
Arsana. Now, Yan Tuno, of course, I think a little bit of a surprise for Yan Tuno to be playing something other than Mount Hoshiko in an online tournament, I would say. But Arisana, no, definitely no slouch of an ID herself. Uh, and Chris already going blazing out of the gates with a triple install server one plus a hedge fund. Only possible in Acer Group. And there we
Mm-hmm.
go. That click turn one buyer bands with that bonus Arisana value. And look at that value. Draw two, install a free, install a Nuka, install a Cuban, you know, Tuno saying, Chris Rivers, you think you think you're so cool installing two cards in a single click, two can play at that game.
But you might be looking for a little bit more money here. Electing not to challenge the ice with the Cuban immediately.
Hmm. And okay, Rashida Jahim coming out.
Tuno definitely thinking about money. It just actually clicked for a credit at the end of its turn.
Hmm. Yes. Okay, and we see like a mini fully OP. Draw two, gain four. Fair
I mean,
enough.
this is
And
still
third,
better than Hedge. Like,
yeah, for sure, for sure. And uh, I mean, straight up better. It's straight up better than hedge fund. Straight up better than red level clearance.
oh, worse than some of the digital lives we've seen. It's not
Oh
quite a
yeah,
pure digital life for 18th.
kind yeah, not quite, not quite. You need a couple more remotes, I think, to get
Mm-hmm.
to that level. That to
Okay,
know,
Tuno drawing up
Nuka credit gamble.
credit gamble. Now she actually has the money to get this environmental testing down. Uh,
Hmm. Double Rashida opening from Chris, taking full advantage of that. At three, oh, that's a blazing fast start from Chris Davis. Rashida into Rashida plus Luminal, and now you can still, continue to get your
mhm.
Acer value, keep developing your board, and maybe you put something else in server two. There we go. Yeah. So
Got us up. Next turn's fully operational.
yeah, I mean, it just feels so. It kind of like feels like this like what the most unfair Acer openings can get up to. When you're
Mm-hmm.
just uh
And it uses up
when you're just like firing Rashidas, back to back, and just
header.
keep on going on tempo, and like somehow you keep on installing cards, but the number of cards in hand actually doesn't feel like it's going down. And the big
Big
deal is
deal
that just
sighting.
ooh, excuse me, that is a hype card. And
Mm-hmm.
uh I mean, we've talked a lot about this bot from Chris Travers, but let's not forget Tuno has installed a Anus informant. So
It's about to put out the ADS informant, which suggests that we might be looking at sort of conduit win condition.
yeah, for sure. Yeah. And
Conduit,
oh,
Pikachu, and then the ADS informant just prints money. Prints so much money.
it prints so much freaking money if you can get a conduit down there. You're absolutely right. And as we say that, here we go.
Do we have to contaminate tech? Looks like maybe not this instant, but
Okay, so this Cubine coming down, of course, off Arisana's ability with the Urban Up Vernissage bouncing it to hand. So nothing on Conduit on the first run. We'll see how far Tuno wants to push it this turn.
so I will say,
Any of Yeah,
if you never ice R&D, Arasada can't put Trojans on it.
I mean, you are absolutely right. That is a thing that is true. And I think importantly, uh, Tuno, like presenting this board and this environmental testing going to go off this turn. With oh, and damn, okay, Chris Rivers says, I just Just want to get this over with.
I mean,
This
if
is
this is
turn five,
Nickel,
and we
like,
have a
just put an Nickel down
turn
on server
five,
one,
4
score
points,
it.
install a double advance. Excuse me, I mean, are we playing speedrunner here? Good grief, Chris Davis
Now,
came to play. That's for sure.
I will say, this conduit is potentially so explosive that Chris Davis could potentially lose on R&D this turn.
I mean, you're absolutely right, and I think I think the best thing that Tuno can do now is slash summon a Hermes and just slam that conduit like there's no tomorrow. Come on, do it. Hermes? No Hermes, damn. Okay. Cuban comes down, of course. Firing the environmental testing. Nothing
And,
on R&D. I mean, Chris is probably just
but like with the
just
Cuban credits, with
praying to
the
whatever
environmental
netrunner god they
testing,
believe in.
Tuno can potentially challenge server one.
Oh, ooh, okay. Ikora project. That's hype. So we've got 2 more accesses to try and win the game with. Is it gonna
Attempt it.
be? We see. Nothing. Not even an anus. That's rough. And that's it.
Advance,
GG.
advance, advance.
Turn
Nickel.
6. Damn. Well, I mean, I hope Augustus didn't go for too long of a break because
I know, right?
he's he's gotta he's gotta get ready right about now. Hot damn. Oh, I mean, we have seen some really good stuff this AMT already. I think Man in the Moon's like Man in the Moon's incredible deep dive turn.
Oh, that was.
Like in round one, like I think that definitely takes the cake for like the most amazing play of the day. But I mean, I think Chris Rivers did put in a really good making a really good case for this lightning fast Acer start being like the second the second best thing we've seen so far. All right. That
But I mean,
looks like it's
just the
it.
nerves to see your opponent slam a conduit, run like a completely undefended R&D, and decide the best response, just slam an agenda, advance.
Install
Just
advance,
win.
advance. Your turn.
Who cares about?
I don't believe the top 6 cards has 7 points in it. I don't believe it. Woof. That was quite something. And all right, we'll see. Uh, we'll see what the pairings are for the last round. Okay, it does look like Chris will be playing the opposite side of the matchup, which would be Hoshiko against Augustus Egg Infusion. So okay, we'll just wait for the game to be ready. And we can start. This would be the last game of AMT November. How are you feeling so far?
I mean, a little bit tired. I was up really early, but the games have been hype.
Oh yeah, the games are extremely hype, and I think, I mean, we've been going for just about 6 hours. I want to say, well, counting the
Like
1 hour meal
like
break, so like
6
5 hours.
hours,
Yeah,
5 hours of games. Yeah.
yeah. So not too bad, all things considered. And I think most of the AMTs the NSG has been running for this past year have been hovering around that 6 to 8 hour mark. So we are I think well on schedule to finish on time.
Yeah, there's a lot of
But yeah,
variance of course, just depending on how long the top cut runs, because I know at least sometimes they've been untimed. I believe these ones were timed, but it's still, because there's only one game, the variance is on full display. You never have to wait for the other players to catch up. You just finish your game and
sure.
go. And if your game was,
Was 8 minutes long like this one was. 6 turns, install advance, advance.
Or
Yeah.
if on the other hand you're
Sometimes
playing
you just
against
get the
Acme Glacier, then it could have been 40 minutes,
yeah,
50 minutes, nothing.
yeah. Cogix says been tuning in and out by some completely wild games on stream today. Thank you both for hosting. Yeah, it's of course our pleasure, our absolute pleasure to be here, casting and bringing you all this content. And here we go. AMT finals is on the board. Augustus Caesar on Egg Infusion, Chris Travis uh
So I've
on
actually
Hoshiko.
been wanting to watch this like killing list Agate Fusion Glacier for uh, quite a while now, but I've also been watching the standings and was noticing that Augustus was hanging out at the top of them, so I was pretty sure we'd get a chance to see it,
All right, all right.
to see what Augustus is bringing later. And indeed, we have. We've got this Ag Infusion, presumably Ag Infusion less healing. So this is
Yeah,
going to be a scoring plan, and
yeah. So all right. Yeah, Gang says I think Augustus on punitive Ag Infusion, which I do believe he has been playing quite a lot recently. I believe he placed ninth at UK Nets or with punitive Ag Infusion. Very impressive result, of course.
mhm.
And we'll see if this is if this ends up being the same build. Chris Dravers, on the other hand, are on
49 card Hoshiko.
49 card Hoshiko. So the number of cards is not, of course, indicative of anything specific. But if I had to put money on it, I would say it's a notch variant. Oh no, I am
It's
already
patchwork.
wrong. This is patchwork. Excuse me. That is a lot of credits in a single card from a dirty laundry, if I do say
Mhm.
so myself.
Yeah, I do
Wait,
think
was
right
that
now there
a?
are a lot of interesting sort of outlets uh, to spend cards on. There's Banhar. Banhar's great. There's Patchwork. Patchwork's great. Um, there's Mulch potentially. Mulch is pretty good,
Oh yeah, yeah,
but no list actually has enough cards to support all of them. So it's sort of a mix and match. Which ones are the ones that are important to you?
exactly, exactly. I mean, funny that you should say mix and match. Like a mix and match of different cards. Kind of sounds a bit like a patchwork to me. You know what I mean?
Mhm. Speaking of like other cards that damage yourself for profit, zero.
Oh yeah, definitely. So this was a. I think this is the second strike fund that we see fed to Patrick in 2 turns.
Mhm.
That's some incredible value if I've ever seen it. Like Chris Travers on an absolutely ludicrous amount of credits at this early stage of the game. 13 credits with a liberated account. We're still on 8.
Trash or steel scan. Cheap
All
gamble.
right, okay.
Go back up to
Are
six
we
cards.
literally just getting maximum value out of this patchwork? Is that possible? Damn,
Yeah, this patchwork's been looking pretty good right now. Pretty good.
pretty hot. Yeah.
I guess it's still building up a
22
nice
credits.
board. It's got some ice. Got a Rashida pop.
Yeah, of
Healthy
course.
credit
And
total at
we see,
15.
yeah, yeah, we see a lot of credits coming out of Chris Rivers, but of course, we do not see any breakers other than this bustle. And as we all know, versus Egg Infusion, you will need to produce a killer at some point. It ain't no way you're gonna go through a Nancy and get boomed into a Nancy
Mm-hmm.
and feel good about it. All right, Hansei review. Just more credits into the bank of Augustus. Uh, I mean, we see like 4 econ cards, out of the gate already. So definitely keeping up. But
This
okay, so
could
patchwork for another season. God damn.
this could
Chris
potentially be
Driver's
setting
back
up
firing
for
on all
a
cylinders.
scoring push here.
Yeah. So so Echelon, of course, an amazing find here. Uh Not the most efficient
Trying
at
against Nancy.
breaking a Nancy, to be sure. The leech will help a little bit, but you're still paying 9 for the first encounter.
Mm-hmm.
And we see, oh, conduit. Okay,
Conduit coming
that's a
down.
bunch of influence. And we have another. Wait. Oh, this is I gotta say, this is some illegal gameplay. This is turn 5. We've seen 5 turns of patchwork, and in those 5 turns, we've seen exactly patchwork trash strike
Strike
fun,
Fund, Steel Skin, Steel Skin,
and steel
Steel
skin.
Skin, yeah.
Really? Is this legal? Is that, yeah? It's a steel skin full house. Augustus is absolutely right. Excuse me.
Steel Skins over Strike Funds.
Yeah. I mean, I'd take that house any day.
It's pretty good.
Pretty good. Okay, Chris, drawing back up. I say back up. Okay. Ooh, okay. And now we see the point, right? Anus informant with this
Ice
conduit
Informant, yep.
and
And
ice
Ice
carver.
Carver.
Okay. So now a lot of things start to change with this ice carver install. I think most significantly with this buzzsaw. Now you
Breaks Vampire
see
Nasa.
Vampire Nasa. Yeah, Vampire Nasa being 3 strength and now only a 2 credit break as opposed to a 5.
Mm-hmm.
Anansi drops to 4 strength, which means 1 pump from Echelon will do it. So Augustus with a Regolith and installing this Earthrise Hotel. Patchwork, trashing patchwork. So that's like the first fair patchwork use we've seen
Yeah, but
all
you're never
game.
going to install your second Patchwork anyways. It's just a free card to trash.
Exactly.
All your duplicate consoles, all your duplicate breakers are all
And there we go.
fine.
So yeah, patchwork trashing strike fund. That's the last strike fund. There we go. And DJ
DJ
Fenris for
Fenris for
Steve.
Steve.
Okay, and that is a hell of a fast setup.
And then just bring back
We
all
got
of these strike
Athenian.
funds and Steel Skins and trash them again.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so Buzzsaw, I think it's, of course still a little bit annoying for Buzzsaw, but once this leech starts rolling,
Mm-hmm.
that should be all well and good. And Augustus definitely still extremely healthy credit total.
Very healthy credit total,
Uh,
but this is really a doom rig shaping up.
yeah, and I mean you say shaping up, but I think it's already on the board as we speak, right?
So if there's another Radius that comes down, right, is if more Radius informats stack up, this is just over.
Yeah, and then we just the conduit starts rolling, and you'd be, I think, hard pressed to find any kind of ice based defense against it. Augustus, I think surely this is the push, quite possibly.
I'm not sure there's time to push 3 things.
Yeah, and I mean we don't know for sure exactly what the plan is for this egg infusion. We haven't seen really that much, but uh if this is the punitive egg infusion that he was playing at last week's UK Nets, there's every chance that Archives has like a bunch of bacterials in there, and Server One has a Regenesis in it. So okay,
It's a Regenesis
uh,
and only 1 push is required. I think it's a lot more doable.
fair enough. Okay, but we see here, okay, a Nancy. So this is
No,
not
that's
going to be that. Yeah, so that's just 3 credits of this Leech plus Echelon. And Tatu Bola. All right. Very respectable res. So we're swapping? We're swapping. All right. So, and Void just going to end this run. And Chris just crediting up. So advance, score. It is a Regenesis and a Bacteria out of Archives. Okay, so we see the plan here.
Mm-hmm. The Regenesis score definitely makes scoring out 3 times looked really difficult. Scoring out twice seems much more feasible.
Yeah, so you only need to make one more push.
But that's the
Into
second is
this.
coming down, and now it's just
Conduit time.
conduit time. And if you can't stop this immediately,
Mm,
it's not going to be possible to punitive. Like once he needs to start paying, you can actually turn a
exactly,
profit on
exactly.
these runs.
And ooh, Sadaka. Ooh, that is a nice one actually. You have the option of trashing either DJ Steve or this ice cover. Both I think
Yeah,
are
both very
very valid.
interesting.
Yeah. And of course, you would like to be able to hit a twinning, but I mean that's clearly not Chris Draver's like multi-access game plan. It's just going to
Mm-hmm.
be hitting this conduit over and over. So Sadaka draw a card. All right. And of course now we see uh now we see, oh, okay, no, looks like we're going to undo.
I think Augustus said they
Uh,
wanted cards in a different order on
yeah, sure. Yeah, that makes
Sadaka.
sense. Yeah, I was just gonna say that because of this Sadaka rearrange and the fact they're only seeing one card of R&D, it means that this R&D one is completely 100% safe for Augustus unless somehow there are three agendas on the top, which is pretty unlikely
Mm-hmm.
at this board state. And there you go.
Ice
Sadaka
Carver.
trashes ice covered. So now you will get your leech counter off of this R&D run, but
Mm-hmm.
that still doesn't change the math on uh
But trashing the Ice Carver makes these Atinis look so much more awkward for the Buzzsaw.
yeah, exactly. Okay, so 5 credits for Augustus. All that econ has dried up. Chris Driver still extremely healthy position.
Mm-hmm.
6 credits for this echelon, and now the next one will be much easier. And do we go again? Is the
And
question.
that's the third Aeneas Informant coming down.
Exactly, exactly. So any trashable is just going to be pure gas for Chris.
Mm-hmm.
But no, okay, the call is liberated account. Fair enough. Subliminal purge. Okay, that's an extremely heads up subliminal purge. Uh, Now, of course, you could farm back your counters off of some more easily accessible central. Although I say that uh,
You're supposed to start the
I
answer
see
the
a bunch of
spiders.
exactly. You have to answer the spiders and like uh,
It's
it's
like
entirely
Lady or the
possible.
Tiger,
Archives is another Athene.
but less exciting.
Yes. So yes. So Chris now has to think about like what the game plan is like, and if we're still going to go for this conduit plan. I assume there's still a bit more money left in the deck. We've only seen one hedge fund so far.
Oh, there's the
Moshing is
moshing.
a pretty okay. Yeah. We see a Carmen plus Echelon is a fairly interesting killer combination. That's a total of 3 influence across 2 breakers, which not normally the case.
Mm-hmm.
And we still don't see any other show gambles. Okay, Augustus just turtling up. Uh, I think it's a little bit curious that he's choosing not to defend archives, or more specifically, that Chris Davis is choosing not to access archives, even with this credit differential, because uh, if there is, for example, like a regenesis, sorry, a bacteria in archives, and we're trying to set up some kind of punitive play. I mean, Chris, I think it's like a comfortable enough credit lead. Then yeah, there we
And
go.
he
There's
appears to be
the
making the same calculation here.
yeah,
Credits, yeah,
there's
they're
the
enough.
oh, and okay, that instant boop onto HQ, not uh okay. So 8 credits
Pays to
for
break,
yeah,
which
and I think importantly, this is a HQ run, so you will get your Steve trigger. So get a liberated account back. Very nice. You can't just get let's get hella credits off of this. And of course Augustus must have known this was going to happen, right? Once if you run HQ, get this leech counter, get this Steve Trigger back, and liberate the account. Such a high density econ card.
Yes, exactly.
So Chris Rivers is like representing 14 plus another 14 on installed cards, so 28
Mm-hmm.
credits in some form or capacity over the next couple of turns. That's not to mention, of course, the amount of econ that they have left in the deck.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I am counting probably two more show gambles. I
Although
can't imagine you can't gamble from this kind of deck, and
only 4 cards
maybe
remaining, there's not all that much more you cut in the deck for the simple reason that there's not all that much more deck in the deck.
yeah, yeah, sure. I mean, it is worth thinking, considering if Chris is playing any kind of label rights or some kind of equivalent card just to get more value in the deck. But
Rip deal.
yeah, yeah. But I mean, I kind of doubt it. In theory, you have like infinite economy with like Aeneas Conduit.
Right, that's the other thing is there's a lot of
Yeah,
latent money if Chris can start making the runs to access it.
exactly, exactly. So, all right, Augustus wanting to play a Hansel review.
Also thinking about a different card to discard.
Oh,
Or no.
install. Oh, okay. This is interesting. Okay, so the click one run archives. I'm surely you see some agendas here, right? Oh yeah, there is a bacterial. There we go. Okay, top 7. Do we see another bacterial feed? Is the question. Now, I mean, this comes back to the same thing we've talked about earlier in our previous Restoring Humanity games, right? The runner is at a credit lead right now, and Chris ran first click, right? So, plenty of opportunity for him to take off this liberated account. Just get more credits. I think probably can get to comfortable 20 something. So even if you feed, you would need to feed like a bacterial into bacterial
Well,
and draw like a whole bunch of cards and then YDL punitive or something like that.
so looking,
That seems like the plan.
so way back in the chat log on turn 1 or pregame, Augusta seemed to think that Chris Travis was on Jergniel Mercs in the list.
Oh, that's a very interesting thing. Jargonomics, of course, one of the few meat damage protection cards in the game right now. Uh,
Now it's possible that there are
it's
only 8 unknown cards left, and Augustus is no longer worried about this line. But
yeah. I mean that's very fair. I mean, Jarogmil is. I mean, in this in this punitive Counter Strike world we live in,
mm-hmm,
if you are not willing to shell out the influence for like some kind of stone chip chart room or some other like paid ability
mm-hmm.
draw card draw thing, right? I think Gerard Mill is like a reasonable ad. But okay, so wait, hold on. 7 on R&D, so August not drawing any cards. Very curious, actually. That's a very far cry from what we normally see, the traditional play patterns from bacterial
Mm-hmm.
programming. Even if you don't want to uh
Pinhole dismantle the Anoetic and then come
yeah,
in.
even if you don't want to get a kill off of a punitive, surely you just want to like YDL uh
Now, potential thought here is that this is now a Regenesis stranded in server 1 without the bacterial to score with it.
sure. I think that's a very astute claim to make. But of course, I think Augustus should have anticipated that Chris was going to run archives at some point with the economy that they were building up slowly but surely.
Mm-hmm.
I say slowly but surely. I mean, there was there was a liberated account that got DJ Fenris back, and that's not a insignificant thing.
I mean, there's also just been 2 credits
And
of drip economy every turn from this patchwork. It's turn
yeah,
13. That's 26 credits
yeah, and I
ish.
mean, ish, and let's not even forget like the clickless value from these all these
Mhm.
strike funds and steel skins that that we've gotten from this patchwork. So, and especially with this leech. Oh, whoa! Excuse me. So lots of creds coming up suddenly. So YDL, Hansei, and Ice Archives.
So this is now threading
So
the actual fork. If this is a 3-pointer, if this is a Fuji, if this is a Bacterial at Archives, that the Regenesis server 1 wins if it scores, unless you go in and steal it. But if you go in and steal, the credit total's like not actually that far apart,
yeah,
and it's possible that one bacterial, don't feed them anything else. Draw 7, and then punch through, maybe 2 punitives might be an angle.
yeah, that's very true. And we see here going for another attempt at conduit. So no action on that, no action on that card, and going conduit again. It's click 3. We're going to be seeing 2 cards, another 3 credits of this echelon,
I mean, I think if you
and
go conduit once, you're certainly planning to go conduit twice. I don't know if you
for
commit
sure,
to going the conduit the third time, having not gotten any money back off the Aeneas's, but it looks like Chris Travis thinks that this is the line. Just conduit again.
just
Ideally,
conduit again,
find a
and
trashable as the third card, get 3 credits back, but looks like no luck.
and
Oh, nope,
oh no,
it is
it
a
is
Rashida. It is
Rashida.
a Rashida third.
Okay, very excellent. Okay, and the instant purge of Augustus. All right, so just oof. I mean, is
Don't.
it possible that Chris is running out of econ? I mean,
I don't think that
I mean
purge is
the
enough.
leech and the leech and the echelon goes a long way against all these eyes, but we're finally dried up. And Chris credits 4 credits. All right, discarding a card, discarding a motion. All right, flipping back
Hit roll.
and supplemental back. And you have to
So
wonder what is Augusta's plan now?
so
Like
Chris
how
now knows the top of R&D is Rashida.
is it though? I think no, Rashida's the second card now, isn't it?
No, because it was Ron, then the instant purge, and then this is Augustus's second turn.
I wait, this was the purge. Oh yes, that's correct. Correct. So the top card of the deck is Rashida Jahim.
Which means that
Uh,
this conduit immediately starts paying 3 credits per run, minimum.
that's absolutely correct. But I don't know if Chris is now in a position to make this to make this R&D run because I mean at least this first run is going to be extremely expensive, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be a 6 credits. You will get paid 3 back, of course, but you're only seeing this one card. So it did net cost you 3 credits, and you could go back.
You come back, like you just you know that DNS is paying you immediately, so you just hit the gas here.
Exactly, sure, sure. And but that being said, I'm not sure if I'm not sure how many cards it's been since the bacterial steal. So Augustus may have some information on what the top card is. The top few cards are. Okay, so Aeneas, of course. Second card, nothing. Okay, so now we're in conduit break even territory. Okay, and wheels on this
Oh, that's been
wheels on this remote.
advanced. This is now sort of looking less like a Regenesis, and you have to at least consider the possibility that this is in fact the bacterial, that this is in fact the
Sure.
Fuji.
And okay, this is going to be extremely expensive. Okay, so buzzsaw, and you can't actually. Oh, you're booping into this. ooh, this is not going to be fun actually. Teeny Fires, so net damage all through. Cleaver, Bustle, and Steel Skin, but you've only got the one card left to draw. And so you will get a Steve trigger, which is like the silver lining, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, so you've got a strike fund. Sure, fine. Okay, wheels. And are we going again? Is the question. Can we afford to go again? Even it's
You can
six
also potentially go
credits.
to archives if you think the Silver Genesis and you need to disarm it.
Uh, Possible, but then you lose to Fuji. I think is
Mm-hmm.
the big problem.
It's rough.
Yeah, it's oh, I mean, this is a extremely extremely delicate situation for Chris right now. There's two options. You can go server one. I think you can break everything, every relevant sub, right? Your credit perfect to break every relevant sub, or you can go archives to try and disarm if you think this is a regenesis. But I mean, do you think it's a regenesis? It's been just cooking. This we've been cooking in server
So
one for the past maybe I would say 5 turns.
if you go server one, it's what credit perfect to steal the Regenesis. You pass the turn at one card in hand. Do you die to double punitive on one card? Double
Ooh,
Regenesis punitive.
that is a really spicy proposition actually, and I think you even lose if this is a bacterial, right? Because then you just draw the next punitive normally. But okay, so Vampy, you're gonna use Leech and breaking the net damage, breaking the probably card draw, I would say. You just give the 2 credits at this point. Yeah, there we go. Okay, access. It's a bacterial.
That's bacterial.
Okay, that's not good. That is not good for Chris. So, I mean, surely Augustus just draws 7 cards here. I want to say. I mean, who knows?
Well,
Maybe punitive. Maybe
this is only
punitive.
lethal if there's a punitive somewhere.
Oh, and wait, no draw. Excuse me. What's going on here? Oh, okay, there it is. Yeah,
Punitive
he
already
had
in
it all
hand.
along. GG. And wow, I mean, that was so well played by Augustus. I want to say
Mm-hmm.
we saw that Doom go up on turn 8, and Augustus just held on and purged and bided his time for 9 turns until turn 17 and waited for Chris to run out of cards. I think really good use of the egg
Uh-huh.
infusion boots. Uh,
Do you ever see Chris Travis saying, shouldn't have cut the Mercs?
you shouldn't have cut the mugs. Definitely not. Wow, congratulations, Augustus. And I mean, well, I want to say commiserations to Chris Travers, but yeah, in CBI, congratulations as
Mm-hmm.
well. So, yeah, so I mean, big round of congratulations all round actually to our 3 top cut players. So Augustus, Chris Rivers, and Jan Tuno, of course. And for, of course, our 4th seed, which got the CBA invite passed down on 5th. So congratulations to all four of this. And yeah, this has been a amazing amazing fun. I think this is one of the most well played games we've seen uh, like all day actually. Incredible.
It's always a pleasure to see good Netrunner get played.
Yeah. And
But I believe
I
that
mean,
is this November AMT. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for watching. Jai, do you have any shout outs you want to make?
oh, no particular showers. As you said, thanks. Thank you all for watching and playing, etc., etc. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I think we can safely say that both of us have enjoyed our time casting. I do sometimes stream on my own channel, twitch.tv/gyroscopic. So, uh, I try to stream like a little bit more regularly, but it is what it is, and I'm trying to improve as well. Uh, yeah, and yeah, that's about it from me. What about yourself? Anything?
Not really. I'd shout out whatever events we have coming up, but I'm not actually sure what events are coming up right now. There will
Yeah, I
presumably
mean, we
be a
could,
December AMT sometime in December, so keep an eye out between the 1st and the 31st
yeah,
for
sounds
the
about right.
December AMT. It'll
Yeah.
happen sometime then.
And I think the next big, uh, yeah, it does look like the next big online event will be the December 18th, of, as you said, sometime in December. And I think there's some other online community events that are being run sometime in December. I do believe Ocarina 5 are being run by Test Running sometime in December as well. So do check out, always be running for that one. This is a special site format with special rules. Uh, and other than that, there are possibly some online COs and such that may be popping up in December, maybe in January. So keep an eye out for those as well.
Mhm. Which reminds me, we'll have to keep an eye out. But this event, as
Yeah.
a CO did in fact award CVI invites, we'll have to keep an eye out for when the Circuit Breaker Invitational is, and really push that once we know
Oh yeah, of course. That one
when.
should be early next year,
Should be
probably.
early next year, I think.
Yeah. Oh, and we're shouting out from the Twitch chat, of course, Italian nationals next week. I think that's the biggest calendar event for the rest of the year, at least for the rest of November. I can see.
All right.
Uh, yeah, probably people coming from all around Europe, yeah, and of course, enjoy yourselves and have a great time. Okay, and I think that should be it
All right. I'm gonna go
from
ahead and stop the stream then.
us. Okay.